Yo, what is going on, chat? What's up, Soli? Soli. So what's up, Thick Bow? What's up, Doodle Dam? What's up, Ghost? What's up, Killa? What's up, Fizzle? So today, did I not click save on that? Watching Liverpool regionals. Not watching it live. We're gonna be watching the VOD of it. Day one happened this morning. Yeah, day one happened this morning. And then what the heck? Why is this command wrong? There we go. Show me how to riffle bridge shuffle Pokemon cards. I mean, it's not different than shuffling anything else. You just have to practice it. See it. So you cut the deck. All right, I'll show you real fast. Let me get a better deck. I mean, it's just all practice, but I can show you real fast. Give you an idea, I guess, of how to start. I'm like not like that ridiculously good at it or anything, so I'm better than the average person for sure. Dude, speaking of shuffling, it's so funny. Speaking of shuffling, there's so many, like, now that the game has gotten so big, like post COVID, there's so many new players who like picked up the game during COVID. People are so bad at shuffling at Pokemon tournaments. It's insane. It's not like a terrible thing. Like, I don't really care that much. From people who just don't know how to shuffle, are like just terrible at actually doing a shuffle, to people who just don't shuffle enough. And I think that actually might be the worst offender, to be honest. I've had to tell quite a few people since coming back to tournaments post COVID, that they have to shuffle more, because they shuffle. Their shuffling is so either so bad, or so bad in terms of they just don't shuffle enough. Okay, hold up. Let me get well, that's fixed now. So yeah, today we're gonna be watching Liverpool regionals. That's probably all we're going to be doing today. I don't know how long. It's going to be all 9 rounds of day one, hopefully. We'll hopefully get through all 9 rounds of day one today. And then we'll watch day 2 and top cut tomorrow. I don't know. If we finish the 9 rounds pretty fast, we could go play some Crown Zenith stuff. Because that's still pretty fresh. We'll see. We'll see about that. But yeah, here, I'll quickly show you a shuffling demonstration, I guess. Let me put this camera on. The other way? I guess I'll find out. It's got to be the other way. No, I was right. It was this way. Okay. All right, real fast. Let me get my deck. Also, like, a lot of people, you need to get better at a lot of people suck at mass shuffling as well, which should be pretty easy to get used to after you do it enough, but let's mash. For the riffle shuffle, you want to cut basically evenly in half. And then I think a pretty basic form is just, I mean, my fingers go over the front of the cards like that. And then you bring the top ones back, so you can actually, you need like something to push against. You bring these fingers down here in front, this one up here, and then you just like push off with these knuckles into the deck and let it fall from your thumbs. Don't let it fall too fast. So like you want some resistance. So basically you're pushing the cards out of your hands with you're pushing the cards out of your hands with these fingers, and you're just letting it drop out of your thumbs at a certain rate. Because I could like not hold it at all with my thumbs and then it would go like that too fast, right? So if I like go like this and I don't hold it at all with my thumbs and I just push, then they just fall. So you have to have like a certain amount of resistance on your thumbs. A certain amount of resistance from your thumbs holding it back. But what you're doing is you're pushing off the cards with this finger. I've actually never thought about it before, to be honest. I've never tried to explain it before, but now that I'm explaining it, I'm actually like realizing how you riffle shuffle. So you do that, and then you don't have to bridge it back. But you can bridge it back. These sleeves are a little bit worn, so it's a little bit tough. These sleeves are a little bit tough. Push. And then you can also go like that. Like you can do that. Or you can do like one of these. Oh, I can't do that. I might not be able to do that with these sleeves right now. That bridges it as well. Yeah, you could like practice with playing cards, or if you just have some like bulk cards and some old sleeves, just sleeve up. How do you not poke your hands on the corners? Because they're not sharp enough to like do damage. I also don't have very soft hands. Like before doing the Pokemon stuff full time, I did landscaping, and then I also go to the gym. So my hands are pretty tough. My hands aren't like that. I mean, the top of my hands are like whatever, but my inside, like I have the classic, what is it called? Like workout calluses, and my hands are pretty rough overall on the inside. So my inside of my hands is no problem. The solution to not having soft hands is just go to the gym. Go to the gym and then don't wear gloves. Yeah, so basically, basic riffle, fingers in. You're pushing off with these fingers, and you're letting it fall out of your thumbs at a certain rate of tension. And then you can just, like, push it together. Pushing it together is, like, less smooth, though. You have to, like, pushing it together is, like, way less smooth. I feel like it's almost, like, more efficient to do it like that. It feels more efficient to do a bridge. Yeah, it feels more efficient to do a bridge, to be honest. I never really thought about it before. Shuffle coaching? Yeah, someone asked like how to riffle. So I was like, all right, I'll show you real fast. Maybe just riffle the corners. Yeah, I mean you can get up to the corners, I guess. I think that's more setup time though. I'm always trying to minimize the amount of time it takes to do the shuffle. What do you do for the bridge? Well, let me do it real fast so I can think about it. Okay, so to bridge, and we'll go one more time. Okay, for the bridge, you go down, and then when you come up, you're pushing it together with these fingers, and the thumbs once again are just kind of stopping it from like exploding, right? Because if I like don't have my thumbs there, oh, it still kind of worked. Well, I had a thumb there. So you're like this, go like this, and then you're pushing it together, and instead of them flying upwards, you just keep your thumbs on the top and hold so they stay so they don't fly out. Your thumbs are basically just like guides for the whole shuffle. So like here they're kind of guiding them downwards as you push forwards with your fingers. I guess it's a little mix of bringing your thumbs up and pushing your fingers down, to be honest. So it's like these go down, your thumbs come up. Yeah, it's a mix of both. Your thumbs come up, your middle fingers go down, and then when you come up, let me just do it fast and see what it feels like. Yeah, you're kind of just like your thumbs are just like guides on the top side. Your friend just pulled, dude. That's the one I wanted to try and pull yesterday. Was the Zoroark V-Star Alt Art? That's the one I wanted to pull. I think it's the sickest looking card in the set. Just bring a Vegas card shuffler to the tourney. Yo, I remember like at one of my first tournaments, it was the state championships, I think. Oh no, I think I just shuffled my Serena promo. Oh well. at one of my first tournaments. I think it was a States. A kid brought that to a tournament. It was actually, no, it was a little bit later on because I was a master at that point, if I remember correctly. A kid brought that to a tournament in the seniors division, thinking he could use it. He brought a card shuffler to shuffle his deck. But no, you can't use that at an actual tournament, believe it or not. Believe it or not. All right, let's do this. They even work with sleeves? I assume so. If they brought it, I assume it works with sleeves, but I actually don't know. So something I'm gonna do a little bit different in the VOD review. It's not gonna change up too much. At the beginning of them, I want to talk about the matchup, I think, a little bit before we get into the gameplay. So kind of like give you guys an idea of what we're looking at and looking for from the players. For the matchup specifically. We won't have any deck lists for this one. I did set it up so I can show you guys the deck list as well. So maybe for day 2, we'll be able to do deck lists if any of the players tweet them out before the or as the tournament's ending. We'll see. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's get into it. So we got round 1 here. Marlon up against Alex. It is some kind of Palkia deck. We see Palkia in the active, Articuno in the prize cards, and Thornton. So there's like ways to like use multiple to do some like tricky plays with the Thornton. Possibly it's in the last 2 prize cards, so we might not see Thornton happen this game, but it's possible Marlon plays the heavy ball, so the prize cards could get shuffled and Thornton could actually leave the top prize card. And then Alex is playing Lugia. Can't tell too much about anything spicy from the prize cards, and nothing too important prized. A V-Star, a Lugia, and Archeops. The Lugia V-Star being prized could be relevant to help deal with paralysis plays and just have another big attacker in the matchup for Alex, though. So if Alex only plays 2 Lugia V-Star, I guess that could be like a little bit annoying to have to work around. And if Alex only plays 1 Luminion, then the 1 Luminion being prized could be a big deal here as well. So the general game plan in this one is going to be Alex needs to come up with ways. The big thing is, does Alex play Birdkeeper? That's like the big question. Does Alex play Birdkeeper? Yeah, does Alex play Birdkeeper is like a big question. We don't know, but because of the paralysis stuff, that's going to be Marlon's main win condition. The reason Palkia and Teleon isn't a deck anymore is because it can't beat Lugia. But with the addition of like the Articuno package and all that stuff, does give Palkia a chance to beat Lugia. As long as Lugia doesn't play the Birdkeeper, it feels like, for the most part. If Lugia has the Birdkeeper, then it gets pretty tough. So we'll see what it ends up happening. Sometimes you can just do Palkia things and just kind of overrun your opponent with Palkias, but it's pretty unlikely most of the time. Has a pretty good start here as well with the Battle VIP Pass. Does play the SQ as well. So it has the full tech squad in the deck. So Battle VIP Pass here, probably going to grab... double Sobble, or maybe Sobble Greninja. Greninja's not prize, so we could see the Greninja grab as well. But actually goes for the Vulpix. So it has Vulpix V-Star in the deck, which I don't know how much that actually matters in this matchup, and goes for it like super aggressively. That'll be interesting to see how this actually plays out, to be honest. That'll be interesting to actually see if that like actually is super relevant. So the Vulpix's attack says it can't be hit by anything with an ability during your opponent's next turn. Lugia has an ability, but that's kind of it, right? It's just Lugia, so you can still Yveltal it. You can still hit it with Lugia V. So it's just the Lugia V-Star that couldn't hit it. I'm not sure I like that aggressive Vulpix take there, to be honest. I'm not sure Vulpix is that crucial. The rest of the hand does not look great for Marlon either. We'll see how Alex's turn goes. Open the Lugia. At the very least, is probably going to be able to read the wind, but is probably hoping for a little bit more. Hopefully we get a camera switch here sometime soon so we can see what Alex is doing. I assume playing some kind of search card. And from that look on Alex's face, I'm going to make a guess that Alex only plays 1 Luminion. And now that it's prized, Alex doesn't have an out to a supporter. Okay, no. Found it on the Luminion. That was like Alex was looking like, oh, well, that's prized. It looks like I'm in trouble. But not a big deal. Does play 2 Luminion. Has the second one there. Yeah, Alex seemed like pretty displeased about the prize cards, but I can't imagine what is prized here that Alex is like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that's prized. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. Although second Luminian being prized does mean there's no out for Alex to find Birdkeeper out of the deck. Or it's going to be harder to find a Birdkeeper out of the deck if Alex does play the Birdkeeper. You appreciate the 13-month resub there, Shiny Maple, and the 10 months there, Swizzerton. All right, so quick walled away the Archeops. It goes for a Marnie. That seems fine based on what's in the hand. Thinking about Aurora to the active, but I kind of like the double turbo here. Unless there's another Archeops in the hand. Oh, there is the Birdkeeper in the hand as well. Okay, so the Birdkeeper is in the hand. Okay, yeah, I definitely like the double. I don't like this Aurora, because then we're discarding. Why would you want the Aurora here? This makes no sense. Oh my gosh, and discards the Birdkeeper. Okay. So that's a pretty big throw there from Alex off the rip. Oh, so first off, I don't think the Aurora energy makes sense. Okay, the Aurora energy actually isn't terrible because the Aurora energy is actually not terrible because if Marlin attacks with Palkia next turn, you don't want an Aurora on your Lugia to then have to deal with a Palkia V-Star. But I wouldn't have discarded the Birdkeeper. Now, Alex is maybe thinking there's no Articuno in the deck, but if you see Palkia, you should just assume Articuno until you know for sure there's no Articuno. So the Birdkeeper discard there is a really big misplay from Alex. It's also, Alex didn't have to. Another thing Alex could have done is Alex actually didn't have to attach in that hand. I actually think Alex probably shouldn't have attached to keep open the option of capture energy to get another Lugia. Because currently, I think Marlin could get the KO with, well, Zigzagoon and Choice Belt is not something that Marlin probably plays, though. Could play like Candy Quick Shooting plus Choice Belt, but that's actually pretty hard to pull off with the current board state for Marlin anyway. So actually, in this situation, Alex doesn't need a second Lugia V, I don't think. But you don't have to attach that Aurora energy, and you should never discard the Birdkeeper there as Alex. Discarding the Birdkeeper is definitely a mistake. You could have just like waited and been like, okay, I'm just gonna go get a different energy. And Alex forgets to use Read the Wind, and even has an Archeops in hand that they could have read the wind away with. So definitely another mistake from Alex there. Didn't read the wind. Attaching the Aurora is fine if there was a better card to discard. Discarding the Birdkeeper specifically was bad. Double Turbo, I don't mind not being attached to Lugia. Could have just not attached and played the Marnie and attached afterwards. And then it doesn't read the wind, which of course is not good. On Marlin's side, we got the Irida and a bucket for 2. There's no great attack here, to be honest, for Marlin. There's no great attack to even use here. You could attack with Palkia, theoretically, but it would be a pretty costly attack, I think. Has to go like, yeah, okay, gets to Greninja, I like that. And then if they don't have an out to, yeah, okay, I like that. If they don't have an out to Drizzile, they should get an out to Drizzile. I don't like the level ball being played immediately, though, because you do want to set up Sobbles as well. So if you drew into Drizzile, then you could level ball for Sobble. So we'll see the level ball for Drizzile now. I'm curious to see what the rest of the hand is. And I don't like this either. You definitely shouldn't Shady Dealings before you use Greninja, I don't think. You should wait until you Greninja for sure. So I do not like this. I don't like this play at all. Definitely would like to see them chill out on this a little bit. Because if you like draw into the Evolution Incense, then you could like Drizzile for Quick Ball, and Quick Ball discards another energy, which means you get more energy from your Palkia's V-Star attack. So this is also a pretty big mistake here from Marlin. Like you just Greninja first year, I think, like every time. Yeah, you just Greninja first year, I'm pretty sure, just like every time. I can't imagine why you wouldn't. I don't know the full hand, but yeah, I think it's a pretty big mistake. And there we go, concealed cards. I also didn't, like I said, I didn't like the Vulpix V grab there as well. And if that was like the Greninja or a second Sobble, this would like, there'd be so much more potential for this turn here. For sure as well from Marlin. There'd be so much more potential for this turn. Okay, there was the concealed cards. Got a VIP pass. There's not too much else to work with. Got the net on the Greninja. I don't mind the reset on the Greninja, because if we're going to use our V-Star power this turn, which we probably are, getting more energy in play is nice. 2 more. So it's 2 energy in the discard pile, 1 in hand. So I think we're attacking the active here. And then I don't know where the second energy is being set up, though. Maybe just onto the Vulpix? I guess that would have to be the play here. Scooping it on the Greninja again. I think we're going back in again. Once again, I don't hate this, though. You get the 3 energy in the discard pile. More card draw. More options for next turn. And you'll be able to, yeah, maximize the energy into play this turn. Quick ball for the VIP pass as well. See, I don't mind the doubled net on the Greninja there at all. Just build up the energy in the discard pile. Just keep going. Actually get off like a reasonable subspace. What is it? Not subspace. Well, Star Portal? I think it's Star Portal. I don't know. You appreciate the 2-1-3 sub there, Winnie. I think it's called Star Portal. I'm not sure. That might be it. Only thing I can think of is he has 2 Archeops and Ultra Ball in hand. He's afraid of a Marnie play. But how does that make any sense though, Doubles? What Marnie? How would Marnie disrupt that play? I think we see a quick ball here for another Palkia. And see, you're not even like going down the Vulpix route, it even looks like. You appreciate the 14-1 resub there. Echo. It feels like we're not even going down the Marnie route here at all, to be honest. Not the Marnie route, the Vulpix route. So like we're even setting up another Palkia here. So I didn't like the, and this is like one of the things like you would assume, okay, but we are setting up the Vulpix maybe. All right, maybe I'm wrong. So got another Palkia in play. Not getting a Sobble there, I don't really like though. If we have Vulpix as an option for an attacker, I think we should really get a Sobble here. So I don't love this play at all of quick ball for Palkia. Well, we could have put 2 energy on the Vulpix. If we think that Vulpix is that good that we search it out turn 1, then we could have put the second energy on the Vulpix and search out a Sobble here, because now our options are like super limited. Okay, here comes a punch for. Did Alex only put 60 damage on the Palkia? I'm so confused. Maybe that's a numbered die. It looks like it's a 6 to me, but I think it's maybe a numbered die. It's hard to tell. All right, Evolution Incense coming in from Alex. Gets the Lugia and then has the Ultra Ball. Gets rid of Archeops. Thinking about keeping Collapse. No point in really keeping it in this situation. And we will be able to get another Pokemon to set up here. Just goes for another Archeops here. Gets rid of the Regigigas. It looks like that's Regigigas anyways. You probably don't need Regigigas in this matchup. There's a Raikou. Alex does play Raikou. I would almost like to see the Raikou get grabbed here, because there's 2 Archeops in the discard pile right now, I believe. So we don't need a third Archeops. Oh, but we have the Quick Ball in hand. So Quick Ball, we can go get a different thing here. And we do need the Yveltal at some point to be an answer to the Vulpix. Does prioritize the Yveltal. There's the Lugia. So we should see the Summoning Star get used before the research. And then we should see the energy get searched out as well. Because I don't think there's any... Well, you could draw it into 1 energy isn't bad here, to be honest. Because then you can go attach to Lugia, search out a couple, put a couple on Yveltal from the second Archeops. So I wouldn't hate to see research first here, to be honest. But you probably want to increase your odds of drawing into other cards. So we should probably just go ahead and search out some energy here. There's 2 from the first one. I wouldn't hate to see the research now, because you're either going to Archeops for 1 powerful... Yeah, we see the Archeops for 1 powerful, which I'm not a huge fan of. Like, I think I'd rather just research first, so that way you could maybe draw into that powerful, attach that, and then Archeops to the Yveltal. Yeah, I don't hate research first there at this point, to be honest. I wouldn't hate that. All right, research coming down. Fresh 7 here from Alex. Still can attach return though, I guess. So maybe it is correct to play it out like this. Has capture a couple of Auroras. Has triple Aurora. That's a lot of Aurora. So we definitely need to start to get those onto the Yveltal. Another Evolution Incense, but I don't know if there's an Archeops left. Okay, there's 1 Archeops left. Got an Archeops. Yeah, probably attach Aurora to Yveltal here, because you gotta start building them up. Why am I hiding the player identity on the left? I'm not. I'm just having my camera here on the left. I have to put my camera somewhere. Yeah, I'm playing for all the players on the left side now. It's Guru with the quick, and then can Guru and Aurora back. I don't know if they have I don't know if Alex has a way to shuffle the deck though. For 1, gets an Ultra Ball. No way to shuffle, but that shouldn't be a huge deal. Probably get to discard the Ultra Ball. Yeah, start to build, get rid of these Auroras out of hand, and there's the knockout on the Palkia. Bad shield color from Alex. You don't like Alex's leaves? All right, we go over to Marlin. Palkia in the active. But, all right, you're going to open up with the Serena. Discards the water. Well, I don't know why we're discarding the water energy instead of attaching it, though. We need an attachment for turn here. I think it's a big mistake here from Marlin, not just attaching the energy and then discarding the choice spell. I don't know what that last card in the hand was. Does find a bucket. So as long as there's an energy in the deck, there's not any left, though. That is the last energy in the deck. So we will be able to see the KO on this Lugia. The KO on the Lugia will happen here with the Palkia. From there, though, I guess it won't be that bad. The Yveltal can come back and knock out the Palkia for Alex. And then if Marlon can KO the Yveltal with the Vulpix, Marlon would actually be in a fine spot, I think, from there, potentially. I forget exactly what the Yveltal or the Vulpix does. I think it does 160 damage and then can't be attacked. Here comes a Heavy Ball. It will get the Articuno out of the prize cards. This is actually a situation that's kind of curious for Marlon, because you could actually choose to not take the Articuno to not show it to Alex. Because Alex got rid of... This would be like a hard thing to pick up on. Alex discarded the Bird Keeper turn 1. So that means Alex didn't think about paralysis until... Alex didn't think about paralysis until this Articuno was probably shown. And now Alex is like, oh, wait, they can paralyze me. So now Alex knows about the paralysis. If Marlon doesn't think that they could actually use the card in this game at a point, which is possible they wouldn't be able to be honest, then you could just hide it. Greninja for 2, but that's the last energy left. I think Marlon's just out of energy. No, wait, there might be one more in hand here, actually. I might be tripping. There's a Shady Dealings. Can get themselves an Evolution Incense to get the Palkia. They might have an energy in hand as well. They might have an energy in hand. They don't have a Scoop Up Net left, so they could go for like oh, they have a Wash energy in hand. Okay, they have a Wash energy in hand. Oh, the Wash energy is actually huge here because it would stop the Yveltal. The Wash energy will stop the Yveltal from being able to get the knockout on the Palkia. So that's actually a huge deal here. So I'm curious what Alex actually can come up here with for a play. Could just like hit with Raikou maybe, but then you lose the option of Yveltal later. You could just hit with Luminion and send Luminion back to the deck. It almost feels like Alex maybe needed to set up maybe a second Lugia. I don't know. If Alex also plays Choice Belt, which I'm not sure if Alex does. Some people don't play the Choice Belts anymore. If you play Choice Belt, you could go like Raikou, knock out this, and maybe knock out a Sobble. I feel like the Sobble has to come down here for Marlon to have options next turn, but it's possible you could hold the Sobble, I guess. Has the Articuno in hand as well, although I don't see that hitting the field. All right, Alex reads the Wash. Prevents effects of attacks. So yeah, Yveltal can't KO Palkia here. It might be tough for Alex to get this next knockout. We'll see. There we go. Knockout. Pretty fortunate for Marlon to draw into the Wash energy. I don't know when they drew into the Wash energy, but it was definitely pretty fortunate for when they got it. All right, Yveltal's up from Alex, which makes me think I don't know for sure. This makes me think that Alex doesn't know what Palkia does. I also don't like this Primate Wisdom first. Alex should definitely use an Archeops first, and then Primate Wisdom, and then use an Archeops. But I don't think Alex knows. All right, so I don't like the Primate Wisdom first. Yeah, I think Alex is about to commit to using Yveltal here. Yeah, he should have gone because if you put the Aurora on top, it's possible you draw into like the double turbo energy, or the heat energy. So it's like a mistake from Alex to actually. You shouldn't Primate Wisdom first. You should go Archeops, Primate Wisdom, Archeops, and get the energy back out of the deck. But you lower your chances of drawing back into your other energy. I see Lugia players mess up this sequence all the time. There we go. But yeah, Alex is committing to Yveltal, which would maybe be fine if Alex could like gust up and KO the bench Vulpix. But yeah, committing to the energy to the Yveltal. But I don't think this is going to end up... It's not going to end up good for Alex. I don't think Alex has a gust in hand. I think Alex thinks, oh, I can KO. I can KO this Palkia with the Yveltal. But it's just not possible. It's not going to happen. We'll see if anything else changes. There was a cap on the Luminion to make it a pivot. I also maybe rather see the cap on the Archeops. I don't know. If you get the Vulpix set up with a Wash energy, then does it become like a wall against Lugia? Can Lugia not KO it at all? Like, Lugia can't KO. I don't think Lugia can KO the Vulpix if it gets set up with a Wash energy. Of course, you can always gust it before it gets set up, but there's a research. I don't think Alex attached an Aurora out of hand. For a second, I thought Alex didn't attach return. Yeah, there we go. Discard. And is committing to attacking the active, so Even though Alex, it's funny because Alex picked up the wash energy and was like, and like read it. And I think Marlon knows what's going on. Marlon's just waiting to be like, no, you can't do that. It does nothing. Which at that point, I hope Alex scoops the game and just goes game 2 because I think you just lose. Okay, knockout. Nope. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So I don't think Alex was truly didn't know what wash energy does, but now is realizing the mistake. And if I was Alex here, I think I would maybe concede. Maybe it's not in a terrible spot. We'll see. Here comes a scoop of net from Marlon. Gonna reset the Inteleon. Got that off the prize cards. I'm gonna go ahead and throw down probably a Drizzile. Get an option here. I'm curious to see where they go from here. Like knocking at the active seems pretty good. You could go Gust KO Luminion. Also, Gust KO Archeops is a pretty solid line here because of Alex's situation. And yeah, Alex does just concede. Yeah, I don't know if Alex needed to concede. The more I'm thinking about it, the less I'm like a fan of the concession, I guess. But yeah, initially, my initial thought there is definitely probably should just concede, I think. And yeah, it goes with the concession. And we go on to game 2. It was probably correct to just concede there, I think. Yeah, I think it was probably correct to just concede there. All right, game 2, Alex heat to the Charizard and pass. So not great start. Not a great start here from Alex. No turn 1 Lugia V. And over to Marlon. Has the turn 1 Irida. Did not open a Sobble, so would have loved probably to use Keep Calling turn 1 here. Keep Calling is like ridiculously strong turn 1. But yeah, Keep Calling is like ridiculously strong turn 1. Going second as Palkia, but still turn 1 Irida is pretty good. Battle VIP pass plus a Palkia. Gonna go ahead and probably grab Greninja and some Sobbles. I wouldn't have hated to see Marlon use Greninja before, like greeting Greninja instead of the Palkia. Depends how many basic Pokemon we want to find. We definitely want double Sobble here, though. So I don't actually like this sequence here from Marlon. What I would have liked to have seen is for the Pokemon you grab, off Irida, I think Marlon should have grabbed. Oh, Greninja's prize. Never mind. Actually, then you consider getting Heavy Ball, to be honest. Then I would actually consider getting Heavy Ball. Yeah, the Greninja's actually prize, so that kind of sucks. But double Sobble Palkia is still pretty good. I don't know if we go for Heavy Ball there or not. We do know Marlon plays the Heavy Ball. This time the Articuno was not prized. We don't know how many Articuno Marlon plays, though. And on Alex's side did prize double Aurora, plus there's a Heat Energy on the active. So that means Alex actually just can't use Yveltal until one of those Auroras are taken off a prize card. So checking the prize cards here. Pretty bad start still from Alex, but we'll see if Alex can actually put together a Lugia V here. The hand did not seem like it was great. I don't know if there was a draw supporter in it or not. There might be. Here, grabs the Archeops. There's a research. Okay, there is a research, but there is a discard of. Oof, that's a rough discard. Thinking about, I like that. I think you could not attach this because then that does leave open the option of a capture energy. You're likely to draw into a quick ball or an ultra ball. I don't know how much it matters to have another energy on your Charizard unless you're going to retreat it to like the Oranguru, which I guess would be the play. You did get the capture energy here from Alex, but only going to be able to get out one Lugia V here. So if Marlon has a way to KO this Lugia V, that would probably just be game. But I think that's probably going to be tough to pull off. Because you would need, like, once again, I don't think there's Zigzagoon in the deck here. You would need, like, Candy, Quick Shooting, Gust. It would be pretty difficult. Pretty difficult to pull off, I think. And there's the pass. Oh, there's Collapse Stadium in play. I didn't notice that initially. I don't think that makes a difference here, though, for Marlon. I think he's going to be looking at KO Charizard as the play here. We'll see what they grab off of this Evolution Incense. Grab a Water Energy and a Water Energy. Can't do that. Good catch by the judge. Gonna go for a Drizzile, probably for a bucket, I assume. Or maybe go for... oh, no, they just grab Palkia. Hold up. There's the bucket. Okay. They do have a bucket. And a Quick Shooting Inteleon is prized. Yeah, so they'd also have to play a second Quick Shooting Inteleon. So I don't think the Lugia's getting KO'd here. They do have a boss in hand. They have the Drizzile as well coming down. Let's see what they get off this. I'm trying to like think of like they can't KO the Lugia. I think you always just KO the Charizard here then, because you can't KO the Lugia. They do need a follow-up attacker, so they're going for the Quick Ball. I think they are going to go ahead and use their V-Star power again here on turn 2. But they did just Quick Ball an Irida. Is that what I saw there? Was that an Irida Quick Ball? Taking a long search here. They go for the Vulpix. Maybe they are going to go for the Gust KO. But the thing is, though, in this situation, though, like, if you don't have a backup Palkia and this Palkia goes down, you kind of just lose. They really need to go get... I think they Quick Balled an Irida there. I don't know what that is, but I think it's an Irida. At the Drizzile, Shady Dealings. Again. Yeah, I think they're definitely messing this up somehow, for sure. I don't know if they know what they want to do. And that's why it's so important at the beginning of your turn to ask yourself, what the heck am I doing this turn? And then try and execute that. Another Shady Dealings happening here. I mean, they should have gone for... They could have net the Manaphy and then just KO'd Charizard, which is, I think, is what I would like to have seen. Also, bench another Palkia. Now they're grabbing an Irida. But didn't they Quick Ball away an Irida? I'm pretty sure they Quick Balled away an Irida. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not actually sure here. I'm pretty sure they Quick Balled away Irida. Hang on, maybe they can show us here for sure. It looks like an Irida there. They Quick Balled away an Irida, and then they could net reset Shady Dealings for Irida. They're definitely playing pretty poorly here overall. They have an attached return, so still, they could recover from this, though. They can go Irida for Scoop Up Net plus Palkia V, and then knock out the active, because they haven't played a supporter yet. They haven't played a supporter yet for turn, so they can go Irida for Scoop Up Net plus Palkia V, and then get an attack off and KO the Charizard this turn. And then they just pass. Okay. I guess, is there ever an argument to do that? I don't think there is, right? I don't think there's an argument to ever do that. I think you need to get a prize card, right? I feel like getting a prize card is more important than not. I don't know. That feels incorrect to not get a prize card here. To not go for a prize card. On even just the Charizard. I mean, the Charizard's like a pretty good attacker. It hits pretty hard. So I'm not a huge fan of this choice here from Marlon to go for the pass here. Because now if Alex just has Lugia V-Star plus Gust Effect, you just take the... And has it. Alex has it. Alex has Lugia V-Star plus Gust Effect. So Alex can just KO this Palkia. Capture to the Charizard. Oh no, is Alex going to forget about Collapse Stadium? No. Come on. No. Yeah, it's 2 Raihan. No, I think Alex is going to forget about Collapse Stadium here. Alex has the play to punish. So I don't know if this actually, so this play from Marlon, I don't know if is incorrect, to be honest, to play a little bit more passively and not put your Palkia in the fire of the, to put the Palkia in the fire of the Lugia. Like, you go, okay, put your Palkia KOs a Charizard, you get the first prize card, you knock out a threat, but then, you know, Alex is going to respond with KO. But you just risk Alex having Gust Effect plus V-Star KO your Palkia anyways if you don't attack with the Palkia and you have no backup Palkia. And if Marlon had just played the Irida that they chose not to play on that last turn that they could have played because they didn't play a supporter, I believe, they could have got Scoop Up Net plus Palkia V, Scoop Up Net the Manaphy, bench Palkia V, and then you have a backup Palkia and you go Palkia KO Charizard, and then your following turn you can go Palkia V-Star plus Articuno and then start the paralysis chain from there and hope Alex can't draw into the out from the paralysis chain, especially because Collapse Stadium is in play, which would make it hard for Alex to get Luminion in play to find Bird Keeper. So I think a lot of mistakes here on Marlon's side, and then once again Alex is making some mistakes as well. Double Archeops, but you can't do that because of the Collapse Stadium. And Alex has to rock lone Archeops now. And yeah, there we go. Gonna go search the deck for some energy. Now I don't even know what you grab here as Alex, to be honest, because you could set up the Charizard. You could set up the Charizard, but I think you got to put the energy on the bench Lugia and start to set that up. Yeah, Alex was trying to line up a play with the Stoutland KO Manaphy, which is not bad. Stoutland KO Manaphy is not a bad play, but KOing the lone Palkia in play is just a way better play for sure. It's just a way better play for sure. Alex going KO the lone Palkia in play is like such a better play than Stoutland KO the active Manaphy. So Alex, like before Alex even messed up around the collapsed stadium, Alex already misplayed with the choice in line of play here to begin with. Yeah, that was already a mistake to begin with here from Alex. I don't think Alex plays choice belt. I don't see any choice belts in there. So now goes for a lone capture energy on the active Charizard to get this knockout on the Manaphy, or could Gust KO the Vulpix. But then because Alex only has one Archeops in play, it's going to be hard for Alex to follow up and actually get a knockout, to be honest. So has the boss on the Vulpix, which is still decent. Yeah, that's like I think the best. I don't know if that is the best line of play here though. Like if you just load up too powerful on the Lugia, I almost feel like that's better. So now Marlon can send up the Palkia, and actually what Marlon could do here would be Gust KO Archeops. If Marlon actually has boss. No, so Marlon has boss here, so Marlon could go boss KO Archeops, and then I think the game just ends. If Marlon goes Gust KO Archeops, you do reset the Charizard, and you don't know if Alex plays Choice Belt or not yet. But if you could set up any form of an attacker on the following turn, which is possible because you could go... Actually, I don't know if it is possible, to be honest. I'd have to see Marlon's hand. But if it was possible for Marlon to set up an attacker that could KO Charizard on the following turn, I think you always KO the lone Archeops here. I still think Marlon is in a favorable position, but I think it is possible to lose now for sure. Whereas I think if you KO that Archeops and you have a follow-up attacker, I think you always win. We'll see, though. We'll see. I don't know if Marlon did have a follow-up attacker in the hand, to be honest. And if they didn't, then I think this is probably the correct play to settle for the knockout, but I can't quite see the full hand, so I don't know. It looks like that might be Shady Dealings and Teleon in there. And if that is Shady Dealings and Teleon, then that should be able to set up something. All right, knockout on the Charizard gets the first prize card. Does take a Raihan off the prize card, which would have been enough to set up a Shady Dealings and Teleon attacking. So from here, Alex can attack. Not if you would attach to the bench Lugia, though. So now Alex can't attack this turn. Yeah, Alex just literally can't attack this turn. Because the one Archeops can get double turbo plus an energy. Unless Alex has Birdkeeper in hand, and they're going to Birdkeeper into the bench Lugia. Yeah, this has been a pretty rough game so far. So here comes Lugia. But you can only put 3 energy on the active now. So there's no way for Alex to actually attack this turn, I don't think, with the active Lugia. Because one of the double turbos is in the discard pile. Goes with a powerful and a powerful. But if you had put the capture on the active, you could have gone powerful plus double turbo plus capture. You could have actually hit for turn. This does set up to take the 1 KO next turn, so I guess it's a 2 KO over 2 turns or 1 KO this turn, so maybe that's fine, and you just pass here as Alex. What's the maximum damage Marlon can do? If you replace the stadium, 160, 220. I guess it's hard. It is hard for Marlon to get the knockout on the active Lugia, to be honest. So I'm not sure what else is happening here. Oh, how they moved the Manaphy to the bench, I think, is the question here. But yeah, like if Marlon had taken out the Archeops and then, Alex just pushes Charizard, hits for 250, and then that gets KO'd, the game's just over. Level ball for a Drizzile. Shady Dealings. I would imagine maybe going for an Evolution Incense. We do have an Irida in hand, though, I think, here for Marlon. So I think the Shady Dealings might be in the hand. This is what I see happen way too often when people go to play cards, is that they just they don't know what they're doing. They're just like, oh, I can play this card, play it, look through their deck, and they're like, okay, what do I get? Before you even play your card, you should have an idea of what you're doing, because maybe you just shouldn't play the card. But goes for the Evolution Incense, off the Drizzile, gets the Palkia. But you can tell when people are kind of unsure. You can tell when people look through their deck if they're confident about what they're doing or not. And Marlon did not look very confident with that Shady Dealings. They were like, okay, Evolution Incense. Okay, Palkia. Okay, let's do that. But then at that point, is it even worth using the Shady Dealings? Maybe you just shouldn't Shady Dealings there and keep open the Shady Dealings for different options in future turns. That might be better. I still has the boss KO on the Archeops. I think Marlin should go boss KO Archeops here. Still. Should have done it last turn, I think. But could do it this turn. It depends what their hand was, though. Like I said, because if the Charizard could have come back and taken a one-hit KO, you could have been in trouble there as Marlin. But there's the boss. They have not played a supporter yet. I don't believe. Did they play... You were to start the turn? No, they just went like level ball, evolution, and sense. Okay, no. So boss, Archeops. Okay, now they get rid of the Archeops, and now this should basically lock up the game. Alex definitely can't take a one-hit KO next turn, and maybe can attack if they draw into a double turbo. I guess that makes it a good enough reason for Alex to have attacked last turn, to make sure that they could have attacked last turn. Because if Alex attacks last turn, then if Marlin goes Gust KO your Archeops this turn, Alex can still attack on this turn again. Draws a Twin Energy, has not that much else to work with, has the Minion. Yeah, so still nothing great here for Alex. Could just go attach Twin Energy Pass for now, or attach Aurora to Lugia. Actually, probably just attach Aurora to Lugia Pass on the bench Lugia. And then look for a powerful on the next turn, I think is what we have to look for. You appreciate the 24-1-3 sub there, Baja Monster. Debating it still, though. Okay, Aurora. Wait, do we have a good card to discard here with the Aurora? I don't know what the debate is here. Oh, there's an Archeops in hand, right? Yeah, I think there's an Archeops in hand. Luminion 4. Eyes up the research. I think we should still attach the Aurora, though. I don't know. I guess we're not going to run out of energy in this situation as Alex, because we don't have any Archeops to load up a bunch of energy and play with. So I don't think it's possible for Alex to run out of energy. Yeah, I think we're still attaching Aurora here, though. Attaches the Twin instead, and then goes for the research. I mean, I guess that's fine. I guess it doesn't really matter one way or the other in this situation. Okay, and there's a pass. All right, so Marlin can't one-hit KO anything here. Could go for back-to-back one-hit KOs, though, potentially on the Stoutland and the Luminion. Or this turn, Marlin could just go Gust KO Luminion and then set up quick shooting and start to put some quick shooting damage on the Lugia. Also still has the option of the Articuno and the V-Star power. So like Marlin can still go into the Articuno at some point as well. The Birdkeeper is in the hand for Alex here though. So maybe you just wait on that play until a little bit later as well. Serena Choice Belt. So Marlin's definitely chasing something here. The question is, what are they going to chase down? Are they just going to go for 2 prizes? To be honest, chasing the Lugia that has 3 powerful energy, or 2 powerful and a twin, I think just wins you the game. Because then if Alex attaches there for turn, then you just win. Yeah, so actually, to be honest, I think Marlin should just, like, you maybe win a turn faster by going Gust Luminion and then Gust Stoutland, or Gust Stoutland then Gust Luminion. But to be honest, I think you just Gust the Lugia with the energy and hit it twice, and then the game's just over. So, yeah, I think this is just the play here. You appreciate the 8 months there, Gantiri. And the 29 months from player 1. Appreciate it, player. Yeah, so punch here seems pretty good here. There's a punch. Looking at, I don't know, how much damage? 200 damage? Am I miscounting? I don't think so. 200? Looks like the judge wants to confirm it's 200 as well. They need to get some better stream dice for the stream. I don't know if anyone in chat is at Liverpool, but if someone wants to let who's ever running the stream know, it's probably Connor. Tell them to get some decent or some better stream dice. That would be dope, because like you can't read these things on the stream at all. You can't read them at all. All right. Alex is just kind of playing cards at this point. There's not too much Alex can do here anymore, I think, at this point. I'm trying to come up with, like, some way that Alex ever has a chance, but I'm pretty sure there's no shot. I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's no shot here Alex ever has a shot. I'm pretty sure there's no shot Alex has a shot. Doesn't even have a powerful energy in the hand, actually. They're going for another Luminion here. They're going to go for a Marnie, and they have to draw into a powerful energy to knock out a Palkia. But then all Marlin has to do is send up Palkia, KO this Lugia, and then it should just be game. I don't see how Alex makes a comeback from there. It might be possible. If you're Alex here, you may as well play it out because you never know if your opponent's going to like horrendously misplay or something like that. Something you could like take advantage of like that. So if you're Alex here, you may as well play it out for sure. I think Alex might as well play it out from here, but not looking good. Did not get a powerful energy, but does have the Guru. Oh, but can't use Guru because the Collapse Stadium is in play. Yeah, okay. I think that's game then. I think Alex is cooked here. Going to be a 2-0 from Marlon. Yeah, Alex concedes. Didn't get the powerful energy. Needed a powerful specifically, right? Yeah, didn't get the powerful. Yeah. So let's go back a little bit. So, I mean, this was to kind of overview the game. Definitely some mistakes on Marlon's side. Like I said, the boss play on the Archeops when it was lone Archeops could have been correct. The Charizard resets with the choice belt, though. You're kind of in trouble. So I didn't know what Marlon's hand was to potentially recover from that. And then on Alex, there's a ton of mistakes from Alex. Both games, the Yveltal into the Wash Energy Palkia. This game, forgetting about Collapse Stadium. Alex was in a really good spot in this game, actually, to go Gust KO the benched Palkia of Marlon's. Even made the initial mistake of trying to go down the Stoutland route. And that's actually what ended up biting Alex in the end, because Alex goes for the Stoutland. And then, because you have Stoutland in play, you don't have enough room for your double Archeops. But yeah, definitely wanted to see Alex go chase that Palkia down here in the second game on the second turn. And had the play. Had V-Star for double Archeops with boss in hand. And then capture energies for the Stoutland. Because, Stoutland KOs man if you're for 2 prize cards. But then you lose a couple powerful energies. And then Marlon would send up a Palkia KO your Stoutland. And then as Alex, your only way to KO the Palkia is with Yveltal. But if Marlon gets the Wash energy once again as Alex, because I don't think Alex plays choice belts, Alex has no way to deal with that Palkia with a Wash. So even if Alex was able to go down that route of Stoutland KO Manaphy, I think Alex would have ended up on the losing end of that trade, to be honest. I don't know, maybe Charizard gets involved or Raikou gets involved at some point to kind of like turn things around, but that still seems like it would have been a bad trade there from there on out for Alex. So yeah, Alex, definitely some big mistakes. Hopefully pulls it together for the future rounds though. Yeah, because Alex was definitely making some big mistakes. And Alex has like been on stream and stuff before and is a pretty seasoned player in general. So yeah, just many brain farts there from Alex. I don't think like it's nerves or anything for Alex for sure. Marlon was playing a little bit shaky though. Their hands were a little bit shaky, so I don't know, maybe a little bit of stream nerves for them. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's get on to round 2. See what's up next. Actually, I should just yeah, we'll just do some skipping ahead here. So is this the... Oh wait, I don't even know what regionals that was for, to be honest. That Lille regionals. All right, so I think we got Demetrius. Okay. Joe insisting on the fist bump. That's funny. Just like, no, we're gonna... Okay, so I'm not sure what build of Lost Box. Actually, I can maybe check Joe's Twitter right now, and I'll figure out what build of Lost Box Joe's playing. Or unless someone in chat knows. Because I don't really care about what build of... I don't really care about what kind of build of Lugia Demetrius is playing, to be honest. It's just Lugia. But actually knowing what build of... Maybe I'll just skip ahead and find out, and then we'll just come back. 150, 54... Is right, okay. And knowing that's kind of relevant. Ray Raikou, okay. All right, round 2. Joe with the Rayquaza Raikou Lost Box. Probably, I would guess, pretty similar to what Pablo ran recently at San Diego. I think Pablo's list was really good. I'm sure some other people looked at that. Joe might have been one of those people who looked at that and was like, okay, this is kind of cool what Pablo did here. And then Demetrius with the Lugia deck. I do think this is favored. No, it's probably 50-50. I was going to say, I think it's favored for the Rayquaza Raikou build, but it's probably like close to 50-50, to be honest. Maybe slightly favored if it's a double Raikou build, which I'm just going to go ahead and assume it's a double Raikou build, but it might not be. We'll find out on that. Looks like Joe won the coin flip, but unfortunately opened Sableye, so that's not going to be great, but does have a VIP pass and triple quick ball. So you can't complain too much about that. Is going to open up with the quick ball here. I assume the reason Joe would be doing this is because Joe wants to see more basic Pokemon off the potential Greninja grab here. Unfortunately for Joe, Greninja is prized. So for the kind of hand that Joe has, Greninja being prized is kind of unfortunate, to be honest. Checking the energy, super important. 0 energy prized here for Joe. Taking the notes, you love to see it, and I'm sure going to do a little bit of a check of the Pokemon as well. Something also very important to check out. And I'm sure, yeah, Joe's going to be a little bit disappointed here when they realize Greninja is prized. And if they are kind of following the build that Pablo is playing, which the more I see from the list, it looks more and more similar to the build that Pablo ran at San Diego. Although I think I saw second air balloon in there. I got to be tripping on that because second air balloon sounds awful. No, there's a heavy ball in there as well, though. So has the heavy ball. It's something that Pablo didn't run. So yeah, pretty slow turn 1 here from Joe. Has the VIP pass, but like not going to be too explosive of a start because the Greninja's prize. Getting Greninja out here would have been insanely good. It actually made me kind of question Joe's choice there to actually, and actually the more I think about it, the more I dislike this energy discard here from Joe. I think Joe probably should have quick balled a quick ball instead. Because when you quick ball away the energy, if you go get Greninja and then use Greninja and then don't find a way to retreat your Sableye into the Comfey, you have to air balloon your Sableye to get it to the Comfey, which you'd rather hard retreat the Sableye and save the air balloon for a Comfey. So actually, I don't like that sequence there from Joe, to be honest. And I think getting Manaphy as a priority in this matchup is pretty important. Most people are playing the Raikou right now, so I think you want to prioritize Manaphy until you figure out if your opponent does or does not play the Raikou. We even see the Raikou in the opening hand here from Demetrius. So I'm not sure about the Guru grab here. There's nothing really to protect in your hand here from Joe if you get Marnied. So Guru's important in the matchup or against decks against Marnie, so you can like protect a card by Guruing it on top and guaranteeing drawing it. But there's nothing in this hand to protect here from Joe. And here we see the retreat with the energy. But if you had Greninja in play as well, this energy would get eaten up by the Greninja 100%. And then how do you retreat the Sableye without the air balloon if you don't draw anything off the Greninja? You don't. So then you have to put the air balloon on the Sableye, which sucks. So I think that was definitely a misplay from Joe to quick ball away the energy. I think Joe should have quick balled away a quick ball in that opening hand for sure. And okay, here we go. Guru on top. So Joe already getting aggressive with, I don't know how I feel about this, getting aggressive with the Guru protect route where you use Guru to kind of protect cards. So by doing it like this, though, it does kind of work for Joe in this instance. So if you do that as Joe, like what Joe just did here, if you put the quick ball on top, you're like, okay, when I use this Comfey here, unless the other card is worse than quick ball, which is like not going to happen, I lost on the quick ball every time, which is like okay, but I don't like doing that in this scenario because usually with the Guru, that extra card digging can be beneficial to like go find another VIP pass or something like that. So now you're just seeing less cards on the turn. So now Joe saw -1 cards this turn, where it would have been nice for Joe to see +1 cards, you know? So I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of that from Joe there, using the Primate Wisdom before. It did work out for that Comfey for sure, because the choices was Ordinary Rod and Mirage Gate, so that's great, but and I guess in this scenario, there's nothing that Joe's trying to protect, so you don't really care if you get Marnied. So I just don't know how I feel about that one, to be honest. I also don't like Joe not attaching the air balloon. I think Joe should definitely attach the air balloon here. Most Lugia decks are cutting back on the vacuums to like 1 or none. I think you should attach the air balloon to the bench Comfey here, knowing you'll probably draw into a switch card or a scoop up net next turn and kind of playing into that a little aggressively. If Demetrius just like only has a Marnie in hand, you usually don't want a Marnie in this. Like if Demetrius actually doesn't want a Marnie this turn because Joe didn't really do too much on their turn, so you don't really want a Marnie here as Demetrius, but you also want to make sure you set up for a good turn too. So if Demetrius only has Marnie as a draw supporter, they're gonna play the Marnie no matter what. So I would have still played around it, I think. Snorlax prioritize here from Demetrius, pretty good if Joe doesn't play Snorlax themselves. Yeah, the Snorlax is actually pretty good into the Ray build because that's like a pretty big commitment to deal with it, and then your follow-up is not quite as explosive as something like the Kyogre deck. And there's the Marnie. So the air balloon in play, like I'm saying, air balloon in play would have been nice, and Demetrius doesn't want to be like, well, I'm not going to play a draw supporter this turn, I'll just play Marnie next turn and hope to get a way to discard my Archeops and get the Lugia V-Star. Demetrius is like, I want to play a draw supporter this turn and play a draw supporter next turn to increase my odds of pulling that play off. So yeah, don't like that. Like once again, that choice from Joe kind of coming back to bite him. by not putting the air balloon in play. Would like to see the air balloon in play. And then like I said, the guru play for there from Joe, I think was also questionable. Like the primate wisdom there. It did, like I said, did work out. Just because something worked out doesn't mean it was right. Get rid of the cram. And also for Joe on this turn, it's actually kind of weird. If Joe's not going to one-hit KO this Luminion, I don't mind Joe not attacking for turn, to be honest. Ooh, gets rid of the Manaphy. What was the trade-off, though? Trade-off was a Scoop Up Net. That was a tough choice there from Joe. But I don't love it. Because Raiku's just so popular in builds right now. Manaphy gone, there's going to open up a lot of opportunity for Demetrius, though, in this matchup. Yeah, getting rid of the Manaphy there is rough there from Joe. Yeah, and like I said, hitting with Cram is kind of irrelevant into the Luminion, because then theoretically it just gets shuffled back into the deck anyway, so who cares? Gives up on the energy for the trade-off of the Ray. Has a Comfy, can retreat into Comfy and dig a little bit deeper, and I think you got to do that here as Joe. Primate Wisdom first, so play in Protect. Joe is still doing that thing where he's like protecting cards, right? This means when you use this next Comfy, you 100% lost on the Comfy. But I don't love this from Joe because now you see -1 card. Imagine if the next card on the top of Joe's deck is a Colress. Now Joe just doesn't get to see that card. So I'm not a huge fan of that play from Joe. Also, like Joe knows their hand is like not great, and double Comfy is something you generally want to play in most scenarios. So if you're like, okay, if I'm going to not attack this turn, which is possible, if I don't see the Colress, I'm not attacking here. If Joe's thinking that, then you're like, okay, I'm going to pass with a Comfy in my active, and then Demetrius is going to KO my Comfy, and then I'm going to send up a Comfy, and then I don't have a second Comfy to then chain with. And you're like, oh, wait, this kind of sucks. I don't have 2 Comfys now. So what I would have liked to have seen there from Joe is don't Primate Wisdom, use the Comfy, just take the L if you take an L on the a bad flower selecting, and then if there's no Colress between that plus the Primate Wisdom, you just bench the 3rd Comfy, and it's like, okay, when you knock out my active Comfy, and I still have 2 Comfy in play. I do like the Ray bench here. You want to be pretty aggressive with that because once again, if Demetrius has another Marty next turn, it's going to be hard to find your Pokemon. So I do like the Ray bench here from Joe. Just be aggressive with that. I like it. So Luminion attack coming in for Demetrius for sure. Our second Archeops to the discard pile. Double Archeops back into play here. I don't like the attachment of this Aurora energy, though, I don't think. Because now we're going to go Archeops for 1 energy. You could have put this Aurora energy on the Snorlax instead. Could have put the Aurora energy on the Snorlax instead. And then you could Archeops for 2 energy to the Luminion. And then Archeops for 2 energy to the Lugia. But now we're just getting -1 energy out of our deck this turn, which is just... That's -1 energy. Of course, you do want the Aurora energy in the deck to make sure you have enough for the Raikou, but you should have already checked your prize cards here as Demetrius. See, now we're just going -1 energy in play overall here as Demetrius for no reason. We want more energy in play, not less energy in play. Second Lugia. So, just loading up 6 on the... Why? Why don't we put some energy... Why don't we load something up in play here? There's always a possibility that Joe could KO one of your Archeops. Like, that's a possibility here. Like, Joe plays boss. Joe could go boss KO an Archeops next turn. And now if you have 6 energy... Like, why not put some energy in play here as Demetrius? I would like to see 2 energy on the Lugia. Also, discards the Guru here. Discarding the Guru might be fine. I think that was a great Pokemon to send up, though, after we use Luminion. The Snorlax might be a little bit better, though, to be honest. The Snorlax might be a little bit better. Because if you do the Guru does get KO'd by Goon plus Cram. If you send up the Snorlax here as Demetrius as your send up after Luminion, that's a pretty tough Pokemon for Joe to deal with, to be honest. Joe doesn't have a great answer to punching Snorlax. The Guru does let you play around Escape Rope a little bit better, though. So, like, a play that could happen here from Joe on the next turn could be, like, you know, bench Raikou and then play Escape Rope. And now, like, an Escape Rope here is super good for Joe. Like, an Escape Rope is insanely good. So, maybe benching the Guru. So, if you bench the Guru, though, then all of a sudden, Joe could go, like, Raikou, hit the Snorlax, and then hit 120 on the Guru, but the hit on the Snorlax doesn't matter too much because you can't use Sableye later to KO it. But Escape Rope here is super good for Joe now. If Joe can find an Escape Rope play. Still has to find a Colress probably first to make anything happen, but it is possible. Hey, there's a Colress. Oh my gosh, I was right! Yes! Let's go! Joe's top deck was a Colress, so if he hadn't Primate Wisdomed and had saved the Primate Wisdom to see +1 card, we would have had a Colress last turn, which would have opened up more possibilities for this turn. Yeah, I got really hyped for that. I love to see the punish. You love to see the punish. Joe got punished. Didn't primate wisdom. Let's get it. Oh, clean Colress, though. 2 VIP passes to the loss, and we're at 7. Gate is online. Let's see what Joe can do here. But this is really awkward. This KOing Snorlax here is really, really bad for Joe. So you definitely want to see the escape rope happen. But with the hand that Joe currently has, I don't know if anything is going to happen, to be honest. This hand sucks for Joe. This hand is just bad. We'll see here, though. Joe's thinking. Has Primate Wisdom to work with as well. So it could put the lightning back if they needed to. We'll see if Joe gets punished here. No, has Lightning Grass. Okay, check the prize cards. Did the math. I think we're going to see Ray KO Snorlax here, which is, that's a Bizzle. Do you ever select before Colress? Nope. You always Colress. If you're going to Colress on the turn, you always Colress first. If you think you might want to play a different supporter, then you would Comfy first. Like if a certain sequence of cards would lead you to playing Boss or Raihan, then you could Comfy first. But also, another thing to take note, Joe drew back into the air balloon, which you definitely don't want to see here as Joe. You definitely don't want to draw back into the air balloon here. You would have liked to have already have that set up in play. You don't see it ever again. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, Comfy happening. Ooh, gets rid of the net, but I think it's in exchange for a gate. It's a pretty good trade-off. You got plenty of stuff to do here. Trading Court comes down, recovers the fighting. Love to see it. Trading Court really powerful in this raid deck up against Lugia because Lugia doesn't play as many answers to stadiums as they have in the past. Second Comfy making its way down, but this is looking like some prime Raihan on top. I like this Primate Wisdom, protect the Raihan at the end of the turn. Maybe I would have liked, actually, I don't know if I like the Raihan. I think I would like to have seen a gate be put on top. I almost like the gate a little bit more. Combo that with a Colress on the next turn if you get Marnied. I almost is what I would have liked to have seen a little bit more, to be honest. I don't know. It's close. Gets a Colress off the prize cards, though. Yeah, but that's a super inefficient knockout for the Rayquaza. That was a ton of resources Joe had to put into play to deal with that Snorlax. A super inefficient trade-off there for Joe. We'll see if they can recover from that, to be honest, because that's like maximum inefficiency. Okay, 100% should see the Raikou grab here from Demetrius, I think. Is Iron up to Lumineon, so they might not have a supporter in hand. I'm curious to see what the rest of the hand is, to be honest. But, yeah, I would go with, I mean, Stoutland or Raikou here is pretty good. I think you go with the Raikou, though. The Raikou is also tough for... Actually, the Raikou is easy for Joe to answer, to be honest. Joe can answer the Raikou with... Actually, I don't know if I do like the Raikou here, then. If you could go Stoutland as Demetrius. Maybe you save the Stoutland for your last 2 prize cards, though, here as Demetrius. That actually might be the play. You try and save Stoutland for the last 2. Yeah, you might just try and make that work here. All right, hard to treat into the Raikou. I think you should probably attach a Heat. See, I don't like Demetrius just not getting energy ahead of, like, getting energy in play ahead of time. Like, double turbo to the Lugia or the Heat energy on a Archeops for a pivot. Like, I just don't like Demetrius playing this so slow. Like, get out your deck, get energy in play, give yourself some more options going into future turns. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that. I mean, Joe doesn't play hand disruption, but still, I still think, like, the double turbo to the Lugia at the very least should happen out of the hand. I don't know. It feels incorrect to not do that. Like I always want to be like as developed of a board state as possible, so you can deal with as many weird situations that Joe could represent as possible. Okay, so Stoutland is still left with 4 powerful energy. I actually think Joe should scoop here. I think Joe should concede and go to. He attached energy to Archeops. Oh, that's true. He did attach energy to Archeops. Okay, I'm just kind of rambling then. My bad. He captured to Archeops to get the Raikou. Yeah. Okay, my bad. Okay, Greninja grab from Joe. Wait, I think that might even be... I think it's a mistake there from Joe, because had the Cram, Joe could have taken Cram, and Cram KO's Raikou. How is Joe KOing this Raikou now? I don't actually like this play. Azul's 0-2 on Demi's Archeops use. Well, no, the other one I was still correct on, I think. The other one I was still correct on. Yeah, how is Joe KOing this Raikou? Why didn't we... I think Joe should have taken the Cram there. I have no idea how Joe is going to KO this Raikou. It's going to have to be another super inefficient attack. But maybe Joe wants to attack with a Raikou here themselves. Maybe Joe's like, okay, I'm going to get through this Raikou with my own Raikou. And I'm going to set up some damage on the bench, and we're going to go from there. I was thinking we could take Cram there and knock out the Raikou. I don't think there's ever a good play here from Joe, though, to be honest. Like, all the plays seem pretty bad. I think Joe should just concede and go to the next game, to be honest. And go first, get a better start, and go from there. You can't excel them to anything else, otherwise Raikou can't use them. He needs to take the... Oh, wait, I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, Slap. I have no idea because I have no idea what that sentence means that you just said. I just can't tell. All right, Colress here from Joe. And like I said, I think Joe should concede. I think we should go to game 2. I think we should just move along. Double training court, actually, from Joe here. Probably lost zoning the Colress. Also decides to lost on the grass. Rope Raikou attack. Oh, Rope Raikou is good here. Actually, you're right. Yeah, Rope Raikou is good here. I forgot. That is like a reasonable out, actually. Rope Raikou is a reasonable out. Has Quick Ball. Actually, might have the play, to be honest. Has Quick Ball, but use Colress so it doesn't have Raihan. Switch card into the Sableye. We are at 11 in the loss zone, so we can go Psychic. We can knock out the Raikou. And then put, I don't know, I think the 10 damage probably just doesn't matter, to be honest. He puts Auroras on fish so he can't research into them, and then can shuffle them back into the deck for Raikou later. No, because still could have ended with 2 Aurora on the. I don't think that's just not going to happen. You still end up with 2 Aurora on your. You still end up with 2 Aurora on your fish, so 2 Auroras are going back to the deck no matter what. Because you don't attach to the fish, which means you can still put 2 Aurora on it, and those will get shuffled back into the deck. I don't know. Maybe setting up the extra energy like I want to see put in play just never makes any sense, but in my head it makes sense. Like, I don't know. Putting more stuff in play seems good to me. Also, I think attacking with Lugia here as Demetrius is the correct play. I think sending up Lugia and attacking with Lugia here as Demetrius is the correct play. And you could even put Stoutland on your bench and like load up some powerfuls on that maybe. And then you just like knock out Sableye. And if you have quad powerful in the deck, like I'm pretty sure Demetrius does because we see their prize cards. I don't think they discarded any early. Then if the Rayquaza is the response to the Lugia, then the Stoutland comes up and knocks out and you just win the game. So, and once again, I think... but we could just see that. Oh no, but you could also just Stoutland this turn and you still win the game as well. No, never mind. I'm trolling. Demetrius just goes Stoutland this turn and then wins the game. Yeah, I'm trolling. Okay, and there's a scoop from Joe. Stoutland this turn also just wins the game here from Demetrius. I was like, I don't know what thought process I was going down with that one and this one, to be honest. That one and this one. You only have 3 prize cards left. Maybe I was thinking that they had 4. Nah, but yeah, I think Joe maybe should have scooped on that last turn, to be honest. When Joe whiffed the Raikou play. Because, yeah, I guess Raikou plus Escape Rope was still reasonable from Joe as an out. Okay, prize cards. Double Aurora prized for Demetrius. So unless Demetrius plays the Speed Lightning, can't use Raikou. And then on Joe's side, the Orangaroo's prized, but does play Heavy Ball, of course, so could find it. Has a Lightning and a Metal prized, and a Sableye prized, and did open a Sableye, so... Nothing super relevant here, I think, from Joe. And now we get the turn 1 Greninja, which makes a huge difference in this deck. The Greninja, getting the Greninja out turn 1 makes a massive difference. So got the Greninja out. Doesn't have any energy, though. So no energy. Rebenches the Sableye, which I definitely don't like here from Joe. And I think Joe is I think Joe realized that was a mistake, benching the Sableye immediately back down. Definitely a mistake here from Joe to put the Sableye back into play immediately. Gets rid of the switch card, keeps the training court. I'm not sure I agree with that. The training court is very good, but you do play 2. So I'm not sure I agree with that here as Joe gets rid of another escape rope for the Colress now in the hand. So that's a pretty good trade-off. But yeah, benching Sableye definitely should not be on the bench. When you got to get Manaphy down and you want to get Guru down, if you have double Comfey, Manaphy, Guru, Greninja, you only have 1 bench space for an attacker, so... Definitely think that's a mistake from Joe here. All right, over to Demetrius. Has an Ultra Ball. I think there's 1 Archeops biting the dust here. Maybe 2. I think they're using Ultra Ball, not Quick Ball. They could have Quick Balled. Oh, no, they want to get another Archeops here. I was like, they could have Quick Balled the Archeops. But no, Ultra Ball away the Archeops with the Quick Ball, get an Archeops, discard that Archeops, and then go from there. We definitely need to see... Now Joe knows for sure that the Raikou is in the deck for Demetrius. We definitely need to see Joe prioritize the Manaphy. Okay, Luminion's coming down. Grabs a Marnie. Interesting choice there, honestly, from Demetrius. I don't know how big of a hand Joe had. I don't think Marnie is that. Apparently insufficient shuffling. There's a lot of... The judges have been calling out the insufficient shuffling a lot here on the stream so far. I don't think the Marnie is that. Interesting. So it goes with the Aurora on the Luminion. I don't hate it. Of course, this does mean there's going to be no... You definitely want to use it because it gets rid of the Archeops. But this means there will be no Read the Wind post Marnie. And we see Demetrius' hand is not great. So now if Joe can get this knockout on this Lugia, that puts Joe in a pretty good spot. I guess it also... Actually, I think that's just a misplay there from Demetrius. I think... Well, first off, I think a research would have been pretty good there. But I guess if you're really trying to conserve this Aurora energy by putting it on the bench, I think what Demetrius could have done instead is just get Marnie off Luminion and then just play the Marnie and then give themselves an option to draw into a second Lugia or potentially use Capture, and then also give themselves the option of Read the Wind. I think Demetrius took away too many options at the trade-off of getting the second Archeops in the discard pile. With the one Archeops already in the discard pile, I think favoring potentially using Read the Wind is better there from Demetrius. So I don't like that. I don't like the Aurora on the bench. I think what we probably should have seen is just like get rid of that initial Archeops. Maybe even... Actually, I want to kind of go back and see the hand there from Demetrius. So what we could have seen, actually... is we could have seen Ultra Ball away, Archeops. You know what? Honestly, there's also even just an argument to just use Birdkeeper here. Like, you could get the Marnie here, and then what if you just Birdkeepered into Luminion as Demetrius here? I guess you don't want a Luminion to get knocked out, but you also don't want your lone Lugia getting knocked out by a Raikou is worse than your Luminion getting knocked out. So what if you just Birdkeepered in here into Luminion as Demetrius? That would also invalidate the potential attack from a Cramorant from Joe. Then you don't get to play the Marnie. And the Marnie's like nice to play here. But I think what we could have also seen from Demetrius is Ultra Ball away the Archeops and the Birdkeeper. Get rid of Archeops and Birdkeeper, get an Archeops, Quick Ball away the Archeops, get the Luminion, get the Marnie if we're set on playing the Marnie, and then we play the Marnie, and then we don't attach the Aurora, we get double Archeops in the discard pile, and then we leave open the option of the Capture energy still, and also leave open the option of Read the Wind to get 2 Lugia in play, but then also more importantly, or just as importantly, I guess, like get the Read the Wind off plus get the Capture energy. Because now if you just get Raikou here as Demetrius, you just lose, so... I don't like that. I think we should have either you've done the Birdkeeper play to protect our lone Lugia V, or we should have left open the option of Capture energy. Wait a second. Does Demetrius have a Quick Ball in hand? I think Demetrius does have a Quick Ball in hand. Like, it's just not that unreasonable for Joe to get the KO here. I think Demetrius even has a Quick Ball in hand. Yeah, they do. So, yeah. So, Joe can just win here. Basically win here. But that draw is pretty rough so far. I do like the Quick Ball of the Quick Ball here, though. Because Joe does have a Colress on the bottom of the deck, and I believe some Mirage Gates, so you need to find those. Quick Ball, some Metal. The one card that you could grab here would be another Comfey. I wouldn't hate to see another Comfey get grabbed here. It does line up the Raikou, and obviously the Raikou is going to be pretty sick here. Even if Joe has to end the turn with an Escape Rope, meaning that they don't KO the active Lugia V, getting the KO on the Luminium plus 120 on the Lugia V is still pretty good, so... I kind of like where Joe's at. Joe did discard the second Metal energy, though. Oh, but Joe probably has a Metal and a Lightning. Oh, but has the Training Cord in hand, so I guess it's still possible. Actually, that's just kind of awkward. Ooh, got the Scoop Up Net. That's good. Does need to find a Colress, though. Colress is going to be the key here for Joe to actually have a chance of getting off this attack. Oh boy, Heavy Ball and Zigzagoon, Sableye and Guru Prize, but I think you actually need the Guru here to put the Lightning back into the deck here as Joe. Also, the Guru means you'll get to see +1 card here as Joe. Could Heavy Ball doesn't have the Heavy Ball yet. We could see the Retreat to the Comfey first. We actually see the Quick Ball on the Heavy Ball, but then if we're Quick Balling Heavy Ball, we probably should have gotten Goon, so we could Quick Ball Goon and then have the option of the Goon later. So I don't like this choice here from Joe to Quick Ball the Heavy Ball. Heavy Ball for Guru, I actually think Joe needs to put like the Lightning energy back in the deck and then Training Cord for the Metal energy and then get the Grass and the Lightning. So I think actually Joe is misplaying this sequencing here where Joe needs to actually get the Guru out of the prize cards. There's the Retreat. Here comes another Comfey, still looking for the Colress. It's still possible. If a Colress is found for Joe to pull this off, it's still possible. Currently sitting at 5, and I don't see a Colress. But if we had Guru here, we could Primate Wisdom the Lightning energy back into the deck, and then we could draw into it. There's Training Court. Going to bump a Metal, attach to the Raikou, and then it might just be a pass here from Joe. A Cram hit here would be pretty decent as well, because that would set up for the Raikou to KO the Lugia on the next turn. I do like the Comfey bench here from Joe. And then I do like not playing the Escape Rope, because if you play the Escape Rope, it does give Demetrius an out to then shuffle the Luminium back into the deck. Makes it easier. Okay. Over to Demetrius. Might have to settle for attacking with Lugia here. Definitely doesn't want to attack with Lugia here, but might have to go with it. I'm not sure. We haven't seen Manaphy or Dunsparce from Demetrius yet, so they might not play either. We see the capture coming down. Probably going to grab the Snorlax. I almost kind of like that Snorlax just being grabbed and put on the bench, to be honest. Yeah, I actually kind of like that. It's kind of like an awkward Pokemon for this build of Lost Box to deal with, I feel like, specifically. Because you have to commit so much for the knockout on, like, a Rayquaza. Like, the Snorlax is actually, like, really good in this matchup. I actually really like the Snorlax in this. I like that grab. Yeah, I don't know if Demetrius. Oh no, there's a Manaphy in there. I do see the Manaphy from Demetrius. So actually, to be honest, I maybe would have liked to see the Manaphy get grabbed a little bit better, because attacking with Raikou here is pretty good for Joe. That's currently what Joe's lining up. It's possible that Joe still attacks with a Rayquaza and one-hit KOs your Lugia, but currently Joe's lining up a Raikou. So I think from Demetrius, I like the Snorlax, but it does look like Demetrius does play Manaphy. So has a boss. So I think he's definitely thinking about boss KO on the Raikou. I think you might as well. If you have any experience against Joe's deck, you know it can be difficult for Joe's deck to actually set up, like, find attackers. Yeah, Joe has a 3-card hand as well. I honestly think Demetrius should have KO'd the Raikou there. Also, I think should have probably got Manaphy. Yeah, I like both those things, to be honest. I like getting Manaphy. I like KOing the Raikou. I also like using the second Archeops to put one more energy in play somewhere. This time, I don't think Demetrius did use the second Archeops. Yeah, I would also like to see the second Archeops get used to put some energy in play somewhere. I might just be a little bit paranoid with that, though, personally. Maybe it's like a me thing. Maybe it's just like not correct ever. All right, another Comfey. The question of, can Joe find Colress? Joe does find Colress, but it's at the cost of a Mirage Gate. Is that fine? I think that has to be fine. Joe's like agonizing over the decision, but I'm pretty sure Joe just has to take the Colress here. Does he hit the Lax with Raikou here? No, I'd probably pressure a... you almost always want to pressure the Archeops. Is that 7, though? That might be 7. I don't know if Joe has the energy in here to actually pull off a play. Grass to Raikou. Oh, has the Lightning in hand. And then, okay, the Psychic to the Sableye. Okay, so Ken actually... Yeah, the Mirage Gate... Oh, okay, that's why Joe went with the... I didn't think we were getting to 7 off of this. So Mirage Gate over Colress because we got to 7. Okay, I actually like that play from Joe. I didn't think we were getting to 7 off of that Comfey. That's a lot of Comfey uses so far. All right, net, send up the Raikou. We got the Lightning in the hand for Joe. No Manaphy yet, though. So this this potential Raikou from Demetrius on the turn is going to be pretty brutal. And yeah, if we had a Manaphy here from Demetrius, I don't know, that might have just been game. Because I don't think Joe was setting up a... No, Joe could have maybe set up a Rayquaza if you take the Colress instead, I guess. But yeah, Raikou going to be here pretty good from Demetrius. Can knock out the Raikou and could even actually target the Sableye, to be honest. But yeah, imagine if instead of the Snorlax, imagine if we had a Manaphy here from Demetrius. There might be a reason that Demetrius doesn't like going for it in this matchup, but I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I'm pretty sure I saw the Manaphy from Demetrius as well. I could be trolling. It could not be in there. Well, let's see. Yeah, there's the Manaphy right there, right? I'm not trolling. I don't think I'm trolling. Am I trolling, chat? All right, Demetrius is going with the Stoutland play. Not sure I love that. I almost like the Raikou play a little bit better here, because if you go with Stoutland this turn as Demetrius, I think Demetrius is going to KO the Rayquaza here, though, from Joe. I think Joe's Rayquaza is going down to the Stoutland here, because Demetrius did hold the boss for a turn. So the Rayquaza goes down here, which is going to be pretty unfortunate for Joe. Maybe Joe shouldn't have... Oh, only put 3 on it, though. Okay. Maybe one has one in hand? Might have one in hand, actually. We got a powerful in hand here? There might be one. Okay. All right, yeah. So the Rayquaza is going down for sure here. And there's not going to be a great response to this from... Oh, wait. What? Am I trolling? Okay. Don't we still have a boss in hand here as Demetrius. Am I trolling? Am I not trolling? Like, okay, let's say as Demetrius... Let's say as Demetrius, you don't KO the Rayquaza. Or let's say you KO the Rayquaza and you leave the Raikou of Joe Bernard alive. Then Joe goes, what, 120 to your Stoutland and then KO your Lugia. And then you just Stoutland again for 2 more prize cards. And I think the game is just over. But imagine this board state if Demetrius had just benched Manaphy. Like, imagine if Demetrius benches Manaphy over Snorlax. Well, I think the game's just over. I think the game literally just ends with that. I think the game just literally ends. I don't know why Manaphy didn't come down last turn for Demetrius. But this turn, I also didn't hate the boss KO Raikou last turn as well from Demetrius. I don't hate saving it with the idea of a Stoutland play. I also don't really like Stoutland that much here either, though. Because if you Stoutland right now, can Can you risk boss the arc hitting other damage arc also? I'm pretty sure you can. I don't think you care. You have a Lugia pretty much set up, and you have Stoutland drawing 2 more prize cards. So you just go attach to Lugia, and then Stoutland for 2, you have 1 prize card left, and you go attach to Lugia, win. Or if they don't KO Stoutland, you just win with Stoutland. So you just win the game. You win the game if they KO both Archeops anyways. Yeah, I also don't like attacking with Stoutland over Raikou here. Oh, no, wait, hold up. Demetrius can't attack with Raikou here because Demetrius prize double Aurora energy. Okay, that makes sense to attack with Stoutland or what's called here. Well, I don't know if it makes sense to attack with Stoutland here, but you can't attack with Raikou here. Raikou here would have been insanely good, but the reason Demetrius can't attack with Raikou here is because Demetrius prize to Aurora energy, so that's fine. I even have the prize cards right there. It's a little bit hard to remember them when I'm not in the game myself, but... Okay, Colress here for Joe. First Colress of the game. Unfortunate for Joe. Let's see how it goes. Ooh, a lot of good cards there. Manaphy is also good. Joe realizes that. He's thinking about the Manaphy grab, but you also have to try and attack with Rayquaza here. The rest of Joe's hand is double battle VIP pass and escape rope, so that's not good. Thinking about getting rid of the boss, but the boss is also very good. Gets rid of boss and Raihan. Let's see, how many prizes does Joe have left? Joe's got a lot of prize cards left. So Joe could draw 3 prize cards this turn, but would not be able to draw 3 prize cards on the next turn. So Joe has to KO the Stoutland, or I'm pretty sure Joe just loses. Here comes a Greninja. I'm pretty sure Joe's looking for like Recycler plus energy. Finds Rod and Gate. Here comes the Rod for grass and fighting. What is the attack cost on... Thinking about not getting the Raikou. Just going to go for the grass and the fighting. What is the attack cost on... Got something else, actually. I don't know what they got, though. They didn't get the Raikou, but I'm pretty sure they grabbed a 3rd card there. Okay. Mirage Gate. What's it? Grass fighting... I just completely forget. It's grass fighting something. Okay, so Joe's literally looking for training court, I think. Was it grass fighting metal? What the heck is this thing attack with? Grass fighting... Oh, grass fighting lightning. There we go. I got it. Thanks for the help, chat. So Joe's going to look for training court off of this next Comfy here. It has to be training court off this Comfy for Joe. Here we go. I don't think anything but training court does it. And I think Joe would have instantly taken training court if there was a training court. So now I'm pretty sure Joe just loses. Because you could attack with Sableye this turn. But if you attack with Sableye this turn, you draw 3 prize cards. But then Stoutland survives a turn. And 1 more use of Archeops happens from Demetrius. So gets rid of the Cram. Has a Colress. Has an escape rope, so maybe you can play escape rope here, and then Demetrius messes up. But now Demetrius knows that the Stoutland's not going down, so you probably just send up the damaged Archeops, to be honest. I think I would just send up damaged Archeops here if I was Demetrius. Luminion's not bad either, I guess, but I think I would just send up damaged Archeops here. Yeah, because it has to be Sableye from Joe. Like, the only thing Joe here can do here is Sableye. And then Sableye, KO Archeops, plus KO the Lugia to get some prize cards, probably is the only play that Joe can go for. And yeah, here we go. Lost Mine. Goodbye, Chops. Goodbye, Lug. How much more do we got left? We got 3, 4, 7. So we got 5 left. I don't know, man. 5 left. I'd put 3. No, so it goes with 1. Oh, okay. I see what Joe's got here. We got 5 on the Luminion now. So with 5 on the Luminion, you could go Raikou, KO Archeops, KO Luminion. As long as Demetrius sees that, though, Demetrius can put Manaphy in play and I think just win the game. Can load up the Snorlax. So Demetrius can go load up Snorlax. Could even go boss, to be honest. Could load up Snorlax. Could boss KO the Rayquaza with the Stoutland. I think that would probably just win the game. Boss KO Rayquaza with Stoutland. Load up Snorlax. And then also bench Manaphy. Unless I'm just tripping this whole time and there's actually not a Manaphy in Demetrius's deck. But I'm pretty sure there is. That was it, right? We just saw. I'm pretty sure that was it. I'm pretty sure. Here comes the Ultra Ball. Getting rid of the boss. Oh, has another boss. So could still go boss or Marnie here. We'll see. We'll see if they want to go with boss on the Rayquaza or Marnie KO. There's the Manaphy. So this should lock up the game here. Stoutland comes up. Whether it KOs the Rayquaza or the Sableye doesn't really matter. If you KO the Rayquaza, Joe needs to set up more. And if you KO the Sableye, it allows you to Marnie for the turn. So it goes with the Marnie play, which I think both are fine. Yeah, settles for the Marnie play, which is whatever. Yeah, I think Marnie or boss, that's a tough call. I don't think it matters. I think Demetrius wins this game 100% of the time. one way or the other, so it shouldn't matter. One of them is, I like to follow that up always with, like, one of them is correct. It is either correct to boss or it is correct to Marnie here. Joe didn't have a great turn on the last turn. Joe does play 2 air balloon. That's actually wild to me. That's not that crazy, but it's like kind of crazy that Joe's playing 2 air balloon. Okay. There's the swing. Yeah, and Joe's going to go ahead and pack it up. So, not great draws from Joe, to be honest, but I also think some mistakes there from Joe as well. I think there was definitely some better plays that could have been made from Joe for sure. So, not a great draw from Joe, but I also think definitely some mistakes. I think there was a couple things Demetrius could have done a little bit differently as well, but pretty clean from Demetrius for sure. I don't think I have anything else to say about this one. Let's move on to round 3. What are we looking at? Leaderboard? Oh, this is just for championship points. I was like, I thought this had something to do with the tournament. Toward Owen. Wait, they still have Lucas up here? Is Lucas not banned? Lucas Calza in 3rd. Is Lucas not banned? Am I trolling? So is anyone, if anyone admits they cheated, do they not get banned? Is that like is that how it works? Is that how it works? Who's first? Toward. That's wild. I thought he was going to be banned for sure. He's still on this leaderboard apparently. I didn't check on the official Pokemon ones though, but I'm assuming he's there. They probably pulled these. They pulled these stats from there, so for sure. Let's take a look at the top 16 from Europe, or the top players from Europe. We got Tord, Owen, Lucas, Julius, Magnus, Pedro, Stefan, Demetrius, Sander, Kay, Brian, Mateus, Dario, Fabio, Christian, Hetty, Fabian, Adam. Mostly familiar names to me. Admit it, keep cheating, easy clap. Didn't the winner of San Diego steal a bunch of quick balls at NAIC? They did, yes. Not the only cheater on the list, though. Who else on this list is a cheater? All right, move on to game. We'll find round 3 here. Got Tord. I believe he didn't flex those quick balls in San Diego. I mean, if you did it and you're still playing, you might as well. Waste all quick balls. Why? I mean, why does anyone steal? To gain the thing that they stole without having to pay for it or whatever. As in this situation, you just want more quick balls. Why? Why would they steal? All right, let's get it. Round 3, we got Tord with Lugia, of course, and then we got, I have no idea how to pronounce their name. Andros? Is that it? Did I get close? I tried. Andros. Lost Box. Oh wait, they have the deck name like right here. I didn't even notice that. So Giratina V-Star. Wait, no, maybe I did notice that. Giratina V-Star. You don't see that very often up against the Lugia. It looks like Andros is going first and has a really good hand. Lacking a little bit of energy though, to be honest, to use with their Greninja. The Greninja is not prized as well. Benches the Comfy immediately. I don't like these benches. Yes, let's use the Battle VIP Pass. Let's go get a Giratina. Let's get a Greninja. Let's start doing that first. Yeah, I think Giratina and Greninja will be the cards to grab here. So this matchup, if you do go first as Giratina, you can get ahead. It is possible. It is unlikely to get like a turn to attack. It can be pretty tough with the Giratina deck, to be honest. Turn to attack with the Giratina can be pretty tough. Usually doesn't happen. So we'll see how it goes, but it is possible. The opening hand, like I said, is pretty solid here from Andros. Here comes the first flower selecting. We'll see how it goes. Flower selecting number 1, grass captured. All right, sure. Let's keep the grass, and then we can go ahead and get rid of it with the Greninja. Definitely don't want a Comfey again yet. We definitely want to use Greninja first. Greninja, the time for Greninja is now. Okay, it's not. Gets the Giratina. That's fine. We could have drawn into both of those off the Greninja, though, and then used the VIP pass, which would have been nice. I mean, the next Comfey could have been worse, but definitely should Greninja first there. Escape Rope and Sinnoh. Oh, I thought they literally took both off a Comfey. I was so confused. But yeah, Greninja, Comfey again. Net and Snorlax. Definitely can ditch the Snorlax here. I think the Net is the way to go for sure in this matchup. No, I do not like that at all. I definitely disagree with that choice there. Doesn't bench the other Giratina as well. I don't like that either from Andros here. All right, so definitely should take the Net over the Snorlax, and definitely should bench the second Giratina. If you get Marnied here, you lose so much, like tempo, not tempo, but like having those cards in play, like having the Net. Okay, having the Net is one thing. That's different. That would go to the bottom of the deck. We're not resetting anything right now, but having the extra Tina in play could be such a huge deal for how the tempo of this game plays out. It's a pretty big mistake here from. I don't know how to pronounce her name, to be honest. Andros. Yeah, pretty big mistake there from Andros for sure. Definitely a mistake. All right, Tord playing Canceling Cologne. Let's see that. I think I saw a Canceling Cologne anyways. It looks like maybe no choice belts. Is Tord rocking the no belts build? I think I saw Canceling Cologne towards the end of that search there. And a Skyla. So you can find your Canceling Cologne. I actually don't hate the Skyla there. That's actually kind of cute. There's a choice belt in hand, so definitely some choice belts. Or at least a choice belt. Yeah, the Skyla is kind of cute. It can find your Canceling Cologne when you need it. It can also find the Vacuum up against Arceus Duraludon as well. So that's actually a really cute tech there in the Skyla. I kind of like it, actually. Instead of Opal, that's a good meme. That is true. You could be playing Opal instead. Is it better? I don't know. Maybe only one choice belt here from Tord then. You do have the Skyla to find it. I think it's like one choice belt, one Canceling Cologne, one Vacuum here. As like we're looking through the list here from Tord. I see the Manaphy. I don't know if I saw the Dunsparce. It's the Guru. We might see a Primate Wisdom happen here. I don't know if like yeah, could even I was gonna say probably want to just like quick ball with this guy. I don't know if we need that. And then it's gonna research the end of the turn probably. Is lining up the Charizard grab here. Makes sense. You want to put the choice belt on it, actually. I like the Charizard grab here. That makes sense. Get the choice belt on it as a response to a potential Giratina. Instead, looking at the Lugia, could Primate Wisdom the choice belt? Might be going with that. We'll see. Might Primate Wisdom the Vacuum, though, as well, because you do want to keep out to Temple of Sinnohs around. That's also something that we could see toward here, Primate Wisdom. I'm curious to see what the Primate Wisdom actually is here from Tord. We'll see. Wisdom, are we going to favor the belt or the choice belt for the Charizard later, or the Vacuum? Going to be the Vacuum. Do need outs to Temple of Sinnoh. Did draw an Evolution Incense. It depends how badly do you want to draw into that Vacuum off the research is the question. You don't really care too much about it. You can just hold the Evolution Incense, or you can, if you don't care about too much about it, you can play the Evolution Incense to now another Archeops. If you really like that Vacuum as soon as next turn, though, actually, Tord just passes. So, yeah, decides to keep around both, holds the Evolution Incense that guarantees the Lugia V-Star. And then has the research for next turn. So, has the turn 2 attack with the Lugia. Decides doesn't want to go any further than that. Is content with just being able to attack with Lugia. You do lose. I don't know if I love this, though, because you do lose the option to like be able to Gust next turn or something like that. Looks like Colress top deck here, maybe from Andres. So, we could definitely see the attack here. With the Giratina on this turn. We're pretty close. There's 6 in the Lost Zone, has a Scoop Up Net in hand. We'll see if they can actually put it together. And then hopefully the other Giratina makes its way to the bench this time. Alright. Another Comfey. I think I wasn't paying attention. No, we got the Greninja use here. Got the gate. I still think it's possible for them to actually get the knockout with the Giratina here. Maybe not. Are they going to give up on it? All right, cram down. I think we're settling for a cram hit here. I really want to see this second Giratina from Andros here hit the board. No, bench some stuff. I hate this so much. Getting stuff set up and in play is like so important. So if you get Marnie here, not having second Giratina down, not having a second Comfey down is so bad. That's so much more stuff you could have had in play that you now just don't have in play. All right, Evolution Intense here coming out for Tord. Probably going to go ahead and evolve the active one because you don't want to just get KO'd by a Cramorant, I would assume. Even the Snorlax getting benched here from Andros would have been nice to see because the Snorlax actually does trade into this Lugia now. I'm curious to see if, yeah, because Tord could have gone to just with the bench one, to be honest, which would have been fine. And then left the other one the active. So I'm curious again. So we'll see the double Archeops use here from Tord. I assume, maybe not. Maybe going to research first. Maybe doesn't want to thin out the energy yet and wants to draw into an attachment. Using the Celebi as the V-star marker as well. And we'll see. I mean, Wisdom's happening. What are we saving? Once again, thinking about saving the Vacuum. Wants to be able to deal with the Temple of Sinnohs later on. Draws into the Raikou, so is rocking the Raikou. Raikou is actually a pretty good attacker here. Yeah, Raikou is actually a really good attacker here. And this comes back to Andros. Also, I don't know if Andros could have gotten Manaphy set up in play last turn or a previous turn, but definitely should. You definitely should just put Manaphy in play up against Lugia decks these days, because you should just assume that all Lugia decks have Raikou. Everyone should be playing as if their Lugia opponent has Raikou. I don't know if Andros could have put Manaphy in play. I don't know if Andros plays Manaphy, but if they do, and they could have, they should have. This actually opens up a really good play for Tord now to actually use Raikou this turn as the attacker. KO the Cram in the active, but also take out the only Comfey in play from Andros. Which goes back to Andros should have benched Comfey and also should have benched the Giratina, which not only plays around the potential of Marnie happening, but also plays around the potential of Raikou happening. Which I don't know if the Raikou is going to happen here, to be honest. We'll see. No, I think it is. Double Aurora here, grabbed from Tord. Throw them on the Raikou. I believe has an Aurora in hand. So this other second Archeops here can grab the double Turbo and put it on the active Lugia. And then, yeah, should have a pretty clean attack here with the Raikou. So a bunch of mistakes from Andros here. They're all kind of compiling here. And leading to this turn right here where Tord is going to get a huge advantage on board state because of all the mistakes that Andros has made up to this point. There's the retreat. There's the Raikou. Tord is playing like super fast too. There we go. Aurora. And then Ultra Ball. No, wait. Wait, what? Why is there an Ultra Ball in the discard pile? Wait, did I just miss something there? What? All right, I have to be missing something here. Ultra Ball. And then... Oh, Aurora discard. Okay. The way it played out looked so weird. I was so confused there. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Tord just like Ultra Ball, but I'm not going to discard anything, but I'm not going to search my deck for a Pokemon. Okay, your turn. All right, there's the knockout. Does have a Colress here for Andros, so it is possible to get this knockout on the Raikou. Ideally, you want to get this KO with something like the Sableye, though, or a Cramorant. But now the board state is so much more, so it's just so much more awkward for Andros now. The board state is just super, super awkward. Switching to the Comfey, it looks like. Thinking about it, switching to the Comfey. I actually had Thornton, so could have Thorntoned into Cram, to be honest. I actually think Andros maybe should have just Thorntoned into Cram there. I actually don't like this play. I like Thornton into Cram from Andros. They could have gone, like, benched the Snorlax maybe or something. I don't know what the whole hand was. Maybe they couldn't retreat and Thornton, though. And now I don't think Andros has, like, actually an attack out here. I don't think they can even attack. I think they're just stuck. They're literally not attacking this turn. Oh, no. Okay, hold up. We got Sableye. But does this actually... Do we actually have 10 in the Lost Zone? Where's our Lost Zone counter at? We're at 9 in the Lost Zone. So here comes the Lost Gate. I mean, you can put a Psychic on the Sableye, but if you can't attack with the Sableye, it doesn't matter. Think about putting the Grass on the Sableye. That doesn't make any sense. Psychic to Sableye, Grass to Giratina, but you can't attack with Sableye because you got 9 in the Lost Zone. Are we going to get him with the good old Scratch from Sableye here? Let's get it. Oh, wait, had double gate, though. We could have attacked with Snorlax here as Andros. No. Oh, and has the Temple of Sinnoh. I was thinking about putting it in play. I don't hate it, I guess. I don't like it, though. I don't like it that much either, though. And Sableye, 11. But they only have 9 in the... Unless I'm tripping. Maybe they don't have 9. Maybe they have 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, they have 9 in the Lost Zone. Well, it depends who's counting correctly here. Hold up. Okay, the Judge, bro. The Judge has been clutch. Yo, shout out to the Judge so far in these, like, first 3 rounds. The Judge has been super clutch. Yeah, even Tord didn't notice. Tord thought there was a 10 in there as well. Yeah, the Judges have been clutch so far. Really good Judges on the stream game. So in this situation, so effectively, Andros has committed to the attack phase. So Andros has to... I think you don't have to scratch, but you either have to scratch or pass. You only have the choice of the 2. So you may as well scratch. But you can't play any more cards. It's not like you can't commit to attack phase. You can't like you can't somehow basically confirm that you're going to attack phase and then back out of attack phase. Once you're in attack phase, you either attack or you pass. You can't be like, you can't send up, like if you send up a Rangaroo and you had 0 energy on your Rangaroo and you're like, I'm going to attack with Whap Down. Even if you have 0 energy on your Rangaroo, you've committed to being in the attack phase and now you either pass. No, now you have to pass because you don't have enough energy to use Whap Down with a Rangaroo because you've like committed to that. If you ever suggest that you've committed to attacking, you're attacking. All right, scratch for Torn to the Raikou. Not going to be relevant probably this game, and this game is actually starting to spiral out of control. There's the vacuum that Tord has saved this whole time, and there's the concede. I actually think Andros was in a pretty good spot. I think, but there was a decent amount of bad gameplay choices and missed sequences, though, that led to Andros with the loss here. But I think actually Andros opened up in a pretty good... I think Andros actually ended up being in a pretty good spot, to be honest. Ended up being in a pretty good spot, to be honest. Like, I think they were in a pretty good spot to begin with, but they played very sloppy, and it definitely caught up to them eventually. And Tord got really far ahead at that point, at the end there. At what point did you realize Rahul didn't play boss in his game? I haven't seen Rahul's game. Was Rahul on stream? If he was on stream, he wasn't on stream in the first 2 rounds. All right, here we go. Game 2. Andros going first. Open to Comfy again. Does have double gate prize, but they're in the bottom 2. Has the quick ball as well. I would like to see quick ball for Greninja first here, I think. So definitely take the V-Star here. We're looking for a turn to attack. No, but takes the grass energy. Yeah, I think I would like to have seen the V-Star grab there. Quick ball away. The Drapion. We should see Greninja. I think this is what we should have opened up our turn with here, though, as Andros. So I think we should have gone quick ball for Greninja. Maybe not, because we also want to get a Giratina in play. So actually, maybe we should go quick ball after Comfy. Nah, quick ball after Comfy. Actually, the more I'm thinking about it, is correct. Yeah, quick ball after Comfy, I think is actually correct here. Quick ball after Comfy, I think is actually correct here. Comfy first, because we want Giratina V and the Greninja. So yeah, this makes sense. So now we get our Greninja. Now we use Greninja, and let's go from there. All right, now we're going to see Greninja draw 2. The energy over the Giratina, I still don't think I like, though. Like, this does allow Andros to go Greninja, discard the energy, draw 2, and then retreat Comfy to Comfy, use another Comfy. But Giratina V-Star is, like, really hard to find. Giratina V-Star is, like, really, really hard to find in this deck. So, all right, Comfy down. I would like to see energy retreat, save the escape rope. Yep, I like this. Okay, we've used that Comfy. Let's use this Comfy. And got the Colress, which is nice, but we have no Giratina V down turn 1, so we don't have the option of being super aggressive. And I'm sure Tord is super excited to see that. Ton of energy in Tord's hand, but should be able to start to move some of them back to the deck potentially with the Guru, which I'm sure we'll see Tord grab here. Probably Primate Wisdom and Aurora, and then maybe go into a research. I would assume go into a research. Prize cards for both players. Tord did prize their Vacuum. Does still have Pumpkaboo as an out to bump Temple of Sinnohs, and of course you can always attack with Lugia to bump Temple of Sinnoh. Of course you won't get the effects of the energy you have on you for that turn because you are using the Lugia to bump it. So you won't, like, if you want to use powerful energy to KO Giratina, you have to move the stadium in the same turn, which will make things a little bit awkward. But and then like I mentioned, on Andros' side, the double gates being prized is a little bit scary if they were like later in the prize cards, but then being like the first 2 prize cards, as long as Andros can find an initial gate to draw some prize cards with, you should be in a fine spot. All right, there's the Guru. And yeah, like I said, probably going to Primate Wisdom and Aurora. Probably going to Primate Wisdom and Aurora energy here. And then attach an Aurora active. Could attach the Heat. Oh, it has a powerful. Oh, is it powerful Aurora Heat? Oh, it is power. I thought it was double Aurora, but it's a powerful actually. Gets a quick ball. Okay, so may as well shuffle the deck off this one for sure. Doesn't really need. You could go grab second Lugia here. I guess like theoretically you should, because you could get knocked out by Goon, Triple Net. That's like super unlikely. Gonna go for a second Lugia here though, and then we should see powerful attached active, and then research. So it does have Manny and Dunny. And then we're gonna see the research here and draw some new cards. Rush 7, and we'll have the access to the Read the Wind after that as well. Go Lug, powerful active, research. Yeah, like I said, no Giratina in play turn 1 for Andros. Means they don't really have the option to be super aggressive turn 2. Gonna have to settle for like a Cram Punch or something as like their only line. Ooh. An Archeops and an Evolution Incense for an Archeops and an Ultra Ball. So can get double Archeops into the discard pile right now if Tord wants to. And you don't have to. Andros probably only plays Roxanne as hand disruption. But I think you might as well here. I don't see a reason really not to, just in case. But decides not to, just goes for the draw 3. Seems fine. Cram top deck here from Andros. We need to really find some Giratinas, though. We need the option to do some big damage. And no Giratinas. Battle VIP Pass will be an easy loss zone. Question is, what else are we putting in there? Looks like the Water Energy was the card of choice. Yep. We're just like okay in this matchup, but obviously not like too ridiculously strong or anything like that. So still on the hunt though. Can hit with Cram this turn for sure, but still on the hunt for some Giratinas. Let's go ahead and let's use Greninja now. Greninja draw 2. Probably should have Greninja before the course, to be honest. All right, another net. So we're gonna do a lot of drawing of cards here. Boss or Luminion. I kind of like the Boss keep maybe a little bit. Luminion's kind of sketch. He's already thinking about benching the Cram, but I think we should be digging deeper here for some Giratinas. I don't know why we're benching Cram yet. We don't need to think about that quite yet. Oh, maybe he wants Tord to think about it, though. No, you got a net here for sure. All right. Yeah, this has Tord second. Like the Cram, I think, is tripping out Tord a little bit. But Andros just goes with second Comfy instead. But now we're not using the nets efficiently. Definitely got to get rid of the vacuum here and keep the Giratina. Because now we're not going to be able to use the nets efficiently. Because if you net the active Comfy, then you don't have another Comfy to run to. So this is just like a super inefficient sequence here from Andros. We should have gone net, 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 net. Or net, net. Yeah, this is like a super inefficient sequence here from Andros. And now we don't even have a Giratina in play. And we're just hitting for 110. We don't have Manaphy down if we even play it. And now I think Tord's just going to, once again, get super far ahead with a Raikou play here. Like Raikou KO Cram plus Comfy. To be honest, if you could go Raikou KO double Comfy or Raikou KO Greninja plus Comfy, that would be even better. We could also go into Stoutland here, to be honest, because Lucas or Andros doesn't have an answer to Stoutland. So actually Stoutland's the better play here from Tord, I think. If there's quad powerful in the deck. Oh, there's not though. There's one on the bench Lugia. But you could go, you'd have the boss in hand here as Tord. So you could go boss KO. But then I guess you risk the follow-up not being able to get a knockout. So to be honest, could keep the boss for a later double prize card turn. It depends on what Tord's hand is. And it looks like Tord is lining up the Raikou here. Which, that seems fine to me. The Raikou seems like a fine play for sure. Has Stoutland in hand, so could have the option of Stoutland potentially. But is going to go for the Raikou. Which, yeah, like I said, seems fine. Seems alright. It's already lining up the energy. Because, yeah, Tord's going to be going back in a couple times here with some Archeops. Here we go. Also has an Aurora in hand. So, yeah, we'll be able to pull this play off once again. Double V-Stars. Great. V-Star power happening. Here come the Archeops. And then, yeah, here comes Raikou once again. Knockout for 2 prize cards. Yeah, I don't. It feels like there's no Manaphy in Andros' deck. I actually didn't, like, check, to be honest. I actually didn't check. Raikou early, Stoutland late sounds better. Well, if there was 4 powerful here from Tord, I think you'd definitely go with Stoutland, because Andros just does not have a board state that can answer Stoutland. There's no way for Andros to answer Stoutland. Also, you have a boss in hand as Tord, so you can go like Stoutland for 2, and then boss Stoutland for 2 around something that theoretically Stoutland can't KO. But because there's already a powerful eaten up, then I don't think you want to use your lone boss in hand to KO a something with Stoutland. Yeah, I wouldn't do that, I don't think. All right, here comes some Wisdom. And I think the Canceling Cologne is in the hand here for Tord, so we're probably going to see Aurora discard Canceling Cologne. I'm not sure what was Wisdomed on top there. I think it was the boss. Yep, Canceling Cologne, goodbye. Don't need that. Oh, and plays the Marnie. It has a Marnie to go with it as well. Yeah, Andres' hand, even though Andres doesn't have a Giratina in the hand is really big, so as soon as there is a Giratina in the hand, there's going to be a lot to work with. Probably doesn't run like Lax. I mean, it does run Lax, but Lax can't win a KO. They don't play Choice Belt. So, like, you can do 180 to Stoutland. They do have the Lax. Andres does play the Lax. We saw that, but... Yep, there's the knockout. Goodbye, Comfy. Goodbye, Cram. After Marnie, Andres... opening or hand here from Andres, not great. Does get a capture energy, though, so we can finally see a Giratina V, but it's probably going to be too late here. Oh, only plays, of course, plays the Thornton, so only plays 2 Giratina V. Is thinking about going for Cram. Oh, you do need the Cram as well, though, to be honest. Actually, so I don't actually like this sequence at all from Andres then. I was like kind of like tunnel visioned on the idea of the Giratina, but we do need to deal with this Raikou. So Andres should have used Greninja first to try and draw into one of them, so that way that they could get the other one off of capture energy, because neither of them were on the bottom of the deck here from Andres. Both the Giratina and the Cram were in the top half of the deck. Neither of them got... Oof, gotta go through... Oh my gosh, I don't even know. Gets rid of the Quick Ball. I don't think we can afford to get rid of Quick Ball there. What are we attacking with next turn if we're getting rid of Quick Ball here? Oh, yeah, you can't... You gotta get rid of the Tina there. But if they only play 2 Giratina V-Star, I guess you can't get rid of the Giratina. This is just bad all around, to be honest. And yeah, I don't think there was a Manaphy in the deck there from Andres either. So they never have the Manaphy to deal with the Raikou, so it was never an option, to be honest. Okay. So I think Lugia is going to be the option here from Tord. Would have hit with an Archeops, I guess that would have been like reasonable. Can't get the 1-hit KO on the active with the Stoutland, but you can just try and save Stoutland for the late game at this point, I think. So you just want to be aggressive about thinning out the deck and setting up attackers here as Tord, just to make sure Roxanne doesn't catch you in the late game. That's like the only thing that could go wrong, would be like Roxanne catching you in the late game. Decides to preserve the Manaphy, which is interesting, off of the Guru. Could come up in the late game, I guess, around the Greninja. I don't know. I think Tord's deciding what is best here. You could go after the going after the Comfy here. I don't hate, though, to be honest. Going after the Comfy, getting rid of some more of the draw power. But KO and Cram seemed reasonable as well to save the boss for the late game. All right, here we go. Load up some energy on the active here. Gonna have to get 3 for the active here. So probably not gonna be able to load up any excess energy and play anywhere else. Yeah, it should just be 3 energy to the active. We'll see. Yeah, cap, maybe triple cap. No, it's always nice to try and keep a cap around if you can. But it might only be caps and powerfuls left in the deck here for Tord. Yeah, Tord might not have anything else left besides caps and powerfuls. Ultra Ball as well, thinning out the deck. Probably gonna throw something down. Could grab the Stoutland. Probably don't want to design up to Luminion. Goes with Luminion. Maybe should have actually, yeah, maybe should have tried to attack with Luminion this turn. I guess it'd be hard to retreat your active, but you could have retreated a Archeops. You could have loaded up an Archeops, maybe. Loaded up 1 energy on Archeops, retreat into Luminion, attack with Luminion, and then send up like the Guru. I guess your Lugia is not getting KO though, so it doesn't matter too much. Another Marnie once again here for Tord, disrupting the hand. The rest of the cards seem pretty good. Already used Primate Wisdom. I was saying, could Primate Wisdom the vacuum at the end of the turn? Oh, actually does go for the boss. So he's chasing down the Comfies. Marnie for later. Just setting up the Luminion, I guess, then? Having the Luminion in play? Is that really worth it to have the Luminion in play like that, though? I guess you have it as a response now. Well, we could have just got it in play next turn, though. If they attack with Cram, if Andres attacks with Cram here, you could have just had Luminion in play anyways next turn. Interesting that Tord went for the Luminion this turn. Maybe was thinking about using Marnie and then was like settling like, nah, maybe I'll just go with the boss. All right, Greninja send up here from Andres. Can attack with Greninja, but I don't think it's putting enough damage anywhere to actually make it matter. And actually has no draw power in the hand. And despite having like an 8-card hand here from Andres, it's all gates. I saw a Recycler, a boss, Giratina V-Star, a VIP pass. So I really don't see a route to victory here for Andres. I don't even know if they have... They have 2 water energy, though. So they can actually attack with the Greninja. But that's going to be a big investment for 180 damage. That's not going to take any knockouts. Yeah, that's going to be a big investment for no KOs. It does set up some damage in play, but that's like, this is super far from ever mattering, I think. You ever get one of the other energies in play? I don't think so. A little bit of water on the active seems fine. You could put an energy on the Cramorant. I just don't see it ever doing anything, to be honest. Ends up loading 4 energy on the Greninja. Okay, so I guess we can attack back-to-back with Greninja. No, it goes with the energy on the Cram. Okay. And yeah, no play. You could boss the Guru up. Try and trap it, I guess. That's a play. Hits the Lugia and an Archeops. So both those are like close to getting KO'd, I guess, but not close enough. All right, over to Tord. Probably doesn't need to do a whole ton this turn. Checking the discard pile. What is remaining? Maybe just checking the gate count there. Could attack with Luminion. No, I guess you don't want to attack with Luminion this turn. You're not KOing the Greninja. I'm saying could attack with Luminion this turn. Starts with the Wisdom. And then maybe it's just going to swing. All right, Archeops coming out. How many energy left? I see 3 powerful and an Aurora. I think that might be it. 3 powerful, Aurora. That is it. 3 powerful and Aurora. Finding up 1 of the powerful energy. Puts it on Luminion. I don't mind that. You only need 2 powerful energy still so that the Stoutland could possibly take a KO on Comfey. But even then, that's probably just not going to happen. Yeah, and I don't think it matters here for Tord anyways, because I don't think Andres is taking a knockout anytime soon. Here we go. Lugia knock out the Greninja. No draw power on board for Andres. No main attackers on board either. And no draw power in the hand. So completely living off a top deck on the next turn. The only other thing I could think of that you'd want to do here is Tord is to thin out the hand or deck as much as you possibly could to play around Roxanne. That's the only thing that could happen here that would be potentially a comeback, would be a Roxanne. Comfey top deck. Okay, that's something. Can retreat into the Comfey. Use Comfey. Has Scoop Up Net, so can Scoop Up Net, reset the Comfey, and then Escape Rope or Scoop Up Net the Comfey back into the active. And then once again, I think we have to hope for the Roxanne here from Andres. I think it's the only thing that really gives them an out. Question for Tord is, what do you send up? I think probably Luminion comes up here and you plan to attack with it and shuffle it back to the deck. But I am curious to see what Tord sends up. Yeah, Luminion seems to make the most sense to me. All right, Comfey again. Is there anything worthwhile on this one? Thornton and Giratina. So we finally see a Giratina V here for Andres, but I think it's a little bit too little too late, almost certainly. We'll see. I think you have to take the Giratina. I don't think you're ever winning this game with... If you're ever winning this game, let me put it that way first. If you're ever winning this game, I think you need a Giratina. Not that you're probably ever winning this game. How are you ever doing enough damage? Where is the damage coming from? Net the Comfey, send up the Cram. Are we going to Thornton into a Comfey here? That's kind of sick, though, to be honest. It's a sick meme, but I don't think it's good enough to win the game. I also don't even know if that's how Thornton works. Can you Thornton out of the active like that, or does it have to be off the bench? Yo, Drapion? Can we get Drapion involved? All right, Thornton's happening. I mean, it's got to be a Comfey, right? Okay, there we go, Comfey. More selecting. Got the air balloon, although I think they've already retreated, so I don't think they can. They could take the air balloon, but I'm pretty sure they've already retreated the Cram, if I'm correct on that. So they can take the air balloon, but they can't retreat. Thinking about taking the Snorlax, but the Snorlax isn't going to do much either. You can bench Comfey and pass here. As Andres, you could play the boss and gust up the Guru. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't retreat the Comfey, yeah. Oh, no, you can't play the boss because you played Thornton. So, all right, pass over to Tord. And yeah, this one should be pretty close to getting wrapped up here. There actually is a double turbo in the hand here for Tord. Energy Luminion. Luminion's going to be going back to the deck. Knockout and probably send up the damaged Archeops. Makes sense. All right. Will we see a reasonable Unreasonable. Can we find a... Actually, is there a win condition here for... I don't think there's a win condition. Yeah, at this point, I don't think there's a win condition for Andres. Comfy. There's a Colress. There's an Ordinary Rod. Checks back at the hand. It just doesn't matter, though. I think Andres sees that as well. This one is basically all wrapped up. Colress. Was there even a basic Pokemon to grab here? There is a Sableye, but this isn't going to do anything. Sableye down. Scoop up net Comfy. Send up Sableye. Match Comfy. Air Balloon to Sableye. Retreat back to Comfy. Use the Comfy. There's a gate. There's a Luminion. Definitely want the gate over the Luminion. You have the Roxanne in the hand, so the only thing it ever needs to do is find energy. Not that it ever makes a difference. And pass. And Tor draws. And attach retreat. And Lugia knockout. Okay, dub for Tor. Not too much to say on this one, to be honest. I mean, Andres definitely missequenced pretty bad, I think, in game 1. Game 2, less. No, it's still pretty bad in game 2 as well, I think. Yeah, there's just mistakes from Andres. The kind of snowball. Doesn't play the... I don't think plays Manaphy. So, like, the Raikou eventually came out and just kind of cleaned him up, to be honest. So, pretty easy dub for Tord in that one. And that's why Giratina is not a deck or a very popular deck in the meta anymore, because he's not very good. All right. Move up to round. All right, so this is the round with Rahul. The Reggies. I'm going to go grab some food, though, real fast, chat. So I will be... Why can't I get a... Is there not a... How much does this skip when I skip this, actually? Oh, 10 seconds? Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. But am I, like, trolling? Oh, the reason this is throwing me off is because Rahul started with 2 Reggies in play. That's why it's throwing me off. I'm like, when does Rahul bench this Reggie? But he just, like, put on his bench. It started with game 2, was a lunch break. Oh, wait, this is actually going into game 2, isn't it? Why is this going into game 2? Important question. Do I need a parent to attend a regional? I'm 17. No. Why are they starting off 1-0? That's weird. Or is that just like a bug? This was a lunch break game? So they got them after they were 1-0? All right, chat, I'm going to go get some food real fast. I'll be right back. And we'll get into this next round. Round 3. It's because it's the same. But why does that has nothing to do with it being... Oh, I get it. The first round ended so fast. They went and found a match to put on stream. Because the first round ended so fast. They went and found something to put on stream. I get it. Yeah, okay, I get it now. They set up 2 stream tables? No, they probably just went and found someone because what's it called happened so fast. Yeah, the first game just ended so fast with Tord that they were like, oh, well, let's go see if we can find someone. And then they went and found this game of Dario and Rahul. All right, chat, I'll be right back. All right. All right, so Dario is 1-0. Not Rahul. All right, here we go. We got another round 3 match. Rahul with the Reggies versus Dario with the Palkia. It says Rahul is 1-0. This is another round 3 match. But I think, yeah, but apparently it's actually Dario that is 1-0 up in the series. We'll see. I'm sure they'll fix it eventually, I would assume. Quick ball here, getting rid of Aurora for Rahul. It has the lucky start, so like pretty good start so far for Rahul. Eyeing up the Drago. Prize cards wise, 2 choice bell prize for Rahul. Not great, but if you draw some prize cards before you really need them to get some 1 KOs on Palkias, it won't be that big of a deal. Grab the Drago, and then on Dario's side, prize the heavy ball and a Sobble, but only a Sobble, so it's not that big of a deal. Oh, it has the net on the Lucky as well from Rahul, so can draw some extra cards here off of the Drago for 2. And then there's the pass. Okay, top deck Battle VIP pass for Dario. That's pretty good. Also has the training court in hand. Don't really want to use the training court quite yet, probably. I think the big question here for Dario is, does Dario play? And with Dario lining up another Palkia, I guess you kind of have to do it, to be honest. All right, got the Pokemon check here coming in from Dario. It's weird that Dario grabbed the... checking the prize cards. Goes for a Greninja. It looks like Dario does not play the SQ. Yeah, so just a Sobble prize here from Dario. No SQ, it looks like. Taking the L to the Reggie matchup, or an unfavorable Reggie matchup. Dario did win game 1, so it's winnable, it looks like. And then going with the Battle VIP. So double Battle VIP pass about to come out of here from Dario. I don't think we want to see the training court quite yet from Dario, though, because then you lose your stadium bump, which means you can't use Palkia on the next turn. So taking Greninja in general was a little bit interesting. I don't hate it, though. Unless we see Dario actually get aggressive with the training court here, which I think is a little bit risky, because then if Rahul just has another pat to the peak, you're in a little bit of trouble. Whoa, okay. Oh, what? Whoa. All right. Goes aggressively with the training court. But if Rahul has another path here... I don't... Oh, I also don't like this. You definitely want to use the Battle VIP passes first here. Both of them. Yes, definitely want to use the double Battle VIP pass first here. You don't want a Greninja into basic Pokemon when you can literally load up your bench with 4 basic Pokemon. That makes no sense at all here from Dario. So, Battle VIP pass first. Both of them. Sometimes you do want to draw into basic Pokemon. This is not one of those times. And like I said, Dario doesn't seem to play the SQ. So, get some Sobbles, Manaphy. Gonna want a second Palkia, though. And I think it's going to be making that correction right here. Or not. Or not. What? Gets the squad no second Palkia? Alright, I don't know how I feel about this from Dario. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something, but I don't think I am. If Rahul just knocks out the Palkia on the next turn, Dario just has no Palkia. Unless Dario actually plays the SQ. And then he's like, okay, knock out this and I'm going to scoop up everything at the end of the game anyways, or towards the end of the game. So unless Dario actually does play the SQ. I didn't think I saw the SQ in there, but I guess Dario could play the... Oh, Dario does play the SQ. There's the SQ. Okay, so Dario is playing for the SQ line here. So actually, I don't mind this play here from Dario. I actually don't mind this play here from Dario. I don't really like the attachment active, unless there actually is a stadium card in the deck. I assume it would just be one training court, but there might be another stadium card in the deck here for Dario to grab. Oh, there's a second training court. Okay, all right, I like the attachment active then. Second training card. Okay, there is the SQ. I didn't think there was the SQ, so I was like, what is going on? The thing about the SQ play, though, is if Rahul is still playing the Cape, if Rahul is playing the Cape, then you can do an infinite with Bad Lucky if you're winning on deck out. But you do have to be winning on deck out initially for that to work. That's like the important part. You do have to be winning on deck out initially for the Bad Lucky loop to work. Goes with the Ultra Ball. I don't know if I like that because I think you want to attack with Regieleki here. As Rahul. So I almost like the idea of just like scoop him at the draw, go send up the Lecky, and then play the Marnie. I mean, hitting with the Regidrago here seems fine, I guess. But I don't know. I almost like the net, send up Lecky, play Marnie. Hope to get the knockout. If not, whatever. That gets the extra card draw cooking. Has the last Reggie here. Ooh, gets rid of the gift as well. That's pretty good. Has the option of research now as well. But I think from how Dario's turn 1 went, I would be pretty inclined to wanting to play Marnie here. Like, Dario had like a pretty sick turn 1. I would want to disrupt their hand, I think, overall. Dario's hand actually isn't that great, I don't think, overall. It does have an Irida, so it has some stuff cooking, but... yeah, I do like the Marnie choice here from Rahul. I actually maybe would have actually... I would have quick-balled away the research here, though, as well, I think, as Rahul, and kept the other Marnie on the bottom of the deck. Because I'd rather have the hand disruption towards late game than not. It looks like it is a whiff on the attack, though. It was super close, or was super set up to be able to pull it off, but... Actually, hold on. I think maybe Rahul could attack here. No, there's no quick ball in hand. I thought there was a quick ball in hand. So Rahul could have attacked with Gigas. Was what I was thinking, maybe. Twin to the active. I don't know where it's best to put that twin. I almost like it more on the Gigas than anything, to be honest. I think I would have liked the twin on the Gigas, to be honest. I'm not sure it matters too much. All right. Greninja from Dario. So Dario's plan here. The way Dario wants to play this, because we know they have the SQ. Also, what I was going to try and do a little bit more was like talk about the matchup a little bit. So because Dario has the SQ, the game plan from Dario is to attack with a Palkia initially, force Rahul to KO that Palkia, then attack with something else, like an Inteleon or something, or just attack with something, put something interactive, attack with it, force Rahul to KO that, and let Rahul take knockouts while you bench SQ with an energy. And then once Rahul takes enough knockouts, you just net everything out of play, or have the potential to net everything out of play, and then leave your board state with lone SQ. I guess it's not that super relevant to go to lone SQ. Wait, no, you don't have to go to lone SQ in this matchup, actually. You just need to set up SQ and you just, like, win the game, right? Actually, I'm just kind of trolling. You don't need to go lone SQ. You do need to make sure there's not too many prize cards on your bench. Because depending on the answers that Rahul has, if Rahul has, like, Boss plus Bad Lecky, you could, like, boss up enough prize cards off the bench to win the game. If you don't have Manaphy down as Dario, then you can just attack with Bad Lecky over and over and over again as Rahul, and just take a bunch of knockouts off the bench as well, and take enough prize cards to win the game. So you have to make it so that you can get some prize cards out of play potentially as Dario. But it depends on the... answers that Rahul has to SQ, if any. Rahul might not have any answers to SQ. It's very possible Rahul has 0 answers to SQ. And if Rahul has 0 answers to SQ, then once you just set up the SQ as Dario, you just win as long as there's not too many prize cards on your bench. Like if Rahul doesn't have Boss or Bad Lecky, like it's possible Rahul has no answers. I don't actually know. Dario did win game 1, so it does suggest that that's probably how Dario did it, was through the SQ. So with this initial Palkia, you do want to be attacking with it as soon as possible as Dario. You just want to start swinging with Palkia, force Rahul to KO it, and then you set up for some kind of SQ play after that. Or, I mean, I guess depending on the hand here for Dario, you could actually just go into using Palkia's ability this turn and setting up the SQ, to be honest. That's like actually possible, I guess. So we see the Irida here. It grabs a bucket and grabs a Drizzile. Nope. Does grab the Drizzile. So got the bucket, got the Drizzile. The bucket's going in here. Gonna grab 2 water energy. I think Dario might be trying to like set up an attack with SQ already. Now there is like an infinite loop with Lecky plus Giant Cape, or yeah, was it Giant Cape, Cape of Toughness? I don't even know with the cape that gives plus 50 HP. So what you can do is you can put actually I don't know if the cape play actually works up against this kind of SQ deck because of quick shooting. Does it? Actually, I don't even know if Cape works against Palkia SQ because of quick shooting, which I'm sure Dario plays. Yeah, Dario plays quick shooting. So this is actually just like I don't even think the Cape loop works in this matchup. I think this is just like a free matchup for Dario because Dario plays double quick shooting. So there's 2 quick shooting, which makes sense. The deck plays that. I think Dario has like SQ coming out this turn right now, maybe. Although I don't know if Dario has I think a piece that Dario might be missing is actually I think Dario might actually be missing, no, No, has the Evolution Incense. I was like, where's the V-Star, though? But we have the Evolution Incense here. And yeah, this game is just literally over. This game is literally just over on this turn, I'm pretty sure, from Dario. So yeah, this is a poor match for them to pick, to be honest, to stream here. This game is just over. Dario's just going to go attach active, retreat, load up the SQ. I mean, Dario already has the game in, or has the play in hand. I don't know what Dario's still thinking through everything, but yeah, already has the play in hand. Attach active, retreat to SQ, evolve to Palkia V-Star, load up 3 energy on the SQ, attack with 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 SQ. So you could grab Shady Dealings in Teleon here, just to have that as an option. If that's not already in the hand, that actually might already be in the hand. So it goes for the Evolution Incense, grabs Palkia, but I think had an Evolution Incense in the hand already, right? Unless I'm tripping? Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm trolling. I don't think so. We got it, though. The play's here. Now, Rahul does have a Serena in the hand. So Rahul has Serena in hand. So if Rahul does play boss, you could go Serena up to Palkia and then boss up the SQ after that, I guess. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this one is basically cooked with this turn 2. Turn 2 SQ here. Oh, wait, I'm confused. Whoa. Wait, what? I guess that's fine. We could attack with Palkia. What if we just attacked with SQ here, though? Wait, why not just attack with SQ here? Is there a reason to attack with Palkia here? What if Rahul has... Yeah, I guess the thing would be like, what if Rahul has boss here? Then Rahul could go boss SQ. Is there a reason to not just start attacking with SQ? I'm like, I guess, okay, so the one thing that could happen is if you retreat the Palkia... You retreat the Palkia to the SQ, and you load up 3 on the SQ, then Rahul could go Serena your Palkia, I guess. And then trap that in the active? And then boss the, what's it called, later? I don't know. I don't think it really matters too much here, but we'll see. The big question still is, like, does Rahul actually play an answer to the SQ? That's the big question here still. Quick Ball gets the Drago. So the Lucky can attack this turn. We'll see if Rahul has the Choice Spell to get the one-hit KO. But, yeah, we'll see if Rahul has the, there's the Choice Spell. Okay, does have the Choice Belt. So pretty good draw there, getting the last Choice Belt. Does get the knockout here. There's the KO on the Palkia. Gets 2 prize cards. But here comes the SQ. No Pat to the Peak as well from Rahul. It's kind of unfortunate to have not seen another of those. There's the draw. Has the Sobble that Dario could... You may as well put down the Sobble, to be honest, because I don't think... I guess, no, you could go... I mean, boss, KO your Manaphy plus bad lucky. I don't even know if Dario should do anything, to be honest. Maybe Dario should just, like, attack with SQ. I think I would... If I was Dario, I think I would maybe just attack with SQ here. Get the energy back, put on the SQ and attack, and be like, all right, what kind of answer do you have? Maybe bench a Sobble, but I'm inclined to not want to bench a Sobble. Just in case of, you know, boss KO Manaphy. I'm sure Dario plays Thornton, but it's prized. Dario could play Ordinary Rod. I would guess yes on the Ordinary Rod, but I don't know for sure. Quick Shooting here is also something that you'd want to set up as well. Yeah, my guess on the Ordinary Rod would be yes, but it looks like the answer is actually no. On that pass through there, I don't think I saw it. I like the Quick Shooting grab here. You start to build up damage on a benched Reggie, I guess. Grabs Quick Shooting. Yeah, okay. Does go with the Sobble bench. Attach. Evolve to Quick Shooting. Quick Shooting the... I don't know, Regice maybe. Registeel. Goes with the Regidrago. And then hit for 70. And yeah, the game is basically over, I think. I don't think there's an out for Rahul. Oh, there's an escape rope in Rahul's hand. Actually, hold up. Okay, I thought the game was over. But there is an escape rope. Okay. I was like, all right, so then the game ends. But actually, that might have been a misplay from Rahul. Should Rahul have retreated the Lucky first and then escape rope? No, looks like we're going with an attack with Registeel. I feel like you want your Lucky to get KO'd, though. So that's what I was thinking. We could have retreated our Lucky, sent it back to the active to attack with Lucky, because we want to get bad Lucky. We want to get bad Lucky in play here as Rahul. We want to get the bad Lucky into play. So I feel like Rahul maybe should have attacked with... There comes a Roxanne. Roxanne doesn't matter too much. He's still got the gift energy on the Registeel. Yeah, I feel like Rahul maybe should have attacked with Lucky there to try and get it off the board to get the bad Lucky in play. I assume if you play escape rope here as Rahul, you play bad Lucky. We'll see, though. If you play the escape rope, I'm assuming you play bad lucky. If you play escape rope, you do also usually play boss. Usually if you're playing the escape rope, you also play the boss. Got a Serena, and I believe also got a Path to the Peak. But if it's just escape rope, no boss, then I'm not sure. Okay, Training Court from Dario. I guess actually Dario can actually maybe KO the Registeel with Quick Shooting, actually. So Dario could go Quick Shooting active. Actually, yeah, Dario could go Quick Shooting active, hit the active, and then Quick Shooting the active twice next turn. That's what Dario should do here to play around the gift energy, I think. Because if you're playing as if you think Rahul has an out to the SQ at this point, then you should fully play around it, I feel like, and Quick Shooting the active and play for Quick Shooting next turn to play around gift. So I don't like that Quick Shooting placement there from Dario onto the Drago. You should definitely play around the gift energy here. I just feel like there's no reason not to play around the gift energy. Like if Rahul does not have an out to the SQ, you win no matter what. If Rahul has an out to SQ, then you may as well try and trap them out of card draw potentially from your Roxanne for as long as possible, which you could do here by playing around the gift. But as soon as you pop this gift next turn, even if Rahul's hand was dead before, it's no longer going to be dead. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that choice from Dario, because now Dario can't do that play. Okay, there's the path on the training court finally. Would love to have seen that sooner. And then there's the Serena for 5. But does Rahul even have an answer? Is the question. Here comes an Ultra Ball. There's a couple energies in hand. Once again, like I said, though, we're trying to get bad Lecky. Oh wait, but I guess that's weird with the what I said before. Well, actually, I don't know. That is a little bit weird. Well, because you could end up with the gift energy anywhere, anyways. Okay, there is the bad Lecky. But every time Rahul searches his deck, we can't see if there's anything else. So you always have escape rope, I guess. So Rahul could repeatedly recover the escape rope with the bad Lecky, though. All right, there's the net on Lecky. And now we get the bad Lecky into play. We can retreat the Registeel and then recover. Retreat the Registeel, and then you can recover the escape rope. And I don't even know which Regi you're loading up here. Probably Gigas. I think Gigas. I think Rahul agrees as well. Yep, load up on the Gigas. I like it. And then, yeah, recover that escape rope. Escape rope back. Okay, but Dario can eventually net all the Pokemon out of play. So once Rahul takes enough knockouts, Dario can just net down to like not enough prize cards left. So Rahul has 3 prize cards left, and there's 4 Pokemon in play. So if Dario can net 2 of the Pokemon, then I think Dario does just win. Dario's counting paths and scoop up nets. I don't know why. And okay. Has 1 net in hand, but doesn't need to use it yet. And of course gets to decide what he wants to send up when the escape rope is played. And you'll probably give up Manaphy at this point, to be honest, if you're Dario. If Rahul does have escape rope plus boss, it's a different story. That's still like a combination of cards you need to somehow draw into as Rahul before Dario wins. And there's like a lot of more pressure being put on Rahul because of the quick shooting, to be honest. Like the quick shooting actually puts on a lot of pressure. Boss and Raihan in the deck. Thinking about the scoop up net, so I was maybe already thinking about committing to the play. And I would definitely like to see Dario, I think, quick shooting the active Lecky, so that way next turn Dario could go like quick shooting, net quick shooting, and KO the bad Lecky here. We'll see though. Seems like a decent option. But not put the Sobble back down. Like net reset it, don't put the Sobble back down. Yeah, I think I'd like to see quick shooting on the active. You could KO it, and that like forces Rahul to then have like because you know the bad Lecky's leaving the active here at this point. Dario goes with the ping on the steal. Could have gone with it on the Lecky though, hit for 90. Yeah, then quick shooting, net quick shooting. Okay, there's the escape rope. Sends up Sobble. Like I said, I think Manaphy could probably go here, to be honest. Rahul goes with Drago because the hand is dead. No boss draw there. Once again, I don't know if Rahul plays boss. We don't know if Rahul plays boss. We just know there's an escape rope. And there's a swing with the Gigas. Could have just swung with the Drago there, I guess, though. I guess the Drago would get KO'd, though. So you're trying to spread out the damage as much as possible. I love that the Leckys are all called good and bad Lecky, which, while they are both in the list. A boss on the Lecky from Dario, so going with that instead. Quick shooting onto the steel. I guess removing the steel from play will set it up. Yo, appreciate the raid there, LDF. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, removing like double regis from play will kind of shut down the potential to keep kind of looping energy in play. I mean, theoretically, Rahul will be able to recover enough of the regis to be able to do that again, but like does have the second steel in the deck. Second draw goes in the discard pile, and I don't know how many ordinary rods Rahul is down. This game got a lot more interesting than I thought it would, though. I thought like Rahul wouldn't have an answer to the SQ plus quick shooting, but then has the escape rope. So this game has gotten more interesting. I still think if it's only escape rope, though, that Dario will win, though. So Rahul needs more than just the escape rope. All right, Chad, I'm back. My thoughts on Kyogre V? I have no idea. I have no idea what it does. Oh no, but I guess if we KO the Manaphy, if the Manaphy gets KO'd, if Dario gave up the Manaphy, then you could just see Rahul just start to snipe with Bad Lucky, which I guess is bad. All right, 2 prize cards left for Rahul. I don't know how many scoop up nets are left for Dario. I don't think Dario's played a single scoop up net. So I think Dario should still be able to scoop up net enough of the Pokemon out of play here. We'll see. Got him. All right, quick shooting happening. Onto the active. I like this. Oh, wait, was there a quick shooting, actually? Oh, there's another escape rope. So, actually, you could... Yeah, what do you give up here as? Gives up the Drizzile. Wait, is this actually winnable from Rahul? There's no scoop up nets in hand for Dario. The Drizzile give up is interesting, actually, from Dario. Giving up the Drizzile is interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I guess, no, you can't ever give up Manaphy because then you go escape rope plus snipe the SQ. So Dario has to, like, play down to just... No. Okay. Irida top deck from Dario. Another question is, who is decking out first at this point? Yeah, another question would be, like, who is decking out first? Comes Irida. There is a Pal Pad in the deck here for Dario, so I don't think Dario's decking out first. Although I don't know if you want to take this Inteleon either. You're just like decking out one turn. You're decking out one turn sooner now for no reason. There's also only a minute 30 left, so I think Dario's always winning this based on that. But I actually would be interested if this game went on longer. Actually, no. If you have double net here as Dario, I think you just win. There's not too much interesting going on, I don't think. So we should just see double net here from Dario, I think, and just pick up both. All right, it looks like Rahul's only hope was the escape rope. Maybe Rahul had a boss? No, I didn't think there was a boss in there. Hey, let's go back. Was there a boss? I don't think so. If there was a boss, you probably wouldn't play Escape Rope so aggressively for knockouts because you want to leave Dario's bench pretty full. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Rahul was never winning that. The Escape Rope. What's the point of playing the Escape Rope if you don't play the boss, though? What SQ is that beating? I don't think it does anything. Yeah, I don't think that really does anything. Empoleon? No, you have Path for Empoleon. You don't care about Empoleon. All right, get me into round 4. All right, here we go. Yo, Heady with the Zoroark? Okay. Yo, Stefan was playing Goodra? Isn't Stefan like 801 or something? With the goo? No shot. Insane. Went in on a hole for playing Rope plus Bad Lucky and not being able to... What do you mean? Do you think you should be able to beat Q with Rope plus Bad Lucky or playing both of those and not actually playing a way to beat SQ? Bad deck building? Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree. You don't actually have a win condition if your opponent knows what's going on. And let me take a couple more bites of this chili and then we'll get into this one. How much is Zoroark hit for? How much is Zoroark hit for? Your Horn Post Bad Lucky better? Well, yeah, that would be a better way to beat SQ, yeah. $300? So maybe this can beat Goodra? Maybe. Yeah, maybe you can beat Goodra then. Yo, Goodra being... That's kind of insane. Is Goodra good right now? There's no chance, right? Couldn't see it. My ICT plus belt, so 310. I think he loses this. He might tie it. Let's find out. All right, here we go with round 4. Heady with Zoroark versus Stefan with the Goodra. So when Goodra attacks, Zoroark can't get the one-hit KO. So I have to imagine this matchup is probably pretty close. I don't know, though, for sure. The Goodra, interesting choice. 2 Comfy prize, 2 net prize as well. So the prize cards are not too rough as long as Stefan can find the other Comfy. This matchup, I don't know. I don't know how this matchup goes, so I'm not going to talk too much about that. And then on Heady's side, double research prize plus the Eldegoss. The prize cards on both sides aren't too detrimental. I would say Stefan has a little bit worse of prize cards, though. Does have, I think, the second... and Heady went first here with Attach Pass. Stefan does have second Comfy in hand, though. So, the second Comfy in hand, you're not too worried about... too worried about 2 Comfy being prized. Eyeing up the Temple of Sinnoh. Actually, Temple of Sinnoh could be a big deal in this matchup. And Temple of Sinnoh is also a pretty big deal because you want to keep Heady's... You want to keep Heady's Stadium out of play. So going for the Goo V-Star, and the Sinnoh, getting rid of the boss and the escape rope. That seems fine to me, I think. So for highly valuing the Temple of Sinnoh, I think that makes sense. Keeps the V-Star around. Probably especially important because you don't know if one is prized or not. Capture versus boss. You probably don't want to keep some counter boss around. I think there's a capture in the hand here for Stefan as well. So we can see capture active to retreat to the other Comfy and probably capture out the second Goodra V. Well, that's interesting. Stefan plays a Zigzagoon. I wonder what the Zigzagoon is for in this matchup. Is lining up the Cramorant here. So actually, I can get the KO with the Cram. Oh, wait, actually, did Stefan have a Scoop Up Net in hand? Could have actually, maybe should have seen the Scoop Up Net before the capture here, actually. Scoop Up Net, reset into the other Cram, and then go with that. The Zigzagoon is interesting. When does Zigzagoon help? What is the math for Zigzagoon? It allows Cram to KO Orangaroo. Does it help with Goodra at all, being able to KO something? I don't know. All right, Cram Grab from Stefan. Still needs one more in the loss zone, but has the other Comfy in the hand. And I believe has a net, but I think Stefan should have gone net reset Comfy into Comfy first, and then maybe could have got a switch card and then retreated or something. So, and then you also do want second Goodra V, but the second Goodra V is prized here. 210 on Vikavolt, but I think you just beat Vikavolt if you set up anyways. That's really a concern. All right, second Comfy happening. Easy get rid of on the Drapion. And then, yeah, I think has a net. Maybe, no, has a switch, actually. Has a switch. So then the switch comes down. So that's fine then. I don't know what I think that net was. Has a quick ball as well. Is thinking about playing that. Going and grabbing Greninja would be pretty good here. Yeah, getting Greninja here would be pretty good. It's for Stoutland. I could see that, yeah. Maybe you do need an answer to Stoutland. Goes ahead and plays Temple of Sinnoh. Super aggressive Temple of Sinnoh here. And then punch for 110. I don't know if I agree with that super aggressive Temple of Sinnoh. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that Temple of Sinnoh there. That's super aggressive there. I don't know. You know Hetty's going to play 4 of their stadium. And also Hetty could just attach a second double turbo here and still be fine. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that. The hand is a little bit awkward here for Hetty. Plays a Roseanne's backup. That's going to be hitting the discard pile right away. Along with a couple of the cards. This will be interesting here from Hetty. I think maybe Hetty should just go all out for the Gust knockout. You could just grab the V-Star here, and then you could go Serena up the Goodra, and then Crobat for 6, and then use the V-Star power of the Zoroark after that. I don't hate that, to be honest. I don't hate Hetty just trying to get super reckless. Not super reckless, super aggressive here and just try and KO that thing off the bench like right now. I wouldn't hate that. There's an Avery in the deck. What else is in here? Couple Sharon's Cares. So Sharon's Cares is going to be big in this matchup for sure. That makes you think just because Hetty maybe plays a Sharon's Cares, this might be in a like this overall matchup based on the list might be at the advantage of Hetty, to be honest. There's a Zoroark. Like I said, yeah, Choice Belt. I would like to see Serena just gust up the Goodra, Crobat for 5, and then Zoroark draw 7. No! V-Stars away the Crobat and the Serena. I don't know if I like that. We could have seen so much more. I don't know if I like that. I don't know. Getting the KO on Goodra is just so good. You lose the Crobat draw. You lose the Gust effect. I don't think I like that. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It definitely means you're not trying to be as aggressive this turn for sure. I like the aggressive route. Maybe it's a little bit too aggressive, though. Who knows? See, another Zoroark. I think Hetty at the very least wants to take a knockout this turn. Has another double turbo in hand. And has a boss. Wants to read the Goodra V. Boss is up the Goodra V, so just wants to get a punch in on it. Is forgetting about Temple of Sinnoh currently. Uh-oh. This would be the second time. Oh, no. Oh, it just passed. Okay. Did not forget about the Temple of Sinnoh. Just went with the stall tactic. Okay, I don't hate that. I thought Hetty here forgot about the Temple of Sinnoh. Did not forget about Temple of Sinnoh. Love to see it. Did not forget about it. Let's see. Does Stefan have a switch card? Actually, Stefan's hand is dead. Stefan actually has a dead hand. And I don't think has second Goodra. Oh, no, does have another Goodra V. Does play triple Goodra V, it looks like. Oh, plays Luminion. Okay, so we're going to see the Luminion grab here and go get a Colress. So does play the Luminion. I've never been a huge fan of Luminion in the Goodra deck because you're trying to avoid your opponent drawing prize cards. But definitely worked out for Stefan today, and it's working out right now to go with the Colress. Keep Stefan playing the game this turn instead of just draw passing. I usually feel like in these decks, Luminion loses you more games than it wins when you put it in play. But Stefan disagrees. Plays the card. We'll see how it goes for him. Escape Rope, Colress. Ooh, some good cards to choose from. I'm thinking about the Switch versus the Roxanne and the Capture Energy, I believe. I kind of like taking the extra switch card here. Just because you want to get into Comfies and get out of Comfies. The Roxanne you probably definitely give up here. Would just be, do you want to keep the capture energy as your attachment for turn, possibly, I think. I feel like not taking the aggressive knockout feels bad. Yeah, I feel like not going for that aggressive knockout does feel pretty bad. I agree. It does seem to, it does feel bad. It feels bad to me. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of going for it. Is it correct? I don't know. So we're at 5 in the Lost Zone here for Stefan. Now we're at 6. Gate versus water. I mean, I think that one's always gate. I don't think we're ever taking the water here. I don't think that ever makes any sense. One more thing I'd be curious to see on Stefan's list. I assume Stefan plays Greninja, but I guess it's possible Stefan doesn't play the Greninja. That would be interesting for sure, but just assuming. I'm just assuming it's in there. So I think we're pretty close to the attack here from Stefan. We have the gate. I think there's a capture in the hand actually here for Stefan. That might be a capture. I think it is. And we have a switch. So if we get a switch card off this last Comfy, then I think Stefan is getting the KO here. Thinking about the capture energy. Oh, I was thinking about capture retreat the Comfy instead of playing the switch. Just going to the cram. So just taking a little bit slower of a route here and just going for cram punch for 110. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Hetty burned a lot of resources on the last turn. Yeah, Hetty burned through a lot of the draw power. So your Goodra on the bench, it really isn't in that big of a threat for the setup that Hetty currently has, which is 2 Zoroarks, which you need a lot more than that to actually deal damage with Zoroark. There's the draw from Hetty. Still no Stadium, so that's kind of unfortunate so far from Hetty, and none of the prize cards either. And I'm assuming Hetty plays 4 Stadium. It is like the most important card in the deck, so I would assume Hetty plays the 4 Stadium in this deck. We'll see. How much does Damage Pump move again? Does it move 3 damage counters or 2? I forget. You could Damage Pump a Zoroark 3 times. Oh, the Alakazam. All right. Interesting. Alakazam from Hetty. But it's Alakazam is from your opponents to your opponents, right? It's not from yours to your opponents. Is it yours to your opponents? No, it's your opponents to your opponents. Alakazam, it seems okay. I don't know. Seems all right. So moving some off the Zoroark onto the Alakazam makes sense. May as well move 2. Is thinking about maybe not moving 2, probably to avoid the Alakazam dying to a cram, which I don't hate the idea of playing around, to be honest. Ends up going with 2. I think that does put it in cram range now. And then there's the Crobat for 7. Got the Zoroark V-Star. Got 3 things in play with damage. Does not have a Stadium yet, though, so Temple of Sinnoh is still doing work out here for Stefan. What's the play? Evolution Incense. And out another Zoroark or a Gengar probably. Looks like it's going to be a Gengar grab. They might even have a way to discard it. Does have a way to discard the Gengar, but still no Stadium for Hetty. So pretty rough so far with that. It's for the synergy with Bog. I like it. Oh, it does synergize with Bog. That is true. That is true. It does synergize with Bog. I actually didn't think about that, but it does synergize with Bog. Okay, another Zoroark down for Hetty. No damage on it because there's no Stadium. And I think that's going to be it. I think Hetty's going to be going pass after this, which is kind of unfortunate, to be honest. Yeah, there it is. Pass. All right, Stefan's turn. Draws into a gate. Not much else here for Stefan, though, I don't think. But could just swing with Cram again isn't terrible, to be honest. Swing with Cram would not be awful. Oh, wait. Are we at 7 now? Oh, I thought we were at 6. I missed something then there. So Stefan could have done this last turn. I think Stefan maybe should have gated last turn then, to be honest. I think I would like to have seen Stefan gate last turn. I don't think the Goodra was ever in too much trouble. And if your Goodra does get KO'd there, you're maybe in so much trouble that it's just worth taking the risk, to be honest. Yeah, if your Goodra does get KO'd there, maybe you're in so much trouble anyway. Or yeah, if you're in so much trouble anyways, it's worth taking the risk. All right. Goodra swings. We get the knockout on this first Zoroark for Stefan. Now over to Hetty. Hetty's pretty far behind now. This Zoroark's, oh my gosh. Just going to go Sharon's Care onto the Zoroark immediately. It almost seems like Hetty immediately regretted that. I was like, wait, why'd I do that? That was funny. So I think Hetty's just going to be... I don't know what Hetty's going to do here, to be honest. That was funny, though. Yeah, Hetty's like shaking his head, too. He's like, oh, hold on. What the heck's going on here? Yeah, we'll see if Hetty's going to even swing for a turn here. I don't think so. Yep, just a punch and run for 0 damage. Looks like Stefan forgot about doing 0 damage, and then just sends up the Gengar for the turn. So Stefan would like to set up another Goodra probably at some point, but the second Goodra V is prized. Although I think I saw a third one in there for Stefan. I think I saw a third Goodra V in there. We'll have to see. Definitely doesn't need it right now. This Goodra's like, you want to probably set one up at some point, assuming Hetty ever actually attacks you with the Zoroark. If that never happens, who cares? Okay. And Hetty's like, all right, you know what? Let's just go to the next game. Like, that was pretty funny. All right. Hetty's ready to move on. Let's get into the next one. Zoroark versus Goodra. Going into game 2. I assume Hetty will be going. I mean, I don't know why Hetty would never. Why is it a long break? Wait, did they like take a? Wait, I am so confused. What the heck? Did a game 2 even happen? Oh, okay, okay. It was so fast, we missed it. Let's go ahead and review it though, anyways. So it looks like a pretty unfortunate draw here from Hetty. I think Hetty is going to go Manaphy pass, and because it is such a fast game, I'm going to go ahead and make a guess that I'm going to assume Stefan is going to get the donk here with... I'm just going to assume Stefan's going to get the donk here with the cram, but maybe it'll be another draw pass from Hetty to add insult to injury here. Capture... Oh, wait a second. I think there's a net in the hand here from Stefan. So I wouldn't have hated to see maybe the capture on the Goodra to get a Comfey so that we could enter the next Comfey, but there might not have been. And there is a Greninja in the prize cards here for Stefan, so Stefan definitely plays Greninja for sure, as we see there. All right, so eyeing up the Comfey. Goes for the Comfey. Anything else worth grabbing here? See, shuffles it up. All right. Going with the Comfey. Like I said, I think there was a net in hand, so you could have gone like bench Goodra, captured a Goodra, get the Comfey, and then you could have net the active Comfey, you know, to dig a little bit harder, I feel like, for that turn 1 knockout. But there might not be a net in there. I keep confusing these Temple of Sinnohs for nets, I think. Retreat to next Comfey. Let's see what this one does. Quick Ball and a Comfey. Goes with the Quick Ball. Could see, if we had seen the Comfey take there, though, could have gone into another Comfey there, but you might just give up on the donk at this point as Stefan, to be honest. Actually, no, we're not done yet. We got the Luminion for the Colress. Okay, actually, I do like this better then, because Luminion for Colress definitely gives you a higher chance of seeing the donk. I forget about the Luminion. So I like it. Luminion for Colress is happening. Let's do it. And then all Stefan needs is a Quick Ball or Battle VIP pass to go ahead and find. Here we go. 3, 4, 5. I don't see an out to a cram, though. Maybe no donk this turn, then. Has an escape rope. So could grab, like, net... Could just grab like net and something else, and then could reset the could grab net and switch. Net and switch would allow you to be able to pull off the play still. So you go like net, switch, Colress. Could also just give up on the play though. I think it would be fine for Stefan to give up on trying to get the donk this turn. I don't think you need the donk this turn. If you whiff the donk, I think you'll be okay for the situation that Stefan's in. And that might be what the route Stefan's going at this point now, to be honest. Let's see. Actually, does Stefan play Battle VIP Pass? I think so. I would assume so, but actually, have we seen it? Draw from Hetty. Is it nothing, though? Oh my gosh. Hetty draws and passes. There's a capture energy for Stefan. Yeah, Stefan might not play Battle VIP Pass. Stefan doesn't play Battle VIP Pass, actually. I don't think so. I'll look on that search one more time. That's very curious. Yeah, I don't think there's no Battle VIP Pass. I want to see like another Stefan searches now. Yeah, I don't think Stefan plays Battle VIP Pass. It's like probably like 4 quick ball and 4 capture. Yeah, no Battle VIP Pass. Interesting. I was like comparing it to like Sosa's list, and I was like, okay, there has to be something in here that Stefan doesn't play. What is it? I was like, maybe less Boss's Orders, no Marnie. I don't know if there was Marnie in this list either here for Stefan. But yeah, no Battle VIP Pass is definitely interesting. And unfortunately, that's going to do it. Unfortunately for Hetty, that's going to do it for round number 4. A quick 2-0 for Stefan. Or move on to round 5. Stefan's interview probably went like, I don't know. Hetty was playing Zorak. That deck sucks. I don't know what he was thinking. Best of luck next time. San Diego Regionals. Vika Vault. I wonder if anyone played Vika Vault at this year. Wait, what? What? Reggie Lecky Vika Vault? Why is there a Reggie Lecky with the Vika Vault? It's like someone was like, okay, the person who was making the graphics, like someone was like, okay, and can you make a graphic for San Diego Regionals? The deck, Vika Vault won the tournament. Oh, and they're like, oh, okay, Vika Vault, and they go look up, a deck list for Vika Vault, and they're like, oh, Vika Vault. Oh, usually, so Vika Vault. Oh, it's a deck that people play with Reggie Lecky, but Vika Vault, most of the time, most Reggie Lecky decks that you'd run into in general have Vika Vault VMAX in there. But the one that Gibby played doesn't even have any Reggie Lecky. They even put the wrong Reggie Lecky. Not only does Gibby not play Reggie Lecky with the Vika Vault, but they put the wrong Reggie Lecky that you would even see with Vika Vault. If there was that's like there's 2 levels to that. That's actually pretty funny. They messed up that bad on the graphic. That's funny. If only there was a resource for deck list. and it's Limitless that literally is running the stream. That's a good meme. That's a good meme right there. All right. I tabbed in. All right. We got Jake with the Lugia versus Paul. With it looks like, I'm going to go ahead and make a guess that Paul is playing. It is Lost Box. I'm going to guess it's Rayquaza, Raikou Lost Box. And Jake is playing Kyogre. Okay, that's new. Kyogre, Amazing Rare Kyogre Lugia. So if Paul does not get out that Manaphy, Paul is going to be in trouble. I maybe would have liked to have seen Jake use Primate Wisdom before the capture energy here. You appreciate the prime sub there, Gilbeer. Move to the Rat Pack. We're all out of sinks, but we got plenty of mold. Yeah, maybe would like to have seen the Primate Wisdom before the capture here. I don't know what the handful is for Jake though, so we'll see. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be Lost Ray here from Paul. We don't see anything in the prize cards, and for both players' prize cards, nothing super relevant, I don't think, on either side. There's a Kohler's prize for Paul and a Lost Gate, but I don't think it matters too much. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it really matters too much. So Jake gets the Lugia. See if they can get any Archeops in the discard pile. Looks like no. Here comes the Primate Wisdom now. Like I said, I think I would have liked to see this before the capture energy, because now if Jake doesn't find a way to shuffle the top deck, you're just going to top deck the card you just put on top of the deck, which I don't think you want to top deck. I don't think that card was very good that Jake put on top of the deck, so... All right, Colress to start off with from Paul. Can't complain about that, but oh, not a great set of cards to choose from. So not Raikou. It does look like it is Rayquaza. Sheesh. This is wow, this is actually pretty rough. Nothing really good in the hand. Yeah, gotta get a real water and a fighting off the rip. Not great to start here for Paul, but gotta do what you gotta do. And here comes a Comfy for a couple. There's a Battle VIP Pass at the expense of a Quick Ball. Sounds good to me. 1 energy in the hand, so can still use Greninja and go get another Comfy as well. And then try and string together a punch with... Is that a parasol? What? That's some mirror match tech right there. That's a parasol in Lost Box. All right. Not going to say I'm a huge... I definitely don't think I'm a huge fan of that, but interesting choice. All right. Gets a Comfy. Gets the Greninja. Like I said, that's probably what they're going to go for. And then, yeah, needs to put down this Manaphy. They have the Manaphy in hand. I doubt they know about the Amazing Rare Kyogre of Jake. I doubt they know about the Amazing Rare Kyogre, but Raikou's a pretty safe bet in most situations. Here comes the Greninja to draw 2. Net, okay, that's pretty good. Okay, Paul is cruising here now. See the net on the Comfy. Send up a Comfy. Comfy again. We're close to that punch. Ooh. Now the question is, what do you keep? This is tough. How bad do you want to attack with Cram this turn? I think that's the only out to attack with Cram this turn would be... Oh, maybe has another switch card in hand? No, I don't think they... Oh, wait, that is a net, right? That is a net. Okay, okay. Not done yet. Can get the Cram hit. The Cram hit is still good here. Getting the 110 on the Guru, especially if you play the Zigzagoon, that becomes a prize card later. Or if... like, Jake needs to put down Manaphy to play around. If Jake needs to put down Manaphy, Stoutland's already coming in hot here for Jake. If Jake needs to play down Manaphy to play around like a Raikou, then all of a sudden you can like KO Manaphy plus KO Guru, or KO Raikou plus KO Guru with like a Sableye or something. So you can still get like a double price turn. So not the best of turn ones from Paul, but wasn't bad. Still got the Cram hit off, got the whole setup, got the whole squad set up. On Jake's side, though, 0 Archeops in the discard pile, 0 Archeops in the hand, no energy for turn. This is like a really bad draw here from Jake. Thinking about what to Primate Wisdom now. Gets rid of the Yveltal, draws into a Quick Ball, not going to do anything, and Luminion's going to have to come down next turn as well, so... oh, I can even go ahead and go this turn and grab an Archeops right now. I don't hate that, actually. I just shuffle up the top deck, like I said before. Like, if you don't shuffle the top deck, you're drawing into that card again, so... and there's a pass. All right, over to Paul. Could just hit with Cram again. That would be fine. Like, you're going to be up now. You'd prefer to hit something else, though. So I'd like to see Paul start with Greninja here. There we go. Nice save from Paul. Almost played the switch card first, but yeah, just start with the Greninja, see what we draw, and then decide from there. Ooh, Escape Rope is super nice here. Yeah, you don't really want to hit the Guru again. Escape Rope is sick. It's exactly what you want here from Paul. No, goes with the Stoutland. I do not like the Stoutland setup. I think I like the Lugia setup a little bit more. I guess one thing Jake is scared of here is actually getting KO'd, which is fair, to be honest. I guess you don't really want to get KO'd here. We go net to Comfy. Needs to remove the ability thing off the bench, Comfy. Boss versus Air Balloon. Interesting choice. You're going to get rid of the Air Balloon. I kind of like the Air Balloon there, to be honest. I kind of like the Air Balloon. Another Comfy coming down. But the bench, the Comfy with the Comfy with the thing on it isn't used, right? I think Paul is psyching themselves out here because it has the green thing on it. Cram's gonna end the active here. Because Paul definitely didn't need to show them that they had another Comfy in him. It's not a huge deal, but it is like something. I also don't know if I like the boss over the Air Balloon there either, to be honest. I think Paul is so far ahead here that I think valuing... I think Paul gets so far ahead here with the second attack that I think Paul should... carded it and not netted. Oh, am I trolling? Did it get carded? I might be trolling here. I think Paul gets so far ahead here with this attack that Paul should value the extra dig that the Air Balloon would give you from this point on versus the option of the boss. I think it's actually a misplay from... That was a pretty big misplay from Paul to actually take the boss over the Air Balloon. I think the Air Balloon gives you a ton of value moving forwards in ways that that's going to more likely win you the game than the boss's orders. Because this board state, Paul is super far ahead right now. Paul is like super far ahead at this point. It's insane. All right. Finally see an Archeops at the discard pile here for Jake. Still a ways away from actually setting everything up, though. Still a ways away from setting everything up, but they're working on it. Jake's working on it. Another Lugia to the hand. Here we go with Luminian. Probably going to go ahead and grab a research here. I don't know if you can really afford to go with a Marnie. Although I don't know if you want a Marnie Paul anyway. Paul has like a 4-card hand or something. By not retreating Comfy with an energy that turn, that also means you get to keep the energy in hand for next turn to use with Greninja. Yeah, there's like a lot of reasons to take the air balloon over the boss there for sure, I think. I said, not a fan of the choice there from Paul, but we'll see how it plays out overall. All right. Quick ball for Jake. I don't know if I see a Lugia V-Star in that hand there though for Jake. So there might not be one. No Lugia V-Star is no good here. Eyeing up the Luminian as well. So Jake just might not have a draw supporter either. Jake is just not drawing very well, to be honest. There's the Wash Energy to Manaphy and the pass. All right, this is terrible for Jake. Jake is in an awful spot. This is awful. Whereas Paul's in a pretty good spot. We even see a quick ball coming down here off the rip from Paul. So Paul might be looking to do a little bit bigger of a play than just KO the active. Let's see what Paul plays. I see Rayquaza. I see Snorlax. Lines up the Ray. I'm not sure what else there's. Rayquaza, there's Snorlax. I assume there's Raikou, but maybe not. Oh, no, actually, probably no Raikou, actually. No, they play the water energy, so there's definitely no Raikou. Take that back. Definitely no Raikou. Here we go. Greninja use now for 2. Nothing super good. You see the Ray get benched with an energy, which is probably what we will see. And then Cram knockout on. That's a good knockout. That's a really good knockout. It's a VIP pass, which is going to be useless, of course, but also gets the escape rope, which is nice. And Paul is in full control. I actually think Jake should probably concede here. Unless Jake sees some really cheesy way to make a comeback, I think Jake should probably just concede. I don't know. Like, if you get the knockout here, yeah, I guess if you Marnie here, maybe you should hold out for one more Marnie. Yeah, going for the Marnie. Okay, maybe I take that back, actually. Go for the Marnie. Ideally, hopefully Jake draws into a... Yeah, hopefully Jake draws into the Lugia V-Star here. And then you can Lugia V-Star... Get the Archeop set up. Luminian back to the deck. Yeah, you could hold out for a turn here, maybe as Jake. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably fine. Has the Ultra Ball. Okay, has it going finally. Ultra Ball here. Gets the Lugia V-Star. Definitely should get rid of the Quick Ball probably with the Ultra Ball. You could keep the Quick Ball here, to be honest. You could keep the Quick Ball here as Jake, because that becomes an out for a Luminian for a supporter next turn. Charizard's usually not too good against Lost Box decks, so you could get rid of the Charizard, to be honest, instead. I wouldn't have hated to see that from Jake. I wouldn't... Yeah, that could have been fine. Yeah, I think getting rid of Charizard and keeping the Quick Ball actually makes a little bit more sense, because you don't have any draw supporter in hand as Jake, so that way it could... I mean, it could go get you a draw supporter. That'd be pretty good. Oh, Jake also played Lost City. Okay. All right, I'm kind of... Yeah, I think maybe sticking it out a little bit longer is, like, fine here. Yeah, Jake also plays Lost City, so... There's maybe a little bit of hope here for Jake still. One Archeops gets used, loads up Luminian. Doesn't look like we're using another Archeops, and here should probably just send up the Guru, I think, here is Jake. But yeah, I think I would like to have seen Quick Ball away. I think I would have liked to have seen Quick Ball away the Zard, or Ultra Ball away the Zard, keep the Quick Ball. Goes with the V-Guard energy on to Luminian. And then I think we'll see, yeah, shuffle back to the deck and send up Guru. Because you don't really want to lose an Archeops. Yeah, sending up Guru just makes the most sense, right? Yeah. So Escape Rope here is pretty good for Paul. KOing like anything else that's not Guru is good. But you can also KO the Guru with like... I mean, you could like KO it with a Cram. You could also use 6 Sableye this turn would probably be pretty good. You knock out the Guru. Maybe set up like 3 on a another Archeops to be able to KO with Sableye later or something like that. And has a Colress, so could see quite a few things here from Paul. Actually goes with the Comfey first, which is interesting. Comfey first instead of Colress first, so maybe was looking for the option of another draw supporter there. If not, I think it's just a missequence. I had the Raihan in hand, though, so I don't know what other thing... No, maybe was looking for another card to combo with the Raihan, though, I guess, there from Paul. Paul was like, okay, if I can get something to combo with the Raihan, then I'll go with the Raihan play. Makes sense. Yeah, here comes the Raihan now. Throw the... Well, actually, what are we attacking with here? Oh, well... We're attacking with Manaphy? Is that what's going on here? We can actually see, though, as Paul actually looks through the deck there, Paul's, like, running out of... Paul's, like, actually kind of running out of switch cards. There's, like, 2 escape rope left, and that's it. But if we had an air balloon in play here, you could just air balloon every single time. So, yeah, it goes with the Raihan to attack with Manaphy for the knockout. Which, in the current situation, does make sense because the Stoutland is gone, but... This actually does open up a big opportunity for Jake in a couple turns from now, because Jake could set up that Kyogre that we know Jake plays. So Jake could go KO Manaphy, and maybe this is Jake's way back into this game. I was like, maybe Jake should just, maybe Jake should just concede here. That's what I was about. That's what I was saying. It's like maybe Jake should just concede here, go next. But so far, it's not looking too bad for Jake, to be honest. It looks like there is a potential for a comeback here. We could definitely see it happen. Yeah, because that Kyogre, what does it do? 80 to everything? That would be a double prize card turn on some... The Manaphy send-up is still weird from Paul, though, because you don't know that Jake doesn't play Raikou yet. The Manaphy send-up from Paul is still weird. Because, yeah, you don't know if Jake plays Raikou or not yet. Maybe there wasn't a better option, though, for an attacker here as Paul as well. Because, like, what else would Paul attack? Well, no, Paul had a Cram in hand. You could just attack with Cram. Or dig for the Sableye play, which I think was probably the best play, was to dig for the Sableye play off of Colress. So, yeah, I think Paul should have gone for something like that. Is there a Cram in hand? I think there is a Cram in hand. And it didn't come off the prize cards, so the training core came off the prize cards. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that choice there from Paul. I think Paul should have played a little bit more... Not Manaphy attacking. A little bit more not Manaphy attacking. Definitely should have played a little bit more not. I'm not a huge fan of the Manaphy attack. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so Paul's got 3 prize cards left. So this turn, we could see Paul try and attack with Greninja and knock out the Charizard and then also put damage on the Lugia to try and clean that up later. Clean up the Lugia later with a boss plus Rayquaza. So I think that's the route I want to see Paul aim for here. But Paul is just shipping the Ray. Of course, there isn't, like I said, there's not that many switch cards left here for Paul as well. So I think Paul knows that. There's the boss. But yeah, Ray to knock this out feels pretty bad. I think there's just like better ways Paul could have gone about this for sure. Like using the Ray here feels terrible. This does not feel good. Wait, does Paul actually play Sableye? I don't know if Paul plays Sableye. No. I think I saw a Sableye in there. I'm pretty sure Paul plays Sableye. Also, once again, this is kind of the lack of the air balloon in play here is kind of compounding with turn after turn, where it's like, it would be pretty good if there was an air balloon in play here. More Comfey uses, more digging, stuff like that. Here comes the Snorlax. Yeah, Ray KO Charizard here is just so inefficient. It's insane. It's insane how inefficient this is. It's so bad. Definitely should have seen the Greninja use before the training court use there, so that's a mistake there from Paul, but it's fine. Here comes an escape rope. I mean, Archeops, to KO and an Archeops here wouldn't be bad for him, Paul. But I don't think Paul has a way to move this Comfey. Except for maybe Mirage Gate to retreat it now. But it's an escape rope again, so it's just a Zard coming back up. That's such a big investment here from Paul. That's huge. This is not looking great from Paul. I actually kind of I almost favor Jake at this point. Lost City top deck. I don't know if it's going to do too much in the long run here, but it's definitely a nice option to have. Here comes a research. Like, how is Paul going to get 2 more prize cards here? I mean, we could see Snorlax knockout, but then how do you get that last prize card? I think Paul's kind of exhausted of resources. We'll see. All right, here comes the Archeops from Jake. Maybe should have done those before playing the draw supporter. Gonna load up the active Archeops. How much energy does Jake have left, I guess is the question. I think Jake still has quite a bit of energy left, though. So we can attack with Archeops this turn. Probably should use the other Archeops and start to load some energy on Lugia, because I assume we're going with Lugia. Oh, yeah, we definitely should have used, and that's a lot of energy in hand here for Jake. Actually, is it possible that that's all of Jake's energy? I think Jake definitely should have used both Archeops before playing the research, because if Jake might not be able to attack next turn because of all the energy in the hand. So we could see Paul swing with Snorlax this turn. I'm sure that's going to be the plan here from Paul. Yeah, that's a lot of energy in hand. I was going to try to Kyogre. Oh, you could have Kyogre. Yeah, you could have Kyogre this turn. That's true, actually. So if you just drew into the... that's true, you could have Kyogre this turn. So if you had just drawn into an out to the Kyogre and not all your energy, then that actually would have worked. Okay, actually, that's fair then. I forgot about the Kyogre. Because it was looking like you just win if you go attack with Archeops, attack with Lugia. I completely forgot about Kyogre as like an option. But I think that probably would have been the better play on the turn, to be honest, if you could have found that. So I think leaving that open as an option was probably correct. But now I feel like, yeah, I feel like Jake might just not be able to attack next turn unless they like top deck a Marnie. All right, Ordinary Rod happening from Paul. I think Paul's almost all in on this Snorlax for maybe there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Paul can actually like set up another Rayquaza or anything like that. Well, that Rayquaza is in the Lost Zone. I don't know if Paul plays 2 Rayquazas. I think Paul maybe only plays 1 Rayquaza. Oh, there's second Ray. Never mind. Okay. So the fact that there's second Ray does mean that Paul has an out here. Paul definitely has an out here because of the second Ray. Okay, there's Luminion. There is Luminion there. And actually, Paul might not be able to switch this. Hey, was the Kyogre play a possibility, though? Is there any Marnie left? Because Jake could have gone attach active, Marnie, get Kyogre, retreat Kyogre, don't KO the Snorlax, instead KO the 2 things, KO 2 Comfey, and then win the next turn if the Snorlax doesn't wake up. Because I think Paul might be out of switch cards. I actually think Paul might be completely out of switch cards. Ray didn't get KO, though. What do you mean? Ray didn't get KO. No Marnie left? Okay. Then I guess you're kind of stuck with this play. All right. Lugia swing, take the knockout on the Snorlax, leave the stadium in play. And does Paul have down to? But Jake does have 2 prize cards left, so that means Paul only needs. Paul has 2 turns to pull off a knockout. Paul has 2 turns to take a knockout here. Paul knows they don't have a ton of switch cards left, though. They're actually, like, setting up the Rayquaza. They need, like, double gate. Paul needs, like, double gate, though. Double gate recycler. But there's only 1 gate gone and no recycler. Draws into Raihan. Attach Raihan. Yeah, that should do it. The Raihan should do it here. Here comes the Raihan. Search the deck. Grabs the gate. Wait, do they have the rod? Have the rod. Grass. As long as they don't grab the wrong types here. They need lightning and I don't even know what the other one is, to be honest. Water. Gate for 2. Actually, if they didn't top deck Raihan there, do they just lose? I think maybe they actually had to top deck Raihan there. Otherwise, you couldn't get 4 energy in 1 turn. Well, no, you could hit it hard though, and then maybe Sableye it the next turn. And I want to see the Raihan. I want to see what was left in the deck. I'm curious. Sableye, Gate, Parasol. So how could you even win from that if you don't have Raihan? You play Colress. You'd have to get the Sableye, put the Sableye on the bench, hit with Ray. Jake would have to KO you, and then you'd have to Raihan to Sableye, and then use Sableye to KO the Rayquaza. I was looking at Boss Cram on the Archeops than Sableye. I like that. Yeah, that plays better as well, Grant. I like that play. Yeah. This play would still work out. Like if you don't top deck the Raihan, you play the Colress, you get Sableye, Raihan, Gate. You play the Rod, attach, play the Gate onto the Rayquaza. You also have to bench the Sableye that turn. So then if Jake has KO, Gus KO Sableye. Well, no, but then you have Cram still. You still have the Cram. You have Gus with Cram KO, right? Aren't you decking out, though? No, because you play the ordinary Rod and you recover 1 Pokemon plus 2 energy, and then you gate the 2 energy into play, and then you have the 1 Pokemon as your 1 card in deck. So not quite. So I guess it works both ways here, I think. And then if you do top deck Raihan, you do just win the game, I guess. All right. I mean, it ends up working out. Oh, wait, am I tripping? Oh, wait, this is the next game. I thought this was it was like the angle stayed, so I thought it was the same game. All right, game 2. I'm sure we'll have Jake going first in this one. Attach Pass, not great. Attach Pass is not great. No Archeops in the discard pile, which isn't as big of a deal. We don't play up against a deck that's not playing Marnie, but still something you want. I assume Paul only plays 1 Sableye. What are the other keeps there, actually? You know, keeping the training court. I was thinking the Ray seems like the most valuable card there. I have those, but what are the other keeps? Double Ray. Okay, I maybe could have given up a Ray, to be honest. Maybe could have given up a Ray. But really, actually, really awkward start here from Paul. No Comfies and no way to get into a Comfy. Lax Ray pass over to Jake. I assume so. I had the escape rope too, so I was just looking at for a way to get into a Comfy there, or a VIP pass or something. And it's just a read the wind here from Jake. Back over to Paul. Is an intense. There's attached pass from Paul. Back over to Jake. Jake draws. We do see the Evolution Incense here and an Aurora in the hand, so we can get the we get V-Star with the Evolution Incense, then we can attach the Aurora to probably the benched Lugia. We can go ahead and get rid of the Archeops in the hand, get out double Archeops, and we're good to go from there. If you're Paul here, I would actually concede, I think, instantly when that play happens. You could maybe wait for one more top deck, but to give yourself enough time to complete a game of Lost Box versus Lugia, you need a decent amount of time. 20 minutes even isn't enough sometimes to complete a game. Or actually, that's like, I feel like 20 minutes is below the average game time, or you need more than 20 minutes on average, is what I mean to say. Probably quite a bit more. Wait, did we not get the second Archeops in the discard pile? Am I tripping here? Oh, no, we have 2 in the discard pile. Okay, we're chilling. I thought I was tripping. Oh, I think we used Read the Wind twice here as Jake. Double Read the Wind? That's awful. All right, Lugias are online. I think Jake actually attached three times manually to the active Lugia as well. Like, triple attach, manually set up. But yeah, like I said, I think I would like to see I think I'd like to see Paul concede, like right now. Like this turn right now, and just concede. Give yourself enough time for a shot at to be able to finish game 3. Even though I said like 20 minutes, generally not enough time, but it gives you a shot. It gives you a chance. And it's possible you win this game as Paul still. Like, it is possible, but your higher chance of winning the series, I think, is you conceding now. Top deck is a Scoop of Net. All right, concede here instantly. You don't play this out. I think playing this out is actually trolling from Paul. Punch. Jake's going to be able to just punch back and take the KO. And then, once again, Paul has nothing in the hand. Thinking about putting the Lost City in play. Definitely should save that. I'm trying to think if there's like a better attacker to use this turn from Jake, but I don't think there is. I mean, the Stoutland's going to be good eventually, but not right now. Doesn't play the Raikou. Yeah, I don't think there's like a better... Is that the Stoutland grab? I don't hate grabbing the Stoutland and starting to put out some energy on it. Yeah, I don't hate that, I guess. It's all right. I'm gonna grab. Oh, wait, is that 4 powerful? I thought 1 was already discarded. Okay, quad power. All right, I kind of like this. Might as well just like get it set up, get it going. Doesn't have the boss, but just swing with this Lugia again, take a knockout on the Snorlax, and then go from there. Has the Serena. Gonna go ahead and just discard an Archeops, draw 2. Could put the Lost City in play, but keeping the counter stadium for the training court seems fine as well. I don't know. I'm trying to overthink this situation here. And then just go ahead and swing. I could also see here Jake setting up the second Lugia and retreating to that, because the chance that Paul pulls off a 1-hit KO with a Rayquaza is super low. But if Paul just like top decks Colress and plays a Cram or attacks with Cram this turn, that's not that unlikely. So not giving the Paul and out to like the 2 prize cards through a Cram seems pretty reasonable, to be honest. So I wouldn't have hated to see that. All right, Paul with the Comfy. There's double Colress. Okay, we are kind of cooking now. 4, 5. Got a quick ball. So can go get a Cramorant potentially to attack with this turn. I'm going to throw away a VIP pass and a water, it looks like. I don't know what's in the active here for Jake. I'm assuming it's the Oranguru, but I don't know. We can attack here. As mid as it is, we can attack this turn with the Cram, with a Cram. Could also just go for like another... I don't even know. What do we go for here? Gonna go with the Greninja. Okay, so you could go for like Greninja or Comfy and just keep digging for more cards, I guess. I don't think you're getting anything out of this though as Paul. I almost would like to have seen Paul. Paul played the escape rope first, but I think had the scoop up net in the hand, right? So Paul could have played for... I actually want to go back and look at that. Okay, hold up. But maybe Paul doesn't want to attack with Cram here then, because then you just get... No, but then you just fall another turn behind anyways. Like, attacking with Cram here I think is still fine. Attack with Cram, KO the... And I'm just going to go back real fast. Yeah, so Paul, instead of playing Escape Rope, Paul could have played the Scoop Up Net, netted the Ray to try and get the Cram KO on this active Lugia. That does mean that then Jake can go Stoutland KO Cram for 2, but at this point, I don't think you care if that happens, to be honest. I don't think you have time to care if that happens. So it does end up switching to the Greninja to stop the Stoutland from taking a knockout, but you're still falling behind another turn, because this is another turn where you're not doing damage or taking a knockout. So, and then Jake is getting a knockout. Even if Jake doesn't get 2 prize cards this turn, I don't think it really matters. Jake is still climbing further and further ahead because of that. And might as well see the I think we might as well see the Lost City use here from Jake. To Lost Zoning the Cram here, or the Greninja, is pretty good. Like, it's a pretty powerful Pokemon to have in play as the Lost Box deck. So I wouldn't hate to see Jake Lost on that. You appreciate the 34 months there, CFS. And yeah, once again, we only have 14 minutes left. Remember, I talked about it. I would have liked to have seen Paul concede. There's a knockout. No Lost City. Like I said, the Lost City seems pretty good there. I wouldn't have hated to see the Lost City. And yeah, Jake's down to 3 prize cards. Still has the Stoutland fully charged up, ready to go. All right, now Paul finally concedes. Like I said, a little bit late, I think. I think Paul should have conceded a little bit ago. And let's skip ahead here. Let me run back a little bit. Okay, no, that was perfect, and I missed it. Okay, here we go. Good start. Better start here for Paul. Battle VIP pass here. Gonna probably go ahead and grab themselves Greninja and a Comfy. Maybe some other Pokemon, depending if they have anything in the hand. Actually, the Greninja is prized. I just look at the prize cards. Greninja is prized. Unlucky for Paul. And on Jake's side of things, nothing too important. Prize. There's a Lost City prize, and it's in the middle. So it's going to be hard to get to that prize card, but shouldn't be a big deal. The Greninja being prized is kind of unfortunate for Paul, though. That's like the main reason I do like Heavy Ball in Lost Zone decks is because of Greninja being prized. It's just so bad to prize Greninja. Now, Paul checked their prize cards. They should also know that they prized a Cram here. So that does get rid of the option of Cram on the next turn. Could be a big deal. Could not be a big deal. We'll see. Yeah, if they check the prize cards, they should know that. But getting some decent digging done here as Paul is. Gets rid of a Raihan. And then we could see an attached retreat. Oh no, opting for the attached to Snorlax, actually. Switch cart into the other Comfy. I like the attached to the what's it called there, seems fine, actually. Get rid of the fighting energy. I think took an escape rope there. I'm not actually 100% sure. And then pass it back over to Jake. All right. Jake's first turn. There's only 10 minutes left in the round. Like I said, with Lost Box, you usually need a decent amount of time. I don't think this is going to be enough time for this game to finish. My current prediction is that we're going to get a tie out of this. But there are a couple things both players can do to just like play a little bit more recklessly. Like Jake can just start swinging with, Stoutland as soon as possible, even if you're in a scenario where you'd want to use it for your last 2 prize cards and just hoping that like Paul doesn't have a response. So I think for Jake here, you want to try and set up look to set up a line of play where you go basically like Stoutland plus Marnie as soon as like next turn. Yeah, like Stoutland plus Marnie as soon as next turn. I think it's a play you want to try and make happen. Is the white noise in the headphones annoying or no? Not really. You can choose a random prize card. There's just no reason to. It just makes you look like a cheater. If you take your prize cards out of order, all it does is make you look like a cheater. Even if you're not cheating, it doesn't matter. It just makes you look like a cheater. There's like literally no reason to ever do that. Okay, we actually saw a Luminion plus research from Jake. I thought we were settling for a read the wind here from Jake, to be honest, but we got a little bit more cooking now. Even on stream, imagine the content though. I mean, on stream, you can take your prize cards out of order if you want. It just makes you look like a cheater. Like, there's nothing in the rules that says you can't. You just shouldn't. All right, what are the takes here from Paul? Will Paul finally give up on the Manaphy? I think Paul has seen Manaphy in every Colress so far. And so far, I think has taken it out of every Colress, but might be giving it up this time. No, ends up taking it again. 2 fighting to the Lost Zone, though. And there's 1 in play on the Snorlax. I doubt Paul plays more than... Oof, that's a tough choice as well. Giving up a grass. Yeah, I doubt Paul plays more than 3 fighting. I could be wrong on that. Here comes an escape rope. No great attacking options here either for Paul. So like I said, the cramp would have been nice to be able to at least hit this turn. But I don't think we're going to be able to see a hit here from Paul now on this turn, which might not be the end of the world. It might. You never know. 7 in the Lost Zone now. So the gates are online. We could see a punch with Snorlax, I guess. There's a lot of energy in the hand, though, for Paul as well. And that's one of the problems when you don't have Greninjas. Your energy can get stuck in your hand and you can't, like, rot it back to the deck. Or recycle it back to the deck because it's literally just all in your hand. But no, we might be able to see a hit here still from Paul. Got some gates. A lot of energy in hand. We might just see attached to Snorlax plus pass as well, though. There's attached to Snorlax. And I think it is going to be attached pass. Yeah, there it is. Over to Jake. Lugias are ready to go. I think there's 2 Archeops in the discard pile. If Jake has a Marnie in hand, I would like to see Jake go Marnie plus Stoutland here. And then just like hope that the Stoutland doesn't get KO'd. And then hopefully draw into a boss around the Snorlax and draw 4 prize cards really fast. Because next turn, Paul's definitely going to have a big turn next turn. That could take a while to like get through, like setting up Mirage Gate plays and stuff. Yeah, I just want to see Jake go aggressive here with Stoutland. Give themselves an opportunity to win. Otherwise, I feel like if you don't do that, well, maybe it's not that bad. I don't know. You could just attack with Luminion here, and maybe that's not terrible. I mean, if you attack with Luminion here, though, what are you sending up? A Lugia? That doesn't sound great. Commits the double turbo to the active. Doesn't have... No, doesn't have a Marnie. I don't think I want to see the Stoutland attack if they don't have Marnie. If they have Marnie, I'm down to see Stoutland attack. If they don't have Marnie, I'm not sure I like Stoutland attacking, to be honest. But if they got the Marnie, though, I don't mind the Stoutland attacking. Otherwise, maybe just attack with Luminion here, to be honest. You could retreat Lugia into Luminion, attack with Luminion, send Lugia back up. You could also just attack with Lugia, I guess. That would be fine. I don't mind just attacking with Lugia as well. Seems reasonable. I guess you could always like do some cheesy stuff like boss the Manaphy and then try and make the Kyogre play happen. Like that's possible. Yeah, that's possible. I could see it. Something like that could happen. We'll see. Here comes Serena. Couple discards, couple draws. A lot of energy in the hand once again for Jake. It is going to be the retreat to Luminion. Shuffle Luminion back into the deck. I didn't even see that happen. Sorry, I was looking at something else. Luminion's going back. Knockout on the Comfey. And promoting a Lugia. All right. Let's see what Paul can put together here. Could try and go for a one-hit KO on this. But it looks like maybe just settling for a Snorlax punch. Which I don't hate either, I guess. 5 off the Colress. I like the air balloon take here. I liked it in the last one as well. I don't think, have we seen the Guru from Paul? I don't think we've seen a Oranguru from Paul. And there we go, Snorlax Punch. 180 and still sleeping. That's fine. We'll see Jake here response with a knockout with the Lugia. Go down to 4. They have 4 minutes left. They might have enough time, to be honest. They might actually have enough time to finish this game. We'll see. They actually might be able to do it. It's possible there's enough time here. Yeah, so Lugia is the main attacker this turn. To get through this Snorlax. No great supporter options here for Jake. Does actually have Quick Ball, so we could see Luminion for Marnie here, actually. Stoutland's getting ready to go. You'll love to see it. Yeah, we could see Luminion for Marnie here, possibly from Jake. There's a Marnie prize, so there might not be a Marnie in the deck, but there also might be. There's two options here. Either there is or there isn't. It's the Guru, so we're not going to see Luminion. There's some Wisdom. Could still see the Marnie if we get lucky, though. And it's just a swing on the Slax. No Marnie. Okay, Quick Ball coming in from Paul. I think it's got to be the Rayquaza here from Paul here for sure. Or Sableye, maybe. They're looking at the Sableye. I mean, you can still, I think it might just be taking Sableye. I don't think we're attacking with Sableye this turn, though. If you attack with Sableye this turn, I don't know what you're really attacking, to be honest. Actually, wait, no. Does the Sableye knock out the active Lugia? How much is on the Lugia? I can't tell because of the dice. Oh, it is 180, though, because they got hit with Snorlax. Okay, so actually attack with Sableye here seems fine, to be honest. All right, Comfey going down. Quick Ball or Comfey has a Mirage Gate, so probably wanted to just raw draw into the Psychic Energy, but now that they whiffed, they're going to use a Mirage Gate, get an energy on a Rayquaza, but then also get a Psychic on the Sableye. Sableye will be able to KO the active Lugia here. There we go. Plus a Water to the Ray, going to keep the Grass in the deck. I think the other option was Grass. And we should see the other Rayquaza get benched here as well from Paul. I want to see the other Rayquaza get benched here. Because Jake going Boss KO Rayquaza is like a pretty reasonable play. Maybe even... No, I definitely don't like... You got to bench the other Rayquaza here as Paul, I feel like. I mean, I want to see him bench the other Rayquaza here. No, wait, I guess if they go Boss KO Rayquaza, you don't care. But what if they go Marnie? My biggest thing is, like, if you get... You know, so it's not Boss. Because if they Boss KO the Rayquaza, you have the other Rayquaza. What am I talking about? But it's if they Marnie... If Jake Marnies you now, then this Rayquaza goes to the bottom of the deck, which sucks. And you also could have split the energy one on each Ray, so that way there's less invested if you do get bossed. And there is the boss. But, I mean, I think Paul's fine with getting bossed here overall. Yeah, I think Paul is actually fine with getting bossed here overall, actually. But I still would like to see the other Ray bench. Because if Jake went without bossing and went with Marnie instead, then, then maybe even you attack with your Ray on the next turn. But then if Jake attacks with another thing you want a Ray, and then you have to go find the Ray again. I just don't think that bench space is that important here from Paul anymore. So I think you could pretty easily bench a Rayquaza, and that would be, like, fine. Like, what else are you trying to bench it anymore at this point anyways, right? Like, never, I don't think. Nothing. Something? Nah. I try and stream every day except Monday. Try is the thing, though. All right, so Stoutland fully loaded up with the Powerfuls. A couple energy on the Lugia. Jake doesn't want to go 2-prizer into 2-prizer here, though. Jake definitely wants to go 2-prizer into 1-prizer or into Luminion into 2-prizer. So I think I wouldn't hate to see Luminion hit the bench here, to be honest, and go grab a Marnie. But there's a knockout because now you're gonna have to retreat a Pokemon into Luminion. Quick Ball from Paul. I actually think... Oh, wait, there's the Terrakion, actually. Never mind. I was actually... Because I thought our only outs here was Rayquaza, but actually, yeah. There's the Terrakion in here for Paul. So the Terrakion's going to make things interesting, especially if Jake doesn't have another boss. Which I guess might become the question here is, does Jake have a boss? Recycler or Colress? I think you're probably taking the Recycler. Time is called. I don't know when time was called, actually. I don't know what turn this is. Gets rid of the Recycler, actually. Okay. Interesting. Comes a Colress. I guess we need to dig a little bit more for stuff. I thought we maybe had the play in the hand, but... All right, there is a Mirage Gate, but I don't know how many... fighting energy that Terrakion requires. Is it 1 fighting, 2 colorless, or is it 2 fighting, 1 colorless? Can we actually use the Terrakion? Time was called on Jake's turn. This is Paul's last turn. Okay, I didn't even notice that they called the time. 2 fighting, 1 colorless. Oh, so can Paul not even use the Rayquaza then? Not the Rayquaza. Can Paul not even use the... Well, if we can't use the Terrakion, why'd we grab the Terrakion? Because what was Paul choosing between with the Terrakion? It was Terrakion or... I don't remember. Okay, we got the Ray KO on the Stoutland. Maybe they forgot? Must have been. All right, Rayquaza KO Stoutland. But I think this is Jake's last turn as well, so I don't think there's actually a win condition for either player, if I'm correct. They have the turn counters up here somewhere that I'm missing. It's turn 2 here for Jake. So this is Jake's last turn. And then Paul... Oh, no. So Paul has 1 more turn here, actually. So it is possible for Paul to win. Jake just needs to not leave the Lugia in the active here. And probably try and Marnie as well. And I think we'll probably see a tie here in the end. But... actually, I don't even know who I would call to have won this, to be honest. I think Paul would have won if this continued. Well, actually, I'm not 100% sure on that. It's close. There's a Marnie grab off Luminion. Yeah, I don't know who would have won, to be honest. Maybe actually Jake. I don't know if Paul has enough attack. I think Paul's just out of energy. Paul might just be out of resources, to be honest, after losing that recycler. Primate Wisdom. Lost City. I don't think it's going to... Oh, no, because I think the other Ray is in the discard pile anyways. You just want Paul to be punished for scooping too late? I do want Paul to be punished for scooping too late. This actually is true. I definitely think Paul should get punished for scooping too late. Okay, Luminion's loaded up here. Luminion will get the KO on the Rayquaza, shuffle it back to the deck, and then Jake will send up an Archeops and have Charizard on board to be able to take the prize card on a last turn, potentially, but there won't be another turn for Jake, so Jake won't be able to actually win this game. Paul can maybe somehow... I don't think it's possible, but... The win condition Paul could have would be boss KO Lugia, would be boss up the Lugia, and then knock it out with Rayquaza with 4 energy next turn. So they would need double gate, plus boss, plus a Rayquaza. So I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible for either player to win this game. Jake definitely can't win. This is Jake's last turn. Paul could win. It's possible for Paul to win. Like, Paul's deck can do it, but I don't think Paul has the cards in the hand or could draw into the cards to make it happen. But checking the discard pile anyways. There might be, unless I'm missing something, but I don't think there's a possibility. Has boss. Yeah, has boss, but definitely can't do 280 damage out of the current hand or plus a card with Comfy. I don't even know what Paul's looking for, to be honest. I'm so curious as to what Paul's... They might have, they could maybe have an agreement here, a gentleman's agreement here on deciding a winner, but I doubt it. A tie here in this situation is like completely fine for both players. So I bet both players are probably content with, potentially, tying. I bet both players are probably content with tying. Yeah. I think we're ending up with a tie here in round 4. It's always so hard. It's just because I don't know everything that Paul plays. It's really hard to analyze. I don't know. This game is like it's hard to analyze Lost Box games in general if you're not playing it and you don't know the list, because there's like so many little things with Lost Box that it just makes it hard things to do. Yeah, it's so hard to analyze those. But that's round 5. It's so hard to analyze Lost Box gameplay unless you like know the list that the person's playing. All right. And then, I mean, Lugia is not as hard to analyze, but I don't think there was too much to change there in the end. Yo, Joshua is not playing Reggie's? Is that even legal? All right, chat, I need to run to the bathroom real fast, and then we'll get into this round 6. I'm feeling super tired, so I need to go... I need to go with some caffeine. I need to go some caffeine. So I'm going to go some advanced. Oh, by the way, my code AzulGG30 is live right now over at advanced.gg. for 30% off. So be sure to go check that out. I'm gonna go get some myself because I'm tired. I need some caffeine and I need to go use the bathroom. So I'll be right back, chat, and then we're gonna get into this round number 6. Be right back. All right. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm kind of fading, man. Hopefully this advance is enough to carry me through the last couple rounds here. Definitely fading. Definitely fading. Definitely fading. Yeah, plus like talking this much while you're sick, like it's tough. It's tough. I'll be fine though. I'll survive. Best deck to play locally. Whatever deck you enjoy the most. First case tomorrow. Any tips? Bring a watch. Bring a notepad. Check your prize cards. Yeah, bring a watch. Bring a notepad. Check your prize cards. Bring a good deck. You have any read on the local meta? Take advantage of that. Going to OCIC? Yeah, I'll be at OCIC. All right. Let's get it. We got round number 6 coming up here. We got Joshua with the Arcdura versus Luke with the Lugia. And I think I definitely give the edge to this one a little bit. I give it the edge slightly to Joshua, I think. I don't know how much. I think it is Dark Arcdura favored a little bit. Maybe not. It's probably about 50-50 to be honest. Yeah, it's probably about 50-50. Probably about 50-50. It looks like Luke does play the Tool Jammer. So that means Luke can put that on the Yveltal and then use the Yveltal plus the Tool Jammer to get around Big Parasol and knock out a Duraludon. Unfortunately for Luke, the Jammer's in the last 2 prize cards, so it's going to be tough to get to. Some other funky things that you can have in this matchup for the Lugia. This matchup basically just comes down to what does the Lugia player play. Canceling Cologne, Choice Belt plus Canceling Cologne, Choice Belt plus Pat to the Peak, Vacuums, Tool Jammer, like all those things get you to win the matchup, but yeah, and we got to find them all at the right times. So we'll see. Going first is also a pretty big deal in the matchup as well. So we'll see who's going first. Going first is a huge deal. If Lugia goes first, they can just kind of run over the Duraludon player and never give them a chance. Punkabusaur's not going to be great, but it does look like Joshua is the one going first. I don't know if there's an energy in the opening hand for Joshua, though. So that'll be tough. Does have the Ultra Ball to get the Dura. And sometimes you can literally just win this game if you get out a Duraludon VMAX. If you get out a Duraludon VMAX with... Excuse me. If you get out a Duraludon VMAX with a Parasol, sometimes that just literally wins you the game. So it looks like Joshua's got a decent amount of spice in the build as well. Plays the Temple of Sinnoh. Plays the Karen's Conviction. A decent amount of spice here for Joshua as well. Not a super vanilla build. Got some options in it. All right. Goes for the Duraludon V. But like I said, I think there's a lack of energy in the hand here for Joshua, unfortunately. And yeah, it's going to be the pass. No energy turn 1. It's a pretty big deal to whiff the turn 1 energy. We'll see how good of a start Luke has, though. Has a Lugia. It's looking pretty good for Luke, actually. Does kind of want to leave the Pumpkaboo in the active here, though. So you could, like, capture and get, like, Guru and maybe Birdkeeper into Guru. Basically, you don't really want your Lugia to get punched. It kind of depends on the build. This does open up the read the win, though. So this might not be too big of a deal for Luke, depending on the build. Like, if you don't care about your powerful energy getting removed from play. Because theoretically, if you play Canceling Cologne, you can go, like, Canceling Cologne plus Quad Powerful plus Choice Belt and then KO. A 1-hit KO with Duraludon VMAX. So Canceling Cologne's pretty good for this matchup. See Luke's checking the energy and the Pokemon. Plays Raikou for sure, as we see the Speed Lightning. There's the Yveltal. Double Tool Jammer. All right, so double Tool Jammer for Luke. That is definitely cool. So even with one of them prized... Did I see that? I think that was second Tool Jammer. That was definitely second Tool Jammer. So double Tool Jammer for Luke. So can still pull off the Yveltal play. get around that big parasol of Joshua at some point. So needs to find it though. Needs to find the Tool Jammer. That's gonna be the that's gonna be the hard part, is finding the Tool Jammer, to be honest. All right, grabs an Archeops. Gonna quick ball it away, or Ultra Ball. Actually, there's an Ultra Ball in the hand. I could go ahead and grab the Lugia V-Star. You are up against Arceus Duraludon. Arceus Duraludon does play Marnie, so you probably want to prep to deal with this Marnie. But if you're going to use Read the Wind, I guess you can't really prep for the Marnie anyways, can you? So maybe grabbing Guru just doesn't make a whole ton of sense here, to be honest. You could put like a Quick Ball back in the deck. No, but you're always going to like search through the... Well, you could like Primate Wisdom, a Quick Ball. So one thing you could do here to kind of prep for Marnie as Luke is you could Primate Wisdom, a Quick Ball, then play the Capture, shuffle the deck, and then there's a Quick Ball shuffled into the deck. But if you Primate Wisdom and then just use Read the Wind, you're just drawing the card you put on top of the deck anyway. So you could like try and shuffle a card back to the deck and hope to not draw back into it. Would be a play here from Luke, to be honest, to like get a little bit more gas in the deck to draw into potentially off of Marnie. I don't think it makes a big difference one way or the other. I don't even know if you want Guru on your bench here overall, because you want room for double Archeops plus potentially Yveltal plus potentially Luminion. So I don't even know if you want Guru on your bench here, to be honest, as Luke. I don't even know if I like this Guru on the bench. I don't think I do, actually, to be honest. But we do see the deck getting shuffled up afterwards. They put the powerful energy back into the deck. I actually like, I think putting the Quick Ball back into the deck makes a little bit more sense. Oh, wait, I don't think Luke's played a draw supporter yet. I think Luke can still play a supporter here, actually. I didn't even realize that. Luke still hasn't played a supporter yet this turn. Although, to be honest, I wouldn't play a supporter this turn as Luke. You don't need to play a supporter this turn as Luke. The Ultra Ball should have just grabbed Luke, the Lugia V-Star, and then they just should have just used Read the Wind. They might still end up just using Read the Wind at the end of this turn, but I think they should have a Lugia V-Star in their hand. What did they Ultra Ball for? Did they Ultra Ball for the... Oh, they used Bird Keeper. That's right. He played Bird Keeper. It's been a long turn. It's been a long turn. I'm kind of tired. Kind of out of it. Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I'm kind of out of it. They did. That's right. Okay, and here comes the Read the Wind. All right, we're chilling. We're chilling. Remember Pumpkaboo? Yeah, I remember now. I remember. It's been a long turn. It's been a long turn. I got all the excuses prepared. Okay. Pokegear from Joshua. Not good. Still has the Starbirth to work with. This is just kind of unfortunate for Joshua, though. It's like a bad draw. It's actually gonna be interesting what Joshua decides to do here, because if you set up the Arceus, one play Joshua could have done, actually, I'll talk about this real fast. So Joshua chose to Ultra Ball away the other Arceus V out of the hand. One thing Joshua could have done was bench that Arceus V, and then next turn evolve that Arceus V to the V-Star, and then Trinity Charge with the active Arceus V. But now this setup here from Joshua is really awkward, because if you don't evolve the V to the V-Star, you don't get to use Starbirth. And now Joshua's hand is dead, so you have to do that. So I actually think Joshua probably last turn should have benched the Arceus V. You don't win very often with a double Arceus board up against the Lugia deck. Like, that makes your game plans a lot harder. But I think it's probably would have been correct to go with. It looks like Joshua's going with the Mustard play now, which I kind of like the Mustard. The Mustard's kind of sick. The Mustard's kind of cool. But even then, we're still hoping that the Arceus like survives a turn, which is pretty unlikely. So I don't know how likely it is that the Arceus even survives a turn. But I think, yeah, so Joshua's going to play the Escape Rope, send up a Duraludon VMAX to make things awkward for Luke, I guess. So we're going to see the Escape Rope come down here. Yeah, this could make things awkward enough, actually. This could make things awkward enough. So this is a miss sequence from Joshua. It doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but once Joshua looks at their hand and realizes, oh, once Joshua looks at their hand and realizes, oh, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this Mustard play. I think you should probably play the Escape. You should use Starbirth and then immediately play the Escape Rope, just to give Luke the least amount of information as possible. Now, you could Escape Rope before you use Starbirth as well. That would be an interesting choice, but I think probably using Starbirth first, then playing Escape Rope gives your opponent like the least amount of information, but also the maximum amount of false information, as like, oh, they just used Starbirth and then played Escape Rope. Did they get Escape Rope off Starbirth? What else is happening here? What should I send up? And it's Pumpkaboo versus a Rankaroo that's being sent up. So in this situation, it doesn't really matter too much, but that's just generally how you want to sequence Escape Rope, just for like future plays. In this situation, it doesn't really matter too much when Joshua plays the Escape Rope, but the optimal way to sequence the Escape Rope, I think, here would have been Starbirth, then escape rope, then play out the mustard sequence. And don't even attach the double turbo yet. Like give Luke as little information as possible. Like I said, in this situation, it probably doesn't matter too much, but here we are. Okay. So Joshua is hiding behind a Duraludon right now, which is this actually creates an interesting board state for Joshua, to be honest. This actually creates a really interesting board state for Joshua, especially if Joshua draws well enough to find the parasols, and then also like find switch plus energy, not this turn, but next turn, or even like a turn like in the near future. Like I think Joshua could probably whiff for a turn and be okay, because there's a lot of pressure on Luke to like actually, because Luke can't attack with Yveltal into Duraludon this turn, or Joshua just responds with Arceus knockout Yveltal, and then Joshua just wins the game. So Luke has to like find a way to like chase down the Luke has to find a way to chase down that Arceus off the bench. That's Luke's goal here, is chase the Arceus. And I think it would have been possible for Luke, but once again, oh no, never mind. Got the Evolution Incense. Never mind. Got the Evolution Incense. So I think it is possible for Luke to go Gust KO. I think it is possible for Luke to go Gust KO on the Arceus on the bench. So what Luke has to do here would be Primate Wisdom into a powerful energy or a double turbo energy. And then Luke has the Luminion for Gust KO on Arceus. That would fill Luke's bench with Luminion, Arceus, or Archeops. But then the following turn, Luke could shuffle Luminion back to the deck and then go into Yveltal to start to take out the Duraludons. So Luke this turn, I think, should start with Primate Wisdom away the Charizard, because if you get one of those energy cards, if you get Double Turbo or if you get Double Turbo or Powerful, the Lugia, you can get both Archeops out, and then Lugia KOs the Arceus. And if you whiff, you just play the Marnie and then go from there. And you probably put everything else back into the deck. There's Luminion to start with, though, from Luke. So Luke goes for the... Wait, what? All right. You have to bench Yveltal Jammer here. Okay, so... Well, you can't do anything this turn now as Luke. Okay, so now Luke... Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Well, I don't know. This is awkward. This is really awkward. Because Joshua has no reason to take a knockout until Joshua can knock out the Yveltal. Joshua has no reason to take a KO. Like, at all. I think they're just trying to figure out if Luke's deck is random currently or not. Yeah, so Joshua has no incentive to take a knockout anymore at this point. This is where it gets awkward. This is kind of an awkward play from Luke. This play, I think that I liked the Guru play, where if you get the powerful or the double turbo, all of a sudden you're KOing the Arceus off the bench, and then you have the Yveltal combo in hand as well. This play though is weird because, like I said, like Joshua doesn't have to. It's weird because Joshua doesn't have to KO anything. Even if Joshua has energy plus switch next turn, Joshua can wait until they have switch plus boss KO the Yveltal, right? So I think Luke is going to be forced to putting lone Archeops in play here soon. Because there's nothing forcing Joshua to play the game the way that Luke wants it to be played, which would be knocking out the Pumpkaboo for Luke. So I'm curious to see. So that's 4 Archeops in the discard pile, right? There was 2 already in there, right? And was I trolling thinking there was 2 Archeops in the discard pile? No, I'm pretty sure there was. So thinking about what to take here, probably doesn't matter too much what the grab is here from Luke. Basically all the attackers are dead besides Yveltal and Lugia. You need one Lugia, one you. Oh, okay. And Luke is just getting aggressive. Okay, Luke is just going to get aggressive here. Interesting. I'm curious to see how this plays out. So I think it's actually incorrect though for Luke to go with, unless Luke plays something I don't see yet. So Luke is loading up the Yveltal, but you can't KO with Yveltal here as Luke. Otherwise, you lose the game. You need to set up for Lugia Gust KO first. So with 1 Archeops in play... Oh, and he has the Serena in hand! Wait, could he do it next turn anyways? No, now he can't do it. So this is a misplay here from Luke, right? Hang on, let me just look at the board state one more time so we can calculate this. Okay, so if Luke goes... So the thing is, if Luke goes Yveltal KO Duraludon, Joshua goes Arceus KO Yveltal, and then Luke doesn't have a way to KO another Duraludon. So what Luke has to do is Luke has to KO Joshua's Arceus first and then go into Yveltal KO Duraludons. But because Luke puts 2 energy on the Yveltal here, I think it's impossible for Luke to actually go. It did attach active, but now it's impossible for Luke to actually go Lugia, KO, Arceus. But if Luke had gone, instead of 2 Aurora to the Yveltal, had gone Arceus for double powerful to the Lugia, and then attach active, then next turn Luke could go another powerful to the Lugia, attach active, Serena on top of the deck, Serena, Gus, KO, Arceus, and then you just win the game as Luke. But now Luke is just going to lose the game. Could lose the game because of how this plays out. It depends how aggressive Joshua draws. It's possible that Luke just loses from here. I'm talking about Luke doing that on next turn. Arceus KO with Yveltal. Oh shoot, that's true as well though. You could go Yveltal KO Arceus. No, but that's still risky because if Joshua plays Raihan, how risky is that? Is that really that risky? That is still a little bit risky because of the Raihan play from Joshua, I guess. Yeah, I guess you could just go Yveltal KO Archeops. Or Yveltal KO. Yeah, I guess you could just go Yveltal KO Arceus. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. You could get punished by the Raihan play, but maybe you get punished by the Raihan play no matter what. Yeah, maybe I am just overthinking it. I still like the idea of setting up Lugia first to begin with, but I guess maybe it just doesn't matter. I guess I am just overthinking it. All right. Joshua with the Marnie. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, so Luke can do the same play here now, though. I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right. Oh, wait, but we have a Parasol here from Joshua. Oh, wait, you can Parasol your Arceus now, though, as Joshua. All right. Okay, so actually, maybe my play is still better because Joshua can Parasol the Arceus, which gives Joshua another turn. So I didn't know my play was better until I saw the Parasol. But now that I see the Parasol, if Joshua Parasols the Arceus, then Luke can't take a KO next turn. But you could always take the KO with the Lugia. Jammer? Oh, fudge, the Jammer. No, I guess I'm still just wrong. Never mind. Yeah, I'm always wrong. I forgot about the Jammer, too. It just doesn't matter then. So I guess just Luke just wins here. Luke's just going to go... Luke, yeah, Luke just wins. Luke just wins. Man, I was trying to I was like, no, there's got to be a way. But no, this works fine, too. Yeah, it just always works. Damn it. No, wait a second. But, hold up. No, I think I'm still right. Because, I'm still right, because if Joshua got Energy Switch, KO Pumpkaboo, load up a Duraludon, and Luke can't respond with Lugia, Luke can't respond with Lugia for a KO unless he finds an extra powerful energy, which he's not guaranteed to find, because Archeops can only find 2 powerful energy. So he'd have to draw into a powerful energy, which is still probably pretty likely, to be honest. Yeah, because if Joshua attacks with Arceus here, goes knockout Pumpkaboo, loads up a Duraludon, Luke can't attack with Yveltal unless... No, but... Yeah, Luke can't attack with Yveltal there. If he attacks with Yveltal, he loses. And it's possible Luke would... But Luke still is likely to KO the Lugia because it's not that hard to get triple powerful. You have to just draw into one and then Archeops for 2. But if Luke whiffs a powerful in that scenario, then Joshua just wins. So I'm still right. Because the Lugia play is always just 100% safe. It's just 100% safe 100% of the time. Whereas the Yveltal play is there's a risk to it. So the Lugia play is actually still correct. Just not why I thought it was correct initially. I had to walk through a lot of lines of play there to make it correct. But it is correct. Get bodied, chat. Okay, this is still winnable for Joshua if Joshua plays Raihan. So we're going to see the Yveltal knockout on the Arceus. Joshua's going to send up this Duraludon, attach to Duraludon, and then if Luke KOs this Duraludon, we could see Joshua go Raihan to the bench Duraludon, and then KO the Yveltal and then win the game. So this is actually still winnable for Joshua. It's just very unlikely to win. So we'll see. Culver's here. Ooh, oh, actually, Temple of Sinnoh. Yo, hold up. Yo, Temple of Sinnoh could win the game, actually. Does Luke actually play a way to bump a stadium besides Pumpkaboo? The Temple of Sinnoh is sneaky. That could be game. Because if you play the double Jammer, there's no way you play Vacuum, right? Maybe you play a Collapsed as Luke. Luke might play a Collapsed Stadium. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay, sure. Whatever. Okay, there is a risk to taking the knockout still on the active here as Luke. If you take the knockout on the active Duraludon, Joshua could have Raihan, and then knock out the Yveltal and then win the game. So as Luke here, you really want a Gust effect. Yeah, as Luke here, you really want to get a boss. If you get boss KO or Serena KO, you do just win. Unless Joshua has another Temple of Sinnoh. But I'm guessing Joshua only plays one Temple of Sinnoh and probably plays a couple of the Lost Cities for the Reggie and the Lost Box matchup. But we'll see here in a second. Thins out the deck as much as possible, and then here comes the Primate Wisdom. Putting back, goes with the cap, gets an Aurora. Okay, well, I think you still just have to go with it. You just have to go with the KO here. And then hope there is no Raihan. Goodbye, Pumpkin. And there we go. Knockout. Is there a Raihan to be had for Joshua? Top deck. Is there a second Temple of Sinnoh as well? There's another medal there for Joshua. And then we see a boss's orders on the Guru. But I'm sure Luke has 2 energy left. And if not, Luke would have definitely been trolling if Luke does not have 2 energy left. There's Primate Wisdom, 1 energy on top, drawn to a card. Archeops, and if there's not 2 energy in the deck, there is a 1 in the hand. There's the attached, and there's the quick scoop from Joshua. Love to see it. So I think with Double Jammer, I think this is probably unfavorable for Joshua. Double Jammer seems really good in this matchup. So I think, yeah, I think going first is a big deal still, because if you go first as the Arceus deck, you can go like turn 2 Trinity Nova into turn 3 boss KO Archeops, and like never let the Yveltal actually get set up and put into play. But because Luke won the coin flip and went first in game 1, going into game 3, even if Luke loses this game, going into game 3, Luke will still be going first. So definitely give Luke the edge as of right now. Ooh, here comes an Ultra Ball. You don't want to get rid of that Dura V though. I don't like that. That hurts. Immediately checks for the mustard. Yeah, getting rid of Dura V, I don't know about that. Because you want to get down double Dura ASAP. I don't know if that's correct. You could have gotten rid of but getting rid of boss is also pretty bad. There's a lot of things that were bad there, to be honest. I don't know about that, though. Would have been nice to just for Joshua to have just got a different dead card and be able to set up double Dura there is like really good. I mean, maybe Joshua just goes for the mustard play on this next turn. That's possible. But if you're going for the mustard play next turn, nah, you're gonna go for the Culver's play. That was rough. Maybe you do just get rid of the boss there as Joshua, to be honest, and just keep benched. Like double Dura V is super good going first like that. It's just insanely good. Because you can actually set up a board state as Joshua, where when you use Trinity Nova or Trinity Charge, if you don't have Gust KO on an Archeops on the following turn for your Dura, what you can do is you can just split your energy on your Duraludons, and you can go like fighting, metal, fighting, and then next turn attach a metal to a Duraludon and send up a Duraludon and pass. And then the turn after that, you go attach to metal, attack, or if they KO you with Yveltal, then you go attach to metal, KO Yveltal, and you win the game. So you can just like split up your energy instead of committing them all to one Duraludon. Because like swinging aggressively if you're not KOing an Archeops means, like if you're just KOing they're active with your Duraludon VMAX, it just doesn't matter. So why are they playing on the mats? I don't know. I don't like the mats. The mats are super ugly. I'm not gonna lie. The mats are super ugly. Like they should just be playing on the table. Maybe they thought the mats looked better, but they're wrong. The mats are super ugly. All right, Luke going second here. Gonna probably be looking for the read the win at some point. Checking the prize cards right now. No jammers prize this game. Both jammers in the deck, and yeah, we'll see how it goes here for Luke. Dope. Yeah, both jammers in the deck. The jammers are an interesting in the deck, because if you go like if you tool jammer plus V-Guard energy a Lugia, oof, that thing's living, man. That thing's like living versus like everything. That's like a pretty cool combo, especially like in mirror match or against Mew. Like jammer plus V-Guard energy, you're pretty tanky. Against Mew, you're not KOing their Mew then because you don't have a choice belt. But I don't know, so it seems kind of cool. What's my go-to playmat? I use my CCG. I'm sponsored by CCG, so I use their mats at events. What's the point of a slick stream setup if the players are going to clog it with eyesore playmats? Exactly. Pretty sure those mats are supplied by the organizer. Yeah, they're supplied by the organizer, but the organizer should just tell them to use the table because the table looks better. Building the tanky Lugia on a Gust turn is very good against Mew. And not hard to do. Yeah, you can do that against that. Yeah, whenever they would want to gust it up. That's true. All right, they went ahead and got themselves Guru. A Primate Wisdom. Got a V-Guard Energy. V-Guard to Lugia. And we're going in with Luminion. Questions, yeah, what's supported to grab here? It looks like they're eyeing up the Research. They would lose a Lugia V-Star here. Actually, what did they Primate Wisdom there? They could have Primate Wisdom the Lugia V-Star, to be honest. And then Researched. Instead, going for the Marnie. Okay, so going for the Marnie. Only a 3-card hand here for Joshua. So the Marnie's a little bit interesting, I guess, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Here we go. Marnie. Fresh, some fresh cards. Gonna look for a Read the Wind to end the turn here for Luke. Probably looking for an Archeops. I think there's only one in the discard pile. Hey, there's 2 Archeops. Why not? And then, yeah, Read the Wind. Draw 3. Evolution Incense and Duraludon and Colress for Joshua. So the hand off that Marnie from Joshua is more than fine. Opens up with the Evolution Incense. Seems fine. Might look for the Mustard play, to be honest. Might still look for the Mustard play. We'll see. You could go for a Switch card plus Mustard, but I don't think you can get the hand low enough here from Joshua. So I don't think we're going to see the Mustard play here from Joshua. I don't think it's happening. I'd be surprised if it happens. Like I said, this makes things awkward, though, from Joshua for not benching the other Duraludon V. I don't know. Benching Duraludon V seemed definitely reasonable from Joshua on the previous turn. I don't know. I feel like I would like to have seen that happen. All right. Yo, how does and Marnie. Okay, so not even gonna go with the Colress, just gonna go with the Marnie. Probably I like that though. Luke had a lot of cards in hand. You probably don't stop them from setting up on the next turn, but maybe you do. You never know. Ooh, we got the energy. I thought I saw. Yep, and the Switch here actually from Joshua. So we got pretty much everything. Still probably has to V-Star and grab the Duraludon. VMAX. The question is, what else do you grab here as Joshua? Do you get the VMAX and then what? You could go for the Parasol. You could also go for a Boss. I think the Boss is a little bit sneaky. And once again, Joshua, this is like poor sequencing from Joshua. Like you could have Luke guessing so much or so little as to what you got. But like the way Joshua sequences was super poor, right? So Joshua has the V-Star here and then plays Switch and Energy before Starbirth. But Joshua could have Starbirth first and then gone Attach Energy, play Switch. And then Luke has like no idea what the heck you got off your Starbirth. Did you get the Energy? Did you get the Switch? Did you get the Duraludon VMAX? I don't know. We don't know what the other card we're going to get here from Joshua is. But if you know you're playing Starbirth, you should just Starbirth first. You should just do it. And now it's going to be a little bit more telegraphed as to Luke as to what you got. Because you have way less cards in your hand now. Instead of from a 7-card hand, Starbirth up to a 7-card hand, play 2 cards. You're going Starbirth up to a 5-card hand, play two hands. So goes for the Boss play, like I mentioned, goes for the Boss play. So I like that. And if you think like you can make like Luke could misplay because like Luke goes, well, you Starburst and then you played a bunch of cards. You probably Starbirth for 2 of those cards. You probably don't have any other cards. I'm gonna play like you don't have Boss here because there's no way you could have Starbirth for Boss with all those other cards you played. But you could have the Boss here. And now Luke knows you held a card off Starbirth. Luke knows 100% that you held a card off Starbirth because you Starbirth. Well, you always Starbirth here because your thing could get KO'd. So you're always going to Starbirth here as Joshua. But Luke knows 100% you're holding a card from Starbirth and now can make plays based around that. But maybe Luke's in an awkward situation where it's like, do I really want to play around them Starbirthing a card after they used Starbirth and then played 4 cards out of their hand? I'm just going to assume those are the double Starbirth cards and they didn't hold a card there because maybe they couldn't. But now Luke knows for sure, okay, one of those cards you held. Because I think Joshua even showed him. I think Joshua maybe even showed that they took the Duraludon VMAX. No, Josh. So this is what you want to do. Is like Joshua took the 2 cards, but then doesn't just immediately play them out of 2 different stacks. Puts them all together, shuffles the hand, and then plays them. But what Joshua should have done at the beginning of the turn, we can go back like just a couple of seconds real fast. But what Joshua should have done right here, plays the Marnie, draws a hand. Joshua should have gone Starbirth, get 2 cards, have a 7-card hand, shuffle the hand, and then play all the cards out. And then maybe Luke doesn't even think, oh, maybe they kept a card off Starbirth. Like, right? Like, Luke could even not even think about that because you, like, used Starbirth and then played 4 cards. Like, oh, of course you played the cards you got off Starbirth. You just played 4 cards after Starbirthing. But then you get to keep the card as Joshua, and maybe Luke doesn't even think about that. Like, it could be a difference maker. These kind of things aren't always going to make a difference, but they could make a difference. So, you always want to play every little thing that you can ever play into like that. You always want to play into it. All right. Over to Luke. We got the Ultra Ball in the hand. Research. There's a Jammer in the hand as well. All the Auroras should be in the deck as well. So I think we'll see Luke probably Primate Wisdom, the Jammer, and then Ultra Ball for the V-Star, and then KO the active. I would imagine so. We'll see. I don't know. Luke is agonizing over this, but I feel like this is not worth agonizing over. Oh, I was thinking about the Pumpkaboo as well, though, because of the Sinnoh. But now the Jammer's got to be the play. Like, yeah, I mean, Jammer's just the move here. Jammer's 100% the move. Okay, now we go get the V-Star, but we want to draw into the Jammer, don't we? Maybe we should have Ultra Balled first, actually, and got rid of the hiding energy. Actually, I think this is a misplay from... this is a mistake here from Luke. I think Luke should have Ultra Balled first, get rid of the hiding energy, go get the Lugia V-Star, put the Jammer on top of the deck, then play the research so we draw into the... Well, then it wouldn't work that much. It wouldn't work that much anyway because we want to use Archeops before we play the research, even though it's unlikely that Archeops would change anything. Or that yeah, I don't know. Whatever. There's 2 Jammers in the deck. Just draw into it, I guess is what we're going with here. Double Archeops. There might have been a better way to sequence that, but I'm too... Yeah, I can't think about it. Thinking about it's hurting my head, so let's stop thinking about it. Let's get some energy in play. Let's do that. Boom, we got the Powerfuls. We're getting the knockout on the Archeops. And then gonna play a research here. 2 Jammers in the deck. That's good enough. There might have been a better way to sequence this. Yeah, attach the hiding down. Boom, we got a pivot to work with. Let's go. Research. But actually, this is a mistake on the pivot placement. The hiding energy should actually be on the Luminion. Because you don't care. Maybe you care a little bit. Not really. Like, if Joshua has boss this turn, Joshua is going to boss up your Archeops. And if you have an Archeops with energy, Joshua is going to boss up your Archeops with energy. If Joshua bosses up your Luminion, they absolutely just threw, and now you have a chance to just win the game that turn. So this energy should actually be on the Luminion, because Joshua shouldn't boss your Luminion next turn. It should always be the Archeops. And if Joshua throws, then it increases your chance of winning the game. So... Double Aurora in hand, not great for Luke. Of course, one of them can make their way back to the deck through the Primate Wisdom. And there we go. Punch, knockout on the Arceus. Okay, so it comes down to this for Joshua. We have the boss. The game isn't won yet, though, for Joshua. So we're going to see the boss up on the Archeops with the energy. I think we should probably hold the Temple of Sinnoh here as Joshua. I don't see a reason to play it. So I think, yeah, boom, boss. Archeops with energy. Boom, to the active. And then probably attach the fighting energy... You could attach the double turbo, I guess. I don't actually know. Doesn't matter. I don't know. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Let's go with the fighting. I like that more. All right, knockout. Hold the Sinnoh. I like it. Okay, so now for Luke, your way to win is you have to set up the... You have to hope that Joshua doesn't have another boss, and you have to set up the Yveltal over 2 turns. So here as Luke, you could send up the Luminion probably and just give him the 2 prize cards. I don't know if that matters too much. I'd probably send up Luminion here as Luke. Leave that on the active. You go get the... You go search out your Yveltal, try and draw some cards, load it up with energy. Hope Joshua doesn't have the boss. If Joshua has the boss, you go to game 3. If Joshua doesn't have the boss, then you knock out next turn and hope that's enough for you to win the game. The only way Joshua could win without having boss next turn is probably if Joshua has, like, Mustard. Mustard plus attach into you knockout into Raihan. So that'd have to be a pretty crazy combo from Joshua. So just go get your Yveltal. Load it up. Try and draw some cards. This turn you have a Serena in the hand, so maybe you can draw a couple this turn. They actually Ultra Balled away the research. I don't know if I like that play there from Luke. There's nothing suggesting that Joshua has another boss in hand overly. I guess you got to pick one boss out of the... You know Joshua probably held a boss off of... You know Joshua probably held a boss off of... I think Joshua plans to Marnie here. You know Joshua maybe held a boss off of Starbirth, I guess. I'd probably attach an Aurora here, though. I don't know if Marnie in here is actually correct as Luke, to be honest. I'm actually not sure. Because you know Joshua held one card, and it was probably boss. It was definitely boss. You know Joshua held boss off of Starbirth, but that doesn't mean Joshua has 2 boss in hand. It just means that they held 1 boss off of Starbirth, you know? I don't know. All right, 4 cards for Joshua. Joshua didn't have a boss in hand. Now Joshua could have a boss in hand. And if Joshua has a boss in hand, the game is just over. Tool Jammer is there for Luke. I like attaching it ahead of time. I would just go ahead and throw it down right now. Onto the Yveltal, because he probably does not have tool removal here for Joshua. All right, it's down, it's in play. And choice belt to the Lugia and pass. Joshua draws into not boss. So we should just see attach pass here from Joshua. No! Why would you take the knockout? You just lose. If you... And actually, it would have mattered. It's possible Luke whiffed. It's possible Luke whiffed. Luke could have actually whiffed on the next turn. So I think Marnie was incorrect. If he held boss for off Starbirth, it's very unlikely he would have held 2, because if you Marnie, then you lose 1 less boss in the deck as an out. Depends how many Marnie were left for Luke, right? If Joshua doesn't take the KO there, Luke actually doesn't guarantee to have the win. Luke would have to go Primate Wisdom, hope to draw into a draw supporter or an energy to retreat the Luminian, and then Archeops load up the active. So Joshua attacking there, you always lose. I think Joshua had to have brain farted there. Or Joshua just didn't realize that there was a win condition by not attacking. Joshua was like, well, I always lose, I guess. Whatever. Fine. Attack. Had to be Joshua's thought process there. I always lose here anyways. All right, go ahead and attack. Because you know, you could just count Luke's energy and be like, oh, you have energy left. But because there was no way in Luke's hand to see more cards or retreat if there's no energy off the Primate Wisdom or draw supporter, then you could lose. Interesting. All right. Well, a little bit of a throw there at the end from Joshua. Probably wouldn't have won still. Was still in a pretty bad spot, but definitely still a throw nonetheless. And Luke gets the dub with the Lug in this one. Let's go to our next round. I was wondering if it skipped or not. All right. I wish we had more pseudo shuffle draw cards like Marnie. It makes things so much more interesting. All right. All right, here we go. Round 7, Sander with some kind of control deck. There's an Echoing Horn in there, I see. Versus Adrian with Lost Box. Of course, we don't know what kind of Lost Box it is, but let's get into it and we'll find out. Does Adrian have an answer for... I believe Sander is playing Thornton Flying Pikachu in this build. So, does Adrian have an answer for Thornton Flying Pikachu? I think... Besides that, the Sander build is... Actually, I have no idea. There's like a Radiant Greninja in there as well. So there's Radiant Greninja, but that means there's no Radiant Gardevoir to stop Luminion from looping Yveltals, which is interesting. I wonder what the win condition against Lugia is then. Or if Sander feels like Sydney plus Yveltal is enough. We'll see. So Adrian's going first. It looks like it is Lost Ray from Adrian. Of course, Adrian's going to have no idea what the heck Sander is playing, so there'll definitely be a disadvantage here. A pretty big disadvantage here for Adrian overall. It's going to be tough. Gonna be tough. Double Comfy? No Greninja is interesting. Greninja is usually like the best Pokemon to have in play. And there is an energy in the hand here. I actually don't like that from Adrian. I think that's a mistake to not get the Greninja. Greninja is like the best card. It just is. It's the best. So I don't like that here from Adrian. A boss versus Battle VIP Pass. Kind of like keeping the boss here when you're going up against Sander, against a control deck like this. It's going to be a little bit slower of a matchup. And you're not going to need as much stuff. So I would definitely go with the boss hold here as Adrian. As soon as like you see that it's a control deck. Attach retreat. Could have been attached concealed cards for 2. I'm just saying. But gonna have to settle for that, I guess. Definitely get rid of the quick ball. Hold on to the Mirage Gate. It looks like this is probably Kyogre. Actually, no, I think I saw Grass Energy. It's probably Rayquaza here from Adrian. Cram's coming down. I wouldn't bench the Cram either. Like, once you see the Snorlax and you know up against Sander, you know it's control. I guess not everyone knows that, but a decent amount of people know that. I wouldn't bench the Cramorant here, I don't think. Okay. Let's see what Sander is cooking with. I see a Cape. I see... what is that card behind Cape? Is that a Parasol? Parasol for the peak. Then I also see a Galare Mine. Galar Mine? I always call it Galare, but it's Galar Mine. We could see the Vacuum come out here from Sander, but doesn't seem too pressed for the extra cards. Going to draw 3 and go from there. Probably doesn't want to get rid of the Galar Mine. Wants to keep that in play as long as possible. Okay, we see the Colress here from Adrian, and then we also see a switch card to get into the Cramorant. So no problem with doing that and getting going. A lot of energy there. Thinking about keeping the switch card. Probably the energy in the Mirage Gate is the most important here, though. Actually, you probably don't need too many Mirage Gates in this matchup, to be honest. You're going to attack with Cram a lot, or you can attack with Cram a lot. We'll see, though. Gets rid of a gate and an energy. Here comes Comfy. 1, 2. Another quick ball bites at us. And switch cart swing or escape route swing. That's the question. I don't know which one I would do, to be honest. I don't know but probably escape rope swing is probably better because one of Sander's Pokemon could get stuck in the active then. And couldn't be Snorlaxing. Yeah, 110. Also, you could maybe clean this up with a Goon later. Sander doesn't send up the Greninja here. Probably not a huge surprise. Maybe Sander should have sent up the Greninja here, though. Because what if Adrian does have... There is a... that's a Starly in Sander's hand. Yeah, what if Adrian did have Goon there, then Adrian would get a prize. So I almost feel like maybe Sander should have actually sent up the Greninja there. I assume this Yveltal is getting netted no matter what. Gets rid of the Galar Mine, though. Interesting. Could have got rid of the Cape. Values the Cape a little bit higher. Doesn't really care about the retreat cost of Adrian's Pokemon as much. Yveltal comes down. Starly comes down. And then a draw for 4. So the goal here on Adrian's side actually wants to be to attack with Sableye as soon as possible, I think. And then just spread damage with Sableye. And actually don't knock anything out. Because if you knock stuff out, that allows Sander to get down to a... Like, theoretically, if Adrian has any idea what Sander could be playing, probably you want to be playing around Eskew. So, actually, as Adrian there, I don't even know if you want to attack with Cram. Well, attacking with Cram's, like, okay, but I almost would have been like, what if you just, like, Comb Feed more and then just, like, set up for Sableye? But it's probably fine. You had a Colress for the next turn. And if you got a Colress for this next turn as Adrian, then you can definitely get into Sableye and just, like, spread damage, but don't take knockouts. Because if you knock out stuff, then all of a sudden Sander can get down to, like, a lone Eskew board or something. In this situation, it's going to be a lone Flying Pikachu board, I would assume. That is a little ways away, but we'll see how long it takes for Sander to get there. Comes the Colress. I don't know if Sander's searched their deck yet, so probably thinking about whether or not they want the Heavy Ball. Because if you did prize your Flying Pikachu here as Sander, you want the Heavy Ball. You also want the Manaphy, kind of. Alright, well, hopefully it's not prized. Actually, the Flying Pikachu might be in the hand, so maybe Sander doesn't actually have to worry about anything. Yeah, I think it is in the hand, actually. Took the Bird Keeper as well for the following turn. The hand is getting pretty big here for Sander. It's going to be pretty easy to... probably build up towards that Flying Pikachu play. I wonder what Sander puts the energy on ahead of time to, like, set up for the Thornton play. Pass. All right, over to Adrian. And, like, this is where Adrian should not knock out the Snorlax and instead should focus on just spreading damage with Sableye and try and KO everything at once in one turn. Nope. Adrian goes for the knockout. So that's like a mistake there from Adrian, because now it's making it easier and easier for Sander to get down to a potential lone flying Pikachu board, because Adrian does play Escape Rope. So Adrian, if there's two Pokemon in play, if there's like a flying Pikachu in play and if there's like a flying Pikachu in play and anything, you can go like Escape Rope Boss, Rayquaza, one-hit KO the Pikachu. But as soon as there's only the flying Pikachu in play, you literally don't have any way to deal with it. I believe Sander, plays the big Parasol as well. Has the Quick Balls, can get the flying Pikachu in the discard pile. I wonder if it's going to be Sander's strategy, though, to like not leak the peak until it's time. Don't leak the peak. So see, the Starly's about to go down. Can search the deck for any 2 cards, right? Has 1 net in hand. Is already pretty close to the combo, to be honest. Actually, I think if Sander gets Lightning Energy net here, I think Sander has the combo. That is a lot of speed lightning in the deck. Holy moly. Yeah, I think Lightning Energy plus net literally gives Sander the combo. I think Sander literally has the combo in hand. Yep. And Sander wins next turn. As long as Adrian knocks out the active Starly. But like I was saying, if Adrian just spreads damage from like turn 1 and never like clears the bench for Sander, you can't do this play. And it's like applies for like the SQ game plan as well, because like Sander could just like bench an SQ with an energy at some point, and then if Adrian has taken a couple knockouts, that could be the difference making between getting to a 0 Pokemon bench and not. All right, over to Adrian. I believe Adrian's just gonna go draw and attack, and then Sander's gonna get the combo off next turn. But that's what you have to not do. You have to stop. You have to attack with Sableye. Basically, you can attack with Cramorant as long as it's not actually KOing anything. The only time you should be taking a knockout is when you use Sableye to literally wipe the whole board of prize cards. That's the only time you should be taking prize cards. Besides that, you probably shouldn't be knocking out anything, to be honest. All right, Yveltal up. Sander draws. And here comes the big peak. Thornton's in the hand. Pikachu V is in the hand. The scoop up nets are in the hand. I think Sander's just thinking, okay, is there any reason to not do this play right now? But I don't believe there is. Quick Ball. Get out the deck of something. Or actually, you might just want to leave it in the deck, to be honest. But does go for... Does Sander play... I saw 1 Lecky in the deck, but does Sander play the other Lecky? Does Sander play the other Lecky? Is that what I saw? Speed Lightning. Has to draw 2. Yeah, I think Sander maybe shouldn't have drawn a card there. I don't know. Or shouldn't have taken a basic there. I don't know if it matters. And the Parasol. Literally everything. Lone Peak. Knockout. So, plays 2 Bad Lecky? Okay, it's 2 Bad Lecky. So Bad Lecky must be a pretty big part of your Lugia win condition then. And that's it. That's game. The game is over. Adrian should scoop. Nope. Adrian should scoop. Looks like Adrian's not going to scoop. Yeah, Adrian should concede, and next game, don't take knockouts. Let's see if Adrian picks up on that play, though. Another thing is, if you always KO the Pokemon in play that has energy, like the Pikachu can't attack if there's not something set up in play with energy ahead of time. So yeah, Adrian's just confirming there's no way to actually hit this Pikachu. Adrian could have Vacuum? No, there's no chance. There's no shot. There's no shot someone who is 501 with a Lost Box deck is playing Vacuum. Vacuum is trash in the deck. There's no shot. I don't believe it. Why not take KOs? Because you have to leave the bench so they can't get down to Lone Pikachu so you can do stuff with Escape Rope. If they get down to Lone Pikachu, you lose. Well, Sander can get Pikachu into play, but it has to be Lone Pikachu. It has to be a lone Pikachu. If it's not a lone Pikachu, then Adrian can go Rayquaza, Boss, or Escape Rope Boss, one-hit KO the Pikachu. No scoop here? I don't even know if this is a bad matchup, though, for Adrian. If Adrian plays it better, I don't think this is a terrible matchup, to be honest. But that is also fair. You could just play out the rest of this game and then hope to cheese Sander in game 2. That's also fair, to be honest. Like, Adrian could just play out the rest of this game, then hope to cheese Sander in game 2 and get a tie, to be honest. Which it would be fine, to be honest. I don't hate that. I don't hate that line, to be honest. Just like make Sander play the game. If that is something Sander's aware of, then Sander should be playing pretty fast here as well. Just draw, attack, draw, attack, draw, attack. I think Sander's probably thinking, though, like, okay, if they're still playing the game, do they have an out? What is their out? What am I scared of? yada yada yada, and so on. That could be what Sander's thinking about here. I guess if Adrian does play Echoing Horn, does Adrian play an Echoing Horn? That would be cheesy. That would be cheesy. But no, it doesn't look like there is any play for Adrian. There we go. Raihan to the Rayquaza. Adrian's checking the discard pile. I think Adrian's probably about a scoop. Checking the discard pile to make sure they have a little bit more information on what they need or what Sander has. Maybe they're not going to scoop, though. Maybe they're not going to scoop. Might play it out all the way through. There's nothing to grab. There's like nothing they can do, so. But I think Adrian's doing the calculations, just trying to think if there's any possible way to actually make a play happen. And there's a concede. Okay, yeah. They're just trying to make sure. They're like, all right, what can I do? Can I do anything? Nope. What about this? What about that? And all right. And concede. All right, we'll see if Adrian switches it up for game 2, or maybe Sander will struggle to pull off the combo. Okay, pretty good start here still for Adrian. Got the Battle VIP pass. Gonna go ahead and find themselves hopefully Greninja this time, and then probably a second Comfey. And then, like I said, you can hit with the Cram, but just don't take KOs. And then what you want to do is just try and Sableye, and then just Sableye over and over and over again. I play 2 Vacuum, 1 Horn, 1 Fan of Waves in my Lost Box deck, and they are definitely not trash cards. They help me win many matches on the ladder. I mean, winning matches on the ladder is basically irrelevant. Like, it's not... It's fine to have a different opinion, but Vacuums are definitely trash in Lost Box. They don't do anything. Horn is not terrible. Fan of Waves also... I don't know what Fan of Waves ever does, though. That sounds pretty trash as well. Winning a game with a card doesn't mean it's good. It just means you won a game with a card. Doesn't get the Greninja once again. I don't like not getting Greninja here from Adrian. I want to see him. Oh, Greninja's prized. I gotta look at the prize cards first. I was like, why are we not getting Greninja here? But Greninja's prized, so that's fair. That's fair from Adrian. We also make sure Adrian has to make sure not to burn escape ropes. So you have to. I think I would actually maybe take that escape rope, to be honest. Burning escape ropes is really, really bad. Because you need those to like play around the peak. It depends how many escape rope Adrian plays. As long as they have 1 more, which they probably do, and the boss, they'll probably be fine. Definitely take the Ray here. So they might be fine getting rid of this one, to be honest. Getting rid of this one escape rope might be fine. But you got to be careful, because you need them to like be able to force the peak around and do stuff. So it looks like Sander does play the block Snorlax as well as the Gourmandize ones. I believe that is the block Snorlax, yeah. Ooh, but the hand for Sander is not good. There's no draw power in this hand. That's the wrong Snorlax. But it could do enough to slow down Adrian, to be honest here. Attach active. Oh, can it still attack for 2? I thought it was 3. I thought it was 3 colorless. I thought Starly's attack was 3 colorless energy. Okay, if we can search for any 2 cards here, we're probably still chilling at Sander. You probably need to get like Birdkeeper. Is thinking about throwing the peak down? Just getting him in there off the rip? Yo, the peak's in play. The peak is in play. That's an interesting choice there from Sander to throw it out immediately. It does give the free pivot, though. I think that's what Sander's thinking. Is it does give the free pivot. So if Starly lives, you just attack with Starly again, or retreat it into a Snorlax. If Starly dies, you can pivot with the peak into a Snorlax, a Gourmandize Snorlax. And if you can just let the Pika get knocked out at some point, or you can just build the Pika up. Like if Adrian doesn't KO your Pika, apparently they're having trouble hearing each other. I think if Adrian doesn't KO the Pika, then you can just like attach to it, and then Adrian has to be like, oh shit, the Pika's coming, and then the Pika's coming, you know. All right, I have no idea what happened there. I don't think a player messed up. I think it was the they couldn't hear each other, but I'm actually not sure. Okay, we're back. Sanders still deciding what to grab. Is eyeing up Big P. Yo, Big P might be coming out sooner than I thought. They might be coming out like next turn. Does need the Parasol as well, though, at some point. Otherwise, the Sableye will take care of it. But you have a decent amount of time before that happens. It's not like Sableye's attacking anytime soon. We could see the Big Peak plus something here. All right, Big Peak for sure. What else? I'm not sure what the other card was. I think the one card was Big Peak, though. I think one of the cards was Big Peak. Yeah, once again, I mean, taking the knockout on this Starly, I don't mind the KO on this Starly. I don't think it's Adrian, because like getting any 2 free cards every single turn as Sanders is probably too much to deal with. So I think Adrian probably should KO this Starly with Cram, but then after that point, stop taking knockouts and try and get into Sableye, I think should be the way this goes. A Big Peak and something. Dude, even Sanders has come over to the side of Big Peak. After I beat him with it in after I beat him with it in top 8, he's like, all right, I guess I have to be a Big Peaker now too. All right, Raihan and Quick Ball should probably hit the loss zone here. Yeah, I think Raihan and Quick Ball are probably hitting the loss zone here. The gates are nice. Raihan's just not good. Well, actually, getting rid of the gate? I don't know. The gate, I don't know. I kind of like that extra gate, to be honest. But theoretically, I guess you only need like 2 gates. So as long as there's like another gate around. Another Raihan biting the dust. I think that's fine. That makes sense. Got the escape rope. The escape rope's super important, like I mentioned. Just don't play it this turn. But also make sure you knock out the Starly. Quick balling already to get rid of the VIP pass. I think we might be seeing him grab Ray, potentially. Just to get it set up. Oh, no, going for the Raikou. Okay, interesting. So we could see an attack with Raikou, but I think playing the escape rope would be a mistake. I don't hate the attack with Raikou, to be honest, because that sets up a lot of damage in play. I don't hate the attack with Raikou, but I don't like playing the escape rope. I don't like the escape rope getting played, because I think Adrian probably only plays 2 escape rope. Yeah, and can get to the 7 in the loss zone this turn as well with the Comfy here. Escape rope into Comfy. But I don't like seeing the escape rope bite the dust like that. I'm not a big fan of that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this escape rope leaving. I'm sure Sanders pretty happy to see the second escape rope get played, though. All right. Comfy for the 7th. Did they already use that Comfy? Okay. I didn't think so. All right, here we go. Yep, pretty easy discard on the Comfy. And then here comes Raikou. We'll see how this goes. I'm interested to see how this goes. We can start punching the peak as well. The Raikou can punch the peak, which will be nice. Yeah, just using the escape rope there doesn't feel great. But maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it'll end up being fine here for Adrian. I could see it working out, to be honest, overall. It's a pretty aggressive attack. It's putting a lot of damage in play. You're pressuring the peak, pressuring the Snorlax. It's also possible that Sander just hits the nuts and goes like evolve to peak attach, and then Adrian hits again, hits the peak, and then Sander goes attach, parasol, net, and then just has lone peak again with like 240 damage on it. 120. Oh, KO's the Starly though? I don't like that. I thought we were punching peaks. I was a big fan of punch peak. I don't like the KO on the Starly there. Yeah, that has to be. I think that's definitely a misplay there from Adrian. If we were punching peak, I was a big fan of punch peak. I'm not a big fan of... And the Parasol gets picked out of the prize cards for Sander. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think it's gonna like be over next turn. Yeah, I do not like that. Like I said, once again, you want to keep... Well, if you don't have the other escape rope, does it matter? But you want to keep stuff on board. And you got to put damage on the peak as well there. I feel like punching the peak was so much better for Adrian than this play. Not a big fan. That is for sure. And the Parasol is found for Sander. So I think Sander's in a great spot here now. The question is, what are you putting back? It looks like double Yveltal plus Cape. I mean, yes, Sander literally has the pieces in the hand. If Sander had a scoop up net this turn, oh no, but Sander already attached, so not quite. Well, Sander could have gone for it, but it probably would have been a mistake to go for it. All right, there we go. What's next? I mean, you may as well throw the Parasol down. Actually, maybe not, because in case your Peak gets KO'd, but your Peak's probably not getting KO'd. Yeah, ooh, thinking about the Parasol, because your Peak could get KO'd and you might want it for later, but if you go down 3 prize cards here, then you're probably just losing. So I don't hate this play from Sander. Just be aggressive. There's the pass. But Adrian's out of Escape Rope as well, so Sander does... Oh, there's a Boss Top deck. That's a Boss Top deck, but can Adrian... Adrian can't probably ever get there with the Rayquaza. You need a lot. Oh, wait, that's not Block Snorlax. That's Unfazed Fat Snorlax. I thought that was Block Snorlax. It is Unfazed Fat Snorlax. Wait, what is that for? What matchup is the Fat getting unfazed in? What matchup is that good against? I guess that could be good against Lugia. It does, like, take knockouts, right? You can take knockouts against Lugia with that. All right, the Ray's getting built up here from Adrian, but I don't think it's going to matter. I wouldn't take the... You definitely just don't want to take the knockout here as Adrian, because then you make it easier for Sander to pull off the play. Okay, there's the pass. I like that. But there's the Bird Keeper in hand for Sander, and there's not... There's the Bird Keeper in the hand for the Sander, and there's no escape ropes left for Adrian. So even though there will be a Pokemon on the bench here, it won't matter. There'll be a Pokemon on the bench, but there's no escape rope to abuse the fact that there's a Pokemon stuck on the bench. And there's also a possibility that Sander just draws into a scoop up net. Now, Adrian could have a 3rd escape rope, and I'm sure Sander wants to play around the potential of a 3rd escape rope. But it's also possible there's not. Or Sander might just know there's not. Going for the Greninja here, maybe even putting it in play. We'll see. Probably, I mean, that'd be like another Pokemon gets a scoop up net. If you think Adrian has an escape rope, then I don't think you ever just want to put another Pokemon in play, because it's like, okay, that could help you find a scoop up net, but now you need to find another scoop up net. Yeah, I don't think it really matters, to be honest. Yeah, so Sander just going Bird Keeper and then swing with Peak should basically lock this one up. I think should lock this one up. I'm pretty sure Adrian only has 2 escape rope, and they're both gone now, so. They're both gone, so. I think Sander's done it again. Big Peak's about to swing. There we go. Bird Keeper into Pikachu. Draw 3 cards. 2, 3. No scoop up net, but like I said, I don't think it matters. I think we're just going... Oh, now Sander's thinking about using Greninja, but using Greninja is so weird, because then it's like you need to find another scoop up net. Like, it feels weird to use Greninja here. Of course, you could find 2 scoop up nets with the Greninja sooner because of it. So I don't hate this play. And I'm sure, yeah, so in this situation, Sander's still trying to play around the escape rope. There could be another escape rope. So you got to keep digging for it. Crushing Hammer could make a difference on the Rayquaza as well. So it's like another card you can draw. Okay, remove it from the Ray. And then attach Double Turbo active and swing. Still need to find... Now you need to find 2, though. Now you need to find 2 scoop up nets. So I'm not sure how much I like this Greninja play. It seems okay. It seems all right. I don't know. All right, let's see. Once again, I talked about it. I didn't love Adrian using that scoop up net or that escape rope the way they did. Wasn't a fan. I also don't. I'm not a fan of them not putting Greninja in play. Oh, it's in the prize cards again. I was like, they don't have the Greninja. Because another play I'm like kind of thinking about that they're working towards is they just need to like not prize Greninja. That's what needs to happen. They need to stop prizing Greninja. But Greninja is a good way to get the energy into the discard pile to get it back into the deck through Rod and Recycler to then gate it into play. Because eventually Adrian's just not going to have energy in the deck anymore to actually gate out. There's a lot of energy in the hand now. I don't even know. Like I said, I don't think there's an out here for Adrian. I don't think Sander knows that, so Sander's still going to try and find double scoop up net, but Ain has the boss in the hand right now, I think. So could go boss KO Ray, which you may as well, because then Adrian has to find another Ray. Yeah, so you may as well go boss KO Ray here. Obviously had 4 ropes, so rope would have been game without 2 bench Pokemon, so Ninja plays around that. That's true, Jake. That's true. No, but he's seen switch cards from Adrian. Sander has seen multiple. I don't know if Sander's seen 2 switch cards, but at least seen a switch card. But that is true. That is true. It does play around rope, which maybe is. But once you see one, once Sander sees one switch card, you should assume there's not 4 escape rope in the list. And we did see a switch card in game 1. I'm almost positive. For sure. Okay, there we go. Knock out on Comfy. Back over to Adrian. Once again, I don't think there's a play here. I think they're just 3 nets, 1 switch card. No shot. I mean, you could do 4 rope, 1 switch card. That's not the most ridiculous thing ever. I mean, Adrian's playing as if there's an out left. Adrian's playing like they have an out, but I'm pretty sure they don't. I'm pretty sure they're just like trying to come up with something, but they don't fully realize that they're out of options. And they're just going to get peak walled for the rest of the game. They're eyeing up some energy to recover. Okay. And another thing that could happen, I mean, it's possible. I don't think it would ever happen. If you play the game long enough, I mean, Sander might just get nervous and be like, oh, wait a second. I think that was an escape rope in the hand. I think that was a 3rd escape rope I just saw in Adrian's hand. I think Adrian does have a 3rd escape rope. Yeah, I think Adrian does have an escape rope in the hand right now. I was pretty convinced that he only ran 2, but there is a 3rd one in the hand right now. Does Adrian have to play this turn? There's Metal Lightning, so we need Fighting, Psychic, and Grass. Wait, how many do you need? 4, 5, 6? Also, did Adrian play a Colress this turn? I don't think so. Okay. Gate again. Fighting, Psychic. You just need Fighting and Grass. You don't actually need the Psychic. Psychic to the Comfy. Oh, we do need to move the Comfy. There is a Glare Mine in play. Okay, so we KO the peak here for 3 prize cards as Adrian, but you still need to draw 2 prize cards. There is the Recycler left, so they do have a decent amount of energy. They could just get, their Rayquaza could get stuck for the rest of the game, though. That's what I would almost be scared of happening at this point. Oh, there was a Sableye in the hand for Adrian, though. The Sableye making its way to the bench would have been huge. Adrian definitely messed up by not benching Sableye and putting the energy on Sableye. That's definitely a huge mistake from Adrian here. Could come back to bite them. Because you need to, you still need to draw your last 2 prize cards, and Sableye would have been a good route for that. Definitely a mistake. How big is it? Well, I guess we'll find out. Yeah, the Sableye should have made its way to the bench and be holding that Psychic right now. Sableye's trying to get in there. Okay, 3 prize cards for Adrian. So I don't think you ever concede here as Sander because you're never winning game 3. This is where Sander has to get super creative and try and come up with a win condition here. And I think it's going to probably come through Glare Mine plus trying to trap something in the active. Yeah. There's Greninja for 2. Still no scoop up nets. All right, there we go. There's a scoop up net. Yeah, what is the win condition for Sander now? You're probably trying to trap Rayquaza in the active. I think we might be out of... yeah, we're out of gates here for Adrian. There's still a lot of energy left for Adrian. The question is how many switch cards are left. There's a switch card in hand. But you need to get to Sableye on this next turn for Adrian. Yeah, Sableye is like the move on the next turn for sure. Why is the Psychic still on the Comfy? Because he never retreated. The Comfy didn't retreat. They escape roped into Rayquaza and then bossed up the Flying Pikachu. And then knocked it out with Ray. Why did he rope? Because he needed to. You have to. The Pikachu can't be hit by Pokemon. You have to reset the Pikachu. You have to reset the Pikachu to punch it. Okay, into the Snorlax for Sander. I guess, could Sander get back into the Flying Pikachu? That is possible, right? And Adrian's out of ways to hit things hard. So he's only got like light hitters now. Sableye might not be able to attack this turn, which would be so bad for Adrian. So you could switch card into... Okay, the switch card into the Cram. I guess the Cram is also okay. We should definitely start to load up the Rayquaza here, though, so you can retreat it at some point for Adrian. Adrian might also deck out, to be honest. It's possible that Adrian decks out. Okay. What's the play here for Sander? Draw 2 more. There's a Bird Keeper. Okay, and a Quick Ball. Oh, not a Bird Keeper. It's a Quick Ball. I thought it was a Bird Keeper. To try and get rid of some of this damage out of play. Yeah, now things get weird for Sander. Could actually set up the Snorlax and start attacking with it, which would be interesting. Eldegoss as well. You could get a Birdkeeper with the Eldegoss. I wonder if Sander plays Charon's Care. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, you could just start swinging with this Snorlax, and maybe Adrian can't respond to your Snorlax swinging. That'd be interesting. The Rayquaza is getting built up right now. So you'd have to like find boss KO on the Rayquaza maybe. But then you have to deal with the Cramorant punching you, which would be annoying. Okay, fails on the capture. Sander's also only drawn 2 prize cards, so drawing 4 prize cards with the Snorlax seems pretty tough. All right, here comes the Goss. And we're going to go into a... I assume it's going to be a Birdkeeper. It's a Birdkeeper. Birdkeeper into Eldegoss. Let Eldegoss wall, and it's absorb an attack return. Also has the Yellhorn, so could confuse the Cram, and then Cram is not going to be an option here for Adrian. Well, it could be an option for Adrian to attack with. Yeah, I think Adrian messed up pretty bad by not having... Sableye. Well, maybe no. Maybe Sableye attacking wasn't that important, to be honest. Yeah, this actually still might work out here for Sander, to be honest. This is going to be interesting. You're just trying to like... You're trying to like... I think you might... Yeah, so we're going double Eldegoss route here from Sander now. On the heal route. And the Cramorant is confused. So you got to flip for the attack. Goss Lupin has a boss. Got a cape. There's the pass. I mean, attacking with Sableye right now would be pretty good, to be honest. I think attacking with Sableye right now would be pretty good. I guess the Rayquaza eventually gets built up to take 1-hit KOs as well. All right, Adrian has a Sableye play. He is thinking about it. Because you could knock out the Snorlax and then set up some damage on the Greninja. There's a Goon in the hand as well. There's a net in the hand, so they have the net into the... I don't know if I like this Goon play. What are you looking for with this Goon play? Goon. Ugh. I don't know if I like this. What are we looking for here? I mean, the Grass Energy allows you to attack with Ray, I guess, in 2 turns. There's another net in the hand, though. Okay, okay. There's another net in the hand. I didn't see that. Yeah, maybe you just attach to Ray and attempt to swing through the confusion. I don't hate that here from Adrian. Apparently they want to do something else, though. The Cram gets picked up. Comfy to the active. Could attack with Sableye. Has the Psychic in the hand alongside the Sableye. And that... Oh, no, just back to Cram. Maybe just resetting the Cram. I guess that's fine as well, right? Got the attach to the Ray. But can you get the Cram to the Ray, though? I almost feel like we should have attacked the Confusion and attached to Ray and kept our... I feel like the scoop up net was really important. I don't mind the Zigzagoon KO on the Snorlax before it gets netted, but I feel like keeping the other scoop up net was a pretty big deal, maybe. Potentially. Could have potentially been a big deal. Yeah, not that many cards left for Adrian, but they do have a Recycler left, so they can like shuffle quite a few energy back into the deck to give them time. I don't think Adrian is going to lose by deck out before time ends. You got the Eldegoss loop cooking for Sander, but you got to stall something up here into the active. Has Echoing Horn plus Boss. I wonder if that ever becomes a play here from Sander, but Boss on Zigzagoon is pretty good as well. Adrian, I think, still has their training court, though. So, should be able to retreat the Goon at some point. But that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I liked that second... I don't think I liked that second scoop-up net. I was fine with the Goon play, I think, overall. But also, you could have gone bench Sableye, attach Psychic, net, and then just attack with Sableye. That almost feels like the biggest threat you could have done. Because then you don't let him Goss. I actually think that was the best play from Adrian, was just, like, net Cram into Sableye plus Psychic. I think there was a Psychic and a Sableye in Adrian's hand. So... I think they could have done that, to be honest. Oh, I guess they will KO the Zigzagoon eventually through these plays, though, because he does have the Eldegoss loop. Actually, no, that's not true, because Adrian could deck out first. You'll be able to recover Boss, potentially. Yeah, there was a Sableye and a Psychic in the hand. So Adrian could have gone net the Cram, no, bench Sableye, attach Psychic, net the Cram, put damage on... Yeah, put damage on the Snorlax, and then put damage on the Greninja and threaten the game. I think I liked that more. You don't get to attach to Rayquaza in that line of play, but I think that's fine, to be honest. I have no clue what Sander's line is here. I'm very curious to see what Sander can come up with, though. Could potentially get back into the peak, but that's like a ways away. That's like so far away. That's like so far away. I think Sander's play has to be trap something in the active. Might try and use like Sydney at some point to like just see the hand. I don't know. Yeah, 4 minutes left, so I think there is enough time for Adrian to find a win condition. There's a lot of boss in the hand here for Sander, and they have Echoing Horn, so they can bring up something else besides the Zigzagoon and trap that in the active. Actually, I think, yeah, because I think Adrian's out of switch cards here. So if Adrian's actually out of switch cards here, oh no, but they have the training court. They have the training court. So they can eventually probably retreat into Rayquaza to win. Actually, it's going to happen on this next turn, I think. Because I don't think Sander can afford to, like... No, there's actually nothing that... Well, no, Sander already played a supporter, so Sander can't do that. Yeah, so we should see the win here from Adrian. Training court, attach, retreat, I think. Unless I'm tripping, and that wasn't a training court in Adrian's hand. It's Greninja. Okay, that could draw 2 cards if it is in the deck still. Maybe I'm just tripping, though. Maybe that wasn't a training court. I swear I saw... That's a training court, right? I don't know why Adrian doesn't play this fast. I think Adrian is the one who can win game 3 with, like, a little bit of time left. I don't know what Adrian's doing here. Am I tripping? I'm tripping. Am I tripping? I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. It's right there. Wait, how much is Rayquaza? Can Rayquaza attack right now? Yeah. Yeah, see, and there Sander scoops immediately. Although, to be honest, I don't know why Sander's in such a rush. I don't think Sander can ever win game 3. Yeah, I don't think Sander ever has hope to win. Sander should Sydney earlier. Oh, I didn't even think about Sydney. Yeah, Sander definitely should have Sydneyed because it would have removed the stadium. I forgot about that. Sydney removes stadiums. Yeah, Sander had the Sydney and could have used the Sydney. Yeah, Sander could have used Sydney there, for sure. Yeah, see, so Sander never wins this game ever. The only person who's going to win this game is Adrian. I don't think Sander ever wins this game. The only way Sander wins is like actually like getting the peak out there like immediately and just go and peak. I'm so, what are they confused by? Oh, they don't think Sander captured for the Snorlax. Oh wait, does Sander not have enough cards in hand? 5, 6, 7. Oh, Sander actually didn't draw for turn. Okay, but they didn't shuffle their deck either. Okay, they're chilling. All right, so Sander did mess up there. Yeah, because Sander's trying to play super fast to, you know, try and win this game. But I don't think there's actually a win condition here from Sander. So, like, I don't think Sander can win. Oh, yeah, now time's called. So Sander's turn 0. There's no way. Yes, if Sander had used Sydney there instead, Sander must have just forgot about Training Court being an option there for Adrian as like a way to move and be like, okay, I think he's out of, like, if they have, like, I think Sander probably at the end of that game was probably like, okay, if Adrian has a switch card, they were probably just like, if Adrian has a switch card, then Sander was probably like, if Adrian has a switch card, I lose. And if they don't, I win by stalling stuff out. They could hard retreat with energy still, they still have the recycler, but completely forgot about Sydney. So if Sander had just played Sydney, I think Sander actually would have just won there, because you would go, you go Sydney, Sydney, get rid of the Training Court, and then by the time Adrian can build up 2 energy on the Zigzagoon, Sander could have gone Echoing Horn Boss, and then you'd have to build up 2 more energy on the whatever Pokemon Sander put on the bench, to be able to retreat that, and then I think Sander would have won then. The turn after he KO'd Raikou too, he could have bossed the Ray off the board too. Could he have? I don't know if he could have done that. Oh yeah, did he choose not to boss KO the Ray? Did he do that? I don't remember actually. Maybe he could have. If he could have done that as well, maybe he should have done that as well. Well, Sander's got another crazy deck cooked up. Definitely very interesting. I'm curious to know like the win condition against Lugia. It kind of seems like the win condition is probably you use Regieleki, because Luminion can't loop into Regieleki for a knockout. So you use like Regieleki, Galarmine plus Boss to try and trap stuff in the active. And then once they KO the Regieleki, you use like Yveltal. And you have capes in there as well, so you can like cape your Yveltal so they don't get KO'd by Luminion. Yeah, he chose to dig. Yeah, so I think Sander actually had a couple win conditions there in game 2. Was a little bit frantic towards the end of game 2, trying to come up with a win condition, it seemed like, and then thought that he had it. But yeah, definitely should have played the Sydney on that turn. Definitely should have played the Sydney on that turn to look for the Training Court. But I think forgot about the Training Court as an option. And yeah, Adrian gets the dub, or no, gets the tie in the end in that one, squeaking out the dub in game 2. But yeah, I think Sander was at yeah, it seemed like Sander had more opportunities in that one for sure. All right, what are we at? Round 8. All right, round 8 action. We got some Arcdura again up against Lugia. So I kind of went over this one already a little bit. We'll talk about it again. This mostly comes down to what are the Lugia's outs to the matchup. If Lugia does go first, though, Lugia can just like turn to one-hit KO the Arceus V, never let the Dura player get to the V-Star, and then they can't find their Parasol, so you just get into your Yveltal, and then you just KO the two, whatever else they have left with Yveltal, and you kind of just win the game. But we'll have to see if Michael has any outs, any vacuums, or we saw the Tool Jammer just a couple of rounds ago. Got that. Looks like they have a pretty mediocre start. They do at least have the Lugia V, though. So they're at least cooking with that. They do play Vacuum. At the very least, they play one Vacuum. They have an Echoing Horn, which can be another out to 2 prize cards. So theoretically, Michael can win this game by going KO the Arceus, and then you can go KO Arceus, and then you can go Vacuum away the Parasol off one Duraludon if it gets it. And then even if there's a second Duraludon in play, you can still Horn an Arceus back to the bench, or Duraludon V back to the bench. If Antoine doesn't play Ordinary Rod, to shuffle him back into the deck, and then you gust that up and take that out for your last 2 prize cards. So Michael does play outs to the matchup. Will they be able to find them is kind of the question now at this point. They're going first, which is a big deal. They got the Lugia, the turn 1 Lugia, and you don't even need the Lugia in the active here, to be honest, because Stoutland can also KO the Arceus V here for Antoine. So the question for Antoine is there a Trinity Charge coming up on turn 1? That's going to be the big thing here. And there is the double turbo. And we do see an Ultra Ball. So at the very least, there will be a Duraludon V. You probably do want to try and get down double Duraludon V this turn. You definitely want to get down double Duraludon V. But then we see the Ultra Ball away with the double turbo. There might be another double turbo in the hand, though. As far as prize cards go, I didn't say anything about prize cards yet. There is a powerful energy prized. But yeah, I don't think it matters. I think there is an Ordinary Rods in Antoine's deck, but it's prized. So that could actually be a big deal to play around the Echoing Horn that Antoine doesn't have available to them now, as the Ordinary Rod is prized. So that could actually be like the difference between winning or losing this game, to be honest, is right there. I assume there's a second double turbo in the hand here for Antoine. Otherwise, like, that discard of the double turbo makes absolutely no sense. But we'll see. I assume there's one in the hand. We'll find out shortly. All right. I up a Duraludon V. Duraludon V down. All right, there is another double turbo. There's a collapsed. And the rest of the hand, I think the rest of the hand is a Mustard and a Duraludon V Max. Okay. So this turn, ideally for Michael, you want to actually gust KO the Duraludon V. That makes things the easiest for Michael, but that's probably not going to happen. So Michael's going to settle for trying to knock out the active Arceus. There's an Evolution Incense top deck. That's great. That'll get you one of your Archeops. You didn't prize any Aurora energy here. There is an Aurora and a Heat in the hand here for Michael, which isn't great, but you can live with it. So this turn, Michael's going to be trying to take the knockout on the Arceus with the Stoutland, I think. And also, you do kind of want the Arceus player to take knockouts on some stuff in play. It depends what they have prized, of course. You don't really ever know what they have prized, but you're kind of content with like giving them some prize cards. Because it opens up your bench space to be able to use your Guru, and like if you play like double Luminion or Luminion Eldegoss, to be able to use all that stuff while having attackers set up. So here from Michael, you're fine to attack with Stoutland and kind of give them the knockout in response, because it'll open up a bench space for you on a following turn. Because otherwise your Retreating can be kind of expensive. Actually, it won't be impossible, but it'll just be tough. So I'd probably like to just see like the Aurora energy get attached to the bench, and then research, and then try and attack with the Stoutland this turn. We still need to try and get another Archeops in the discard pile here for Michael. Actually, to be honest, maybe this is a misplay from Michael. Michael could have actually attached the Aurora active. Michael should have attached the Aurora active, actually, I think, the more I'm thinking about it. Because if you go... I would still solo Archeops, KO this Arceus, if that's all I have here as Michael as a play. And then hope that Starbirth is like their only out here on Antoine's side. Because I think if you don't take this knockout here as Michael, you're going to be in a pretty rough spot. So I think you have to get this knockout here. So actually, I would have attached the Aurora active. Maybe the Choice Belt as well. I forget how much damage Stoutland does. But even if you have to go lone Archeops to get this KO, I think getting this KO is pretty important here as Michael. Another thing is there's a Collapsed Stadium in play, which can be tough to deal with. But it looks like Michael does draw into enough stuff here to pull off the knockout. And actually, you could get the knockout with Lugia, but I think especially with the collapsed stadium in play, I think you want that bench space. I think I would definitely value this bench space opening up here as Michael and like giving my opponent 2 prize cards, because this game is never really decided, almost never decided on prize cards. The game is like decided before someone even draws 6 prize cards, like whether the Groudon player is going to win or. And I don't know if I like this Guru grab, because you can't put down Guru, because now you don't have room for another Pokemon on your bench here as Michael. You're just gonna get 2 Archeops in play. Now you can't Luminion. You can't Luminion and Yveltal, because even if the Stoutland gets KO'd, you only have room for one of them. Becomes the Primate Wisdom, and I don't think you need this energy back in the deck either. So I just don't like this play from Michael. I don't think at all. And then here comes the V-Star. And then, like I said, we're probably going to attack with, we could end up attacking with Lugia, but like I said, I want to kind of give them a prize card here. I want to open up my bench space. I just don't like this Guru grab. I'm pretty sure we could have got this knockout without putting this Guru in play. I think this is a misplay here from Michael. But I think Michael is actually going to try and take the knockout with Lugia and save the bench space, which is like bad, because then you give Antoine more turns to find boss for your Archeops, because you're currently bench locked as Michael. Yeah, this is a big misplay here from Michael. It's actually a huge mistake here from Michael. So Michael's bench locked right here. So Michael can't attack. Michael literally could have boss KO Dur, would have been so good. I don't know how good that actually would have been, Chip, to be honest. I don't know actually. I don't know how good that would have been there, Chip. Because like if you boss KO the Duraludon, then you're gonna get Starbirth. And Antoine's gonna go Starbirth, boss KO your lone Archeops, bench Dura, V. Or actually, what Antoine would do actually would probably be mustered out a Duraludon from Starbirth, punch your Lugia, and then if they have boss KO Archeops, you literally just lose the game afterwards. So I don't know if I agree. I don't know if that play actually makes sense, to be honest, Chip. You definitely just lose to Mustard if you do that. Use the Starbirth Mustard. Attacking with Lugia gives you a bench spot as well, at least. Oh, that's true. If you attack with Lugia, you do get a bench spot. That's true. Actually, you're right. Have to have Arc in a 2-card hand that didn't play a supporter from. Arc in a 2-card hand. What do you mean? What do you think their hand is? If they didn't play a supporter, what do you think that hand is? That hand's an Evolution Incense for the Arc. 100% of the time. That's true. If you attack here with Lugia, you do bump the Collapsed Stadium. I always forget that about Lugia's attack, that you can remove stadiums from play, because it's so broken and so disgusting that the card actually has that extra effect on its attack that I forget it exists. So we do actually open up a bench space here as Michael, but we're still not able to put down Luminion and Yveltal, so I still don't like this lineup. I think I just don't like the Oranguru, to be honest. I just don't like the Oranguru. I want to be able to put down Luminion and Yveltal next turn. I don't think it's as bad as Azul says. Well, it's either we've literally had this conversation before, Grant. It's either correct or incorrect. Yeah, so we do get a bench space here as Michael. I forgot it, dude. That's because Lugia's attack is so broken. I always forget how broken it is. I always forget that we can remove the stadium as well. So we got one bench space to work with. One bench space to work with now, but we can't Luminion and Yveltal. That's the problem. I want to be able to Luminion and Yveltal here. All right, there's the boss, and there we go. This is the play from Antoine. We boss up an Archeops. We knock out the Archeops. See, that's what. No, that's not what happened. It's either correct or incorrect, but some incorrect plays are more self-destructive than others. I mean, that's true. I'm not saying you're wrong. There's worse plays. Okay, so if Antoine has another boss here, Antoine just wins. But this is where, as Michael, I think we saw this in the last time we looked at this matchup like a couple rounds ago. You bench the Yveltal, you start to load it up, you go dig for. You bench the Yveltal, you start to load it up, you go dig for your. Vacuum, because we know Michael plays the vacuum, so you just go boom, load this thing up, throw down double Aurora on it, or Aurora hiding, whatever. And then I would Ultra Ball for Luminion and go grab a research, and we're just digging for the vacuum at this point. We don't have the vacuum. We don't need the vacuum yet because Antoine doesn't have the Parasol, but if Antoine gets the Parasol, then we just lose. So I would just go play a draw supporter this turn, because I don't think any of the other cards in the hand matter here for Michael. There might be a Gust Effect, so maybe holding on to a Gust Effect could have some value. There's a boss. I guess keeping the boss has some value, but I just want to have the immediate response to the Parasol. Because let's say Antoine on this next turn plays Marnie, finds Parasol. and then you research next turn, don't find your vacuum, and then Antoine goes, play boss, KO your Yveltal, you just lose the game. So if I was Michael here, I would have gone Luminian for research to try and potentially play back-to-back supporters. Or at least Primate Wisdom to try and find a supporter. You could have even Primate Wisdom, you could have gone Primate Wisdom the boss, Luminian for research, or Luminian for research, Primate Wisdom the boss. But you'd probably Primate Wisdom the boss first. Whatever it might be, I'm trying to draw cards this turn. Vacuum is the only card that matters at this point. Vacuum is the only card that matters this turn. Like at this point for Michael to find. So I would rather just play back-to-back supporters. Antoine's hand actually is terrible, so it might not matter here. But and it's actually another thing, I guess. Apparently, Antoine actually plays multiple Collapse Stadium. So this Collapse Stadium is about to lock Michael out of a draw supporter for turn. And Antoine doesn't have. Oh no, we didn't play the Collapse Stadium. Okay, well, this game ends on this turn then, because... Wait, would it have ended on this turn anyways? Why am I so shocked by this? No, this is fine no matter what. For some reason, I thought this was actually going to be a difference maker, but this is actually just not a difference maker at all. For some reason, I thought this actually changed anything, but this actually doesn't change anything. Because Michael, or because Antoine doesn't have a Parasol, I'm just, like, super tired. I'm sick and I've been talking all day. I'm, like faded. Michael, or Antoine, doesn't have a Parasol, so we don't need to use Luminian for a supporter. The game is over. The game ends. Let's get it. Yeah, Antoine's hoping that some stuff is prized. But we just go Aurora plus Aurora, and then we have an energy in hand from Michael. And these are the kind of situations. I'll talk about this, though, because I like talking about these kind of things. Am I tripping? Okay. Am I tripping? So both players are definitely playing. You're playing for a win here, right? In this situation. It's also a lot harder to tell between the first play and the second best play than the best play and the 10th best play. No shot. You're just trolling like Grant. So I'll talk about this real fast. So I talk about this. I've talked about this a lot. About playing to win versus just playing to win versus being like okay with the game time. So it's 100% fine for Michael to play this the way they did. Appreciate the 64 months there, Poly Swag. Appreciate it, bud. So it's 100% fine for actually Michael to play this the way they're not like there's nothing malicious going on, I don't think, and there's nothing nothing malicious going on. Oh, Michael plays a switch. That's interesting. Yeah, nothing malicious going on, and I don't think like Michael's trying to stall or anything. But so Michael gets the 2 energy, shuffles the deck, puts the deck down, and then attaches the energy. So this isn't even particularly that slow, right? But you could have played this so much faster as Michael, right? Like even those few actions could be the difference between winning or tying the match, right? It can't be the difference between winning or losing the match, because if you lose, that means at this point Michael would lose 2 games because Michael won this match. But this could be the difference between winning, or like all these little interactions could add up and be the difference between winning and tying a match, right? That extra 10 seconds could be the difference between getting +1 turn in time or not, or plus in the extra turns or not as Michael. So it's actually something I've been trying to work on as well, as being like more time efficient with my games and trying to play faster and stuff. So I don't end up in as many situations where it's like, well, if I just had +1 turn, I would have won this game. I'm trying to play as much game as possible, right? Now, it would be different if Michael didn't care about the outcome of this game. It was like, well, if I tie this game, I don't care. But like Michael's goal is to win. So anytime you can have more time to play the game, you want to have more time to play the game. So this isn't like technically a misplay. I mean, it is. Like Michael, like even shuffling here is like a mistake. Like this right here from Michael is a mistake. Michael like shuffling the deck right there is a mistake. Because as soon as Antoine sees that they're gonna scoop, or you're just gonna retreat attack and the game's over. So little things like this can make a big difference. Can make a big difference. It's like obviously this one might not, and this matchup's pretty fast, and they still have 41 minutes left, but you never know when you're going to end up in some cheesy late game scenario that takes like 10 more minutes than it normally would, and then like game 2 goes on forever, right? So yeah, always be trying to play as efficiently as possible. And that's another reason, like a lot of people like from the outside looking in at top players who do consistently well, they see the deck lists and they see They see the deck lists and they see that the players consistently do well, and they see the cool plays that they make on stream, but you don't see, you know, all 15 rounds that the player played where they're playing, not just playing well and not just bringing a good deck, but they're playing efficient in terms of gameplay. Like, no one, you don't actually see that. You don't see the efficiency of their gameplay in knowing when to scoop. And like even at that end game scenario there from Michael, where Michael should probably have just played faster, to be honest. Like there's no reason to take that long when you just know you have game, you know, right? And it's not that Michael can't do that, and it's not that it's against the rules for Michael to do that, but it's just inefficient, right? So at the end of the day, it is just a misplay or a mistake to like shuffle your deck there. And it's fine if Michael wants to do it, that's fine. But people misplay all the time and are fine with misplaying, so like. But Michael should realize, like, in going into this match, you want to realize that a tie is so bad, and you'd much rather play 3 games of Pokemon against your opponent in this set than a tie, because they're both 5-1-1. So you want to get to that 3rd game, and you want to have a decent amount of time to finish the 3rd game to give yourself the best chance to get to 19 points at the very least, get to day 2, and you know, and then go from there and so on, right? So like make like this game not being a tie or getting to game 3 and having enough time to try and finish game 3 for both players is like super important. Like it's something you want to like is to be super. If you're like 5-0 and then you tie that game, that's like fine. Like a tie there isn't as punishing as a tie here by you not having played more efficiently to like actually get a 3rd game played. Like if you're in round 5 and you play a little sloppy and could have played faster and more efficiently, but you end up at 5-0-1, that's less punishing than being 5-1 right now and then not getting enough time to play the 3rd game because you didn't play as efficiently in that game. As far as just like making day 2 goes, ideally you want to be 9-0, so it's still a mistake in the other scenario where you're 5-0. It's just not as punishing for making day 2. So it was still a mistake to maybe have gotten that initial tie at 5-0, but it's more punishing for your success at a tournament at this point to get a tie here. Of course, going 9-0 every time would be nice, but all right. So Antoine goes first, gets the Arceus down with a double turbo to route on the active. What if you just draw bad? I mean, then you just draw bad. That's literally nothing to do with what I'm saying, though, Killicam. That literally has nothing to do with what I'm saying, though. If you just draw bad, you just draw bad. That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about with what you have control over and what you could do better. Do better. So second Lugia hits the field here for Michael. I don't think that ever makes sense. Once again, you're kind of just like clogging your bench here for no reason as Michael. There's no reason to ever bench second Lugia in this matchup, especially when you know Antoine plays 2 Collapse Stadium. All you're doing is hurting your potential to set up double Archeops plus use Luminium plus an attacker potentially in a turn. So yeah, there's no reason to, but benching second Lugia here I think is actually just really bad from Michael. There's nothing to be scared of. Like Antoine can't KO your Lugia next turn. I don't think you ever need a second Lugia. As long as you have Charizard to potentially chase down or KO a late game Arceus, or have Charizard to chase down Dura Vs or Arc Vs in weird situations, then you don't want a second Lugia in play this early. Yeah, the second Lugia V here I don't think ever makes sense. What if you draw bad though? I mean, then you're gonna lose that game probably. Like that's it. Okay, the Wisdom is happening. Is there a research in the hand? I don't know if there is actually. There is. Okay, we got the research now. We're chilling. 7 fresh cards coming out for Michael. Got the Lugia. Got an Evolution Incense. And you probably want to try and get the Archeops in the discard pile right now. Double Aurora in the hand, though, is not great. Because now if you get Marnied, now you have to find an Archeops, get it in the discard pile, and find a Lugia V-Star. But it looks like Antoine only has a Colress to work with. I would have hated to see... Maybe, you probably don't want a Starbirth for it, though. So it looks like a pretty good Colress, though. Parasol. I do like the Collapse Tier. Collapse Tier is, like, solid. But the Pokegear might be better to try and find Boss's Orders in a little bit. But got a Parasol, got a Duraludon, and I believe has Arceus. So we'll be able to see the Starbirth here. Going to go ahead and grab themselves an Energy and a Switch card. Probably, I actually want to see an Escape Rope here from me. Actually, that's a tough call, because the Guru is good... The Guru is good utility to remove from your opponent's side of the field, but not giving Michael a bench space is also a big deal. So if they have a bad hand where they have to Luminion, once again, now they can't have like Luminion and Yveltal in play because Michael overextended and benched the other Lugia. So I actually like this play from Antoine because, like I said, this game isn't decided by prize cards. It's not a prize race on Antoine's side or Michael's side. It's, can Michael find the answer to the Duraludons? I guess Michael wins when they draw 6 prize cards, but Antoine wins before 6 prize cards are drawn, like every time. Oh, and has a collapse. Okay, so I love this play from Antoine then, going with the collapse. And we see Michael once again getting punished for benching this other Lugia. Because now their bench is like locked up. So they can't Luminion and double Archeops. I don't think it's gonna be a problem for Michael on this one, but yeah, you can't do it. I actually wonder if Antoine should have held this collapsed stadium to actually play it on the following turn. I actually think Antoine should have held this collapsed stadium maybe. Because right here, all Michael needs... I mean, Michael doesn't need that much, and you didn't disrupt Michael's hand. So on the next turn, Antoine could potentially put collapsed stadium in play and then not take a knockout if they don't have boss for the KO on an Archeops and just put collapsed stadium in play. So maybe Michael can't get Yveltal into play. And then has to wait a turn to attack with Lugia again, giving Antoine +1 turn to find boss for the Archeops. I actually think Antoine should have held this collapsed stadium. I think it's more relevant for next turn to make it awkward for Michael than it is this turn. And then you get to fully punish them for benching the Lugia. All right. Yeah, Michael has all they need to get the attack off this turn. They got the Lugia. They can find the Archeops with the Ultra Ball. They can even Guru the powerful energy first, I guess. I don't know if it really makes a difference, to be honest. Here we go, Evolution Incense. But now we're going to see like a clean Lugia attack here from Michael, which will be able to bump the Collapse Stadium, and then the Collapse Stadium won't get any real value. Whereas I think there's a higher percent chance for it to get value going into this next turn, even though it could get Marnied. It could get Marnied away. It's kind of like, okay, whatever. If they can't play... I guess that one, it doesn't really work in my head. Yeah, they could get Marnied away. I guess would be like the only thing. But so here we go, Ultra Ball. Grabbing another Archeops. That's interesting. I guess we're gonna research here as Michael. They should have. Actually, do they have 3 Aurora energy left? I don't even know if they do, to be honest. I don't know if they do. I'm not sure. Let's see. Powerful to the active, and then we could see there's the research. Okay, another Aurora bites the dust. Yeah, I don't know if there is 3 Aurora in the deck right now, or 3 energy. There's a heat in the hand. There might be. I mean, we'll have to see. I think we should have seen. You should definitely Summoning Star. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like you should Summoning Star first here, but maybe not Summoning Star here first is like fine. From Michael, maybe not Summoning Star in first is fine. I feel like I want to see Summoning Star first, but then you don't mind drawing into the powerful... Well, actually, no. No, you definitely should have Summoning Starred first and then put the energy on the Lugia, because what if you drew into them off the research and you just can't KO this Archeops? You literally just lose the game. By playing it, you remove Luminion as a play. Yeah, but I think it's more likely Luminion's going to be... Or the Yveltal or Luminion will be a more relevant play on the next turn than this turn is what I'm saying, Mello. Like, you do remove Luminion in play, but that's a bad mindset of, oh, my opponent could counter this play... Or they could have the counter to this play, so I have to play around it. Or like you can't play around everything or play into everything. You have to play into what you think is the most likely to give you a benefit. I'm just saying that I think it's more likely you get a benefit out of playing the collapse next turn than this turn. And then you definitely you'd have a higher chance of punishing that Lugia V bench from Michael overall. Just because you could stop a play doesn't mean playing for a different play doesn't give you a higher chance to win the game. But yeah, that was really bad sequencing with this Summoning Star here from Michael. Because if you just research there and then draw into double powerful, you just literally can't knock out this Archeops. So that was a pretty bad play from Michael there, actually, I think. I was like, you should just Summoning Star here first. Right? I was like, man, maybe not. But no, you definitely should have here as Michael. You definitely should have Summoning Starred first. So now you're going to bump the Collapse as Michael. Has the Yveltal, does not have the Vacuum. Here comes the Primate Wisdom. Gonna put the Yveltal on top. That seems fine, I guess. I don't know if it's that much better, but it seems fine. And then here we go. Knock out Arceus. And this is gonna be interesting. So Michael didn't say that they wanted to... Okay, there's the boss. Okay, so this is actually interesting. I don't know, we've seen this happen twice now, I think. Michael did not say they wanted to bump Collapse Stadium and then looked at their prize card, so they don't get to actually bump Collapse Stadium. Antoine immediately had the boss on the Archeops. So has the immediate boss, but needs another boss. So now here's where you need the second boss here as Antoine, and we'll see if they get it or not. So now on this turn, probably just send up the... I mean, you can send up the Lugia. It doesn't really matter. I wouldn't send up the Lugia, actually. I'd probably send up... Because you might want to use this Lugia to boss KO something off the bench. Possibly. I would send up the Rangaroo here, I think, as Michael. Because it doesn't just come down to this Yveltal, potentially. Because if Antoine does bench something next turn, you might need to be able to deal with that. Does Antoine win by not attacking? No, because then Michael just sends up Lugia again and then bumps the stadium this time. You just bump the stadium that time, and then you can make the Yveltal play happen in one turn. But you could have waited one more turn. It would have given Antoine +1 turn to play the game. So you could have, because Michael forgot to bump the stadium with the Lugia attack, Antoine could have just gone drawn pass, and then gets +1 turn to see +1 card. So that would have been the play from Antoine, to be honest. Because you have the Parasol, but you don't know if Michael... Actually, no, because you have Collapse Stadium. Michael would need double Vacuum or, like, Vacuum Tool Jammer or something weird. Because Michael's Stadium Bump... Usually the Stadium Bump in Lugia is Collapse Stadium. So they couldn't have, like, Collapsed plus Vacuum. You have the Parasol. So actually, I think I kind of like that idea of that play from Antoine, to be honest. I think Antoine should have passed. To give themselves +1 turn to draw a card. Because right now they only have a 1-card hand, I think. And they need boss, or they just kind of... That's not true. They don't need boss next turn because they could... Michael still has to find the vacuum. So if Michael can't find the vacuum, then they're in trouble. Also, Michael should not Marnie here. Michael should definitely go for a Luminion for research. Or if there's another draw support in the hand, play that instead. But you definitely want to play a draw supporter this turn so you can play a draw supporter next turn, because you don't want to give Antoine more time. There's a switch... Doesn't mean anything. So yeah, Luminion. No, you gotta... Did they play a supporter? They did not play a supporter, right? Oh no, we're bench locked here. Never mind. We're bench locked still. No, but you didn't. You could have attack and remove the stadium. Okay, actually, so now Michael is getting punished for not removing the stadium, because you would have loved to gone Luminion for research this turn, so you could also go like research next turn. Also, Michael should have attacked... So if Michael had actually removed the stadium last turn, we could have done that. But also, Michael should have attacked this turn and removed the Collapse Stadium so we could Luminion next turn. But now the Collapse Stadium is just chilling, and Michael's out here trolling. All right, Ultra Ball from Antoine. Got some more time to work with. The vacuum's not in the hand yet. Is eyeing up the Dura. Could grab the Dura. And at this point, as Antoine, you can take a knockout. It is a little bit awkward. I think you probably do go for the KO here as Antoine if you have an energy to attach to the Duraludon. Well, what is this last card? Oh, it's a Pokegear. Okay, hold up. So we're just sending out the deck. We're not benching it yet. We have a Pokegear. If we get a boss here, Antoine does just win the game. Oh, there's the boss. Let's go. All right, boss up. As soon as Antoine announces boss Yveltal, Michael should scoop. To be honest, if I was Michael here, I'd maybe concede. But so this is actually where I would like... Because of how much time is left, we have 27 minutes left. Previously in game 1, like I talked about Michael playing those actions faster because you never know. But in this situation, I don't know. I'd maybe leave the opportunity open for Antoine to misplay. All Antoine has to do here is literally gust Yveltal and they win. But they're checking the discard pile. I don't know what Antoine's afraid of here, that they wouldn't just gust the Yveltal. Maybe thinking about benching the Duraludon. Ooh, benches it. Okay, so this actually gives an opportunity. I don't know why Antoine benched Duraludon here. This actually does give an opportunity for Michael to win the game. I guess maybe Antoine was thinking, okay, if they have Choice Belt canceling clone, I still lose to that, so I'm going to bench this other Duraludon. But now, actually, Antoine can win this game, because Antoine can go knock out Duraludon with boss, and then Echoing Horn Gust to win the game. So it's actually possible or Charizard would probably be the Pokemon to look for there. So actually, it's possible for Antoine to lose now, because of that bench. It does play around canceling Cologne. Benching that Duraludon does potentially play around canceling Cologne. But it's not super likely. I don't know. Is that super likely? It doesn't feel likely. It does play around canceling Cologne plus Choice Belt though. All right. Yeah, Michael's got a route now. Doesn't have many cards left in the deck either. But yeah, if Antoine doesn't bench the Duraludon V, then you just win. But maybe, so see, that's the thing as well. Like, if Antoine thought about, well, Antoine does play an Ordinary Rod, but you have to find it. But if Antoine thought about Echoing Horn, maybe you don't do this play as Antoine because you're like, oh, wait, we're not playing to Echoing Horn. So I guess you have to ask the question is, what is more likely, Canceling Clone or Echoing Horn? And to be honest, I don't know which one is more likely at all, to be honest. Like, I don't know. What one, who plays more of this or more of that? To be honest. So I don't know if this is a misplay from Antoine because this plays around Canceling Clone. But by benching it, you're playing into Echoing Horn. But you have an out for the Echoing Horn play in an Ordinary Rod in the deck at some point. So I don't know. Like just saying, I've got my wall, get through it or lose. I kind of agree with that, I guess, Mello. But there's two things you're playing into there, right? Like there's two. You lose to Canceling Clone, but by benching that, you play around Canceling Clone. But I guess the question would be, does that really play around Canceling Clone? Well, I guess it does because they would have to attack with that Lugia. So it does kind of play around Canceling Clone. Because now you KO this Lugia and you don't have to worry about Canceling Clone anymore. Once you KO this Lugia, Canceling Clone isn't an out for Michael anymore. But Horn is an out, but you do play an out to Horn. So I don't know. It's like a tough call to make, I guess. I don't know. So I believe Michael put something on top of the deck to play around. Got the Luminion. Yeah, I think Luminion was put on top. Ooh, that might be the Ordinary Rod. And I think there's only 2 basics in there. So I think, yeah. Ordinary Rod. Now, I wouldn't concede here as Michael, though. I think you have enough time left where you don't want to let Antoine know that as soon as there's not an Echoing Horn target in their discard pile, that you're like, oh, I lose now. I would continue to play. It's also possible that Antoine messes up and like quick balls away a V still at this point, and then you still win this game. So actually, in this scenario, with how much time is left, I think Michael can stick this one out to not leak the Echoing Horn out. Because it's still possible Antoine messes up. So you can still kind of continue to play the game, act like you maybe have an out, whatever. But don't leak because I feel like if you conceded here immediately once you saw the Rod as Michael, actually this might leak it as well. If Michael immediately concedes after seeing no basics in the discard pile, there's no reason to check the discard pile here though as Michael. So I feel like that is like still kind of leaking the Echoing Horn play a little bit, to be honest. Which you don't want to do. But you also don't want to be taking too much time on your turns like Michael is taking, because you still need enough time to win game 3. So this is still a misplay by Michael for taking so long in these actions. Just like play cards, just like do things. Yeah, just start playing cards. Like this is so bad. Taking this much time for this kind of scenario is so bad. Like you can sit here and stay in the game, but don't take this much. Taking this much time is like killing me. You just do things, but you don't. It's like you can't win. Oh, they conceded now. Okay. I would have stuck it out. I would have actually stuck it out a little bit longer, but I would have played so much faster than that. I would have been like Evolution Incense, Quick Ball, maybe Luminion, play a supporter. I don't know. Yeah, I would have stuck it out a little bit further than that, but I would have been playing like everything just like pretty fast. Like I don't even care if I mess up. Who cares? And then maybe Antoine messes up and like quick balls away Arceus V on the next turn, and then I can go Horn, boss, win. But any amount of wasted time there is bad. I also don't like the concession there. I don't like the concession there either because I think it kind of leaks the Echoing Horn. That they had Echoing Horn as an out, and now Antoine doesn't know it for sure, I would say, but it does kind of leak it a little bit because like they stuck in the game even once they KO'd the route on V, but as soon as there was no Echoing Horn target, that's when they conceded. So I don't love the concession there like that. I would have like make Antoine like play out 3 more turns really fast and then go from there. You should have enough time to do it from there. Yeah. So I don't like to concede, but I don't like taking too much time on your actions if you're not conceding. So I guess if you take a little bit of extra time there and then concede, it's kind of like whatever. Okay, we got Michael going first in this one. Archeops to the discard pile. Lugia V. And there's a Luminion in the hand, so the hand's not dead. Prize cards, double Marnie prize, which is probably all of Michael's Marnies. And then Antoine's prize cards, nothing too relevant. One of the Arceus' prize, but not going to be a big deal. Open Duraludon, so can't get off a turn 1 Trinity charge. Unfortunately for Antoine. A lot of... So actually, I don't know if I like this... I don't know. I guess Michael... Yeah, Michael doesn't know that there's not a Marnie in the deck, probably. Probably should just go with the Heat Energy. And the Echoing Horns in the hand as well. I think I would have liked to have seen like Michael put back an Energy and then Quick Ball to switch up the top deck. This does play around Marnie. And I guess maybe Michael is planning to use Marnie next turn, but you'd much rather research next turn than Marnie. But you don't want to lose a win condition in the Echoing Horn. So at the beginning of this turn, Michael would go top deck Luminion, Primate Wisdom, the Echoing Horn, Luminian for research, play research. And I guess that actually still works out, to be honest. Actually, no, that does still work out. That's fine. No, actually, that does work out. For some reason in my head, I thought it didn't work out, but no, that works out. That works out. Because you never want to play Marnie next turn. You're trying to actually attack turn 2. So we don't ever want to Marnie next turn, because Marnie reduces our chances of attacking next turn. So definitely want to see the research go down, probably. But switching up the top deck does sound kind of like top decking, like Archeops, an Evolution Incense, a Lugia V-Star. Like, all those things are so good to top deck. I don't know. I kind of want like a new top deck. I'm trying to see like +1 card. I feel like I'm trying to see +1 card in this scenario. Like, if I get Marnied, it kind of sucks, but I should draw out of it. It's possible you dead draw, I guess. Maybe it is worth playing around the Marnie in that scenario. I don't know. I don't play enough Lugia to too strong an opinion. Okay, Antoine's hand is okay. See the chorus coming out here after the quick ball for the Arceus. Definitely wants to try and get double Duraludon V in play if they're able to. None of them are prized, so that won't be a hindrance. And would like to use Trinity Charge, but I mean that's asking kind of a lot. We'll see if they can pull it off. It's like Ultra Ball and Training Court hitting the Lost Zone. Training Court shouldn't matter ever in this matchup, I don't think. Ooh, they actually got it. That's actually a huge deal here for Antoine. They actually got the Trinity Charge. They do give the Lugia to Michael, which is not great. They do kind of help Michael out a little bit there, but I don't know, I can't have everything, I guess. I don't know. That's a pretty big deal. Getting Turbo Trinity Charge is a big deal. Yes. Is it that big of a deal? I'm like kind of coming around on it. It feels like it's less of a big deal than I thought it was, to be honest. All right, Ultra Ball coming down here for Antoine. Getting rid of Evolution Incense, which is your Duraludon VMAX. And a Collapse Stadium. Probably going to grab another Dura V. Like I said, I think you want to go double Dura V here. So this... Oh, wait. They're actually looking at the Arceus here. Okay, I don't hate that. Because you can go Trinity Charge into boss next turn, which is kind of cool. But now you do set... When you set up this board state, it's a little bit easier for Michael to just get all 6 prize cards. And now if Michael has, because you like escape roped for Michael, if Michael has Gust KO Dura V, you just kind of lose. Like if Michael has Gust KO Dura V here, the game just ends. So I don't know. Do I like that play? I don't know if I do. I almost wanted to like grab double Duras and then split the energy on them, but I don't know if Antoine has a follow-up without Starbirth. So if you don't have a follow-up without Starbirth, then you kind of got to do it. All right, here comes Luminian. We should go get... I mean, we could KO the Dura here as Michael still, to be honest. You actually have the play here as Michael. You have Ball... No, you don't. You don't have a V-Star. Never mind. So we got to go to Research here as Michael. And then we should Primate Wisdom, the Echoing Horn, on top of the deck. Actually, we go for the Marnie. I really don't like the Marnie here. Doesn't Antoine have like a 2-card hand? I guess you know Antoine's hand is good. Or you don't know if it's good. You know it has an Arceus V-Star in it, actually, I guess. You know that, yeah, you know there's a V-Star in Antoine's hand here because of how they played out that turn. They benched double Arceus and they got rid of an Evolution Incense. But now you have to get a way to discard an Archeops and a Lugia V-Star, and you're not playing a Research. They whiffed. Not fully yet, though, actually. They could Primate Wisdom and then draw into Primate Wisdom, the Hiding Energy, get an Archeops, and then discard it. Discard the Choice Belt and that. So that'd be fine, I guess. You just got to rip it here. No problem. But we could have gone Boss KO Dura. Sure, you only have one Archeops in play, but I think that's fine, actually. Whiff from Michael. Huh. Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen the Boss KO Lone Dura, because you could have gone... Oh, no, you couldn't do that. Why am I thinking you could do that? I'm literally, like, lost. All right, well, let's see what Michael does here, then. Do we go with the solo... It's like the only matchup Antoine's deck beats. Well, it beats this. It beats Lost Box. It's like favorite against Lost Box, unless they got the Dragonite. No, wait, you lose to like Lost Box Ray, don't you? What's unfavorable? Well, actually, I don't even know. I'd have to play the matchup. Did Michael pass? I think maybe Michael passed here. And Antoine's hand sucks. So it did work out. The Marnie play worked. I liked the Research. You knew Antoine's hand was live, though. But maybe that is... I don't know. With the board state set up the way it was, though, I kind of liked the Research still. Because I think if you just KO something, you're in a pretty good spot. Like if you Primate Wisdom the Echoing Horn and then Research there and then knock out the active, I think you're in a pretty good spot here as Michael. There we go, Trinity Charge. All right, so double around. This is gonna kind of turn into like a prize race game because well, it's gonna turn into like Michael's gonna try and draw 6 prize cards. They're both gonna. It's gonna be like the first person to draw 6 prize cards. I feel like, but Antoine can go. And then Antoine's gonna be like it's like can Michael draw 6 prize cards around the Duraludons before Antoine just walls and draw 6 prize cards. Yeah, you guys know what I'm saying. All right, Archeops for Michael, and then has a Serena to discard it. We need a 6+ hour Dura stream. No shot. Overdraw 6 prizes first wins. Yeah, it's like yeah, you know how it is. You know what it is, Chip. All right, here we go. 4 off the Serena. And then Summoning Star, boom, get the squad set up. And then don't forget to bump the stadium with your attack as Michael. And the hand actually kind of sucks, to be honest, here from Michael. But oh well, gonna have to work with it and hope that the prize cards are good. And there's a Serena in the first 2 prize cards. So actually, did we not use Guru yet? I thought Guru got used. Maybe I'm trolling. All right, get the energy back, get +1 card. I like that. Throw some powerfuls on the active, probably double powerful to the active. And then maybe throw a we still have attach return too. Throw a double turbo on the Guru maybe. I don't know. Double powerful active because you want double powerful active because you want to be able to KO the bench Arceus V if it becomes a V-Star. You could do that later with Charizard possibly, but that might get a little bit hard to pull off. So I would just like okay, I guess you could set up another Lugia possibly with the powerfuls to actually do that play though. You could, yeah. So actually I don't hate this, I don't think, from Michael, because you could set up another Lugia that gets the KO the Lugia V-Star later instead. That seems reasonable actually, I think. What time does the stream of day 2 start? Probably in about 5 hours or 4 or 5 hours, I guess. All right, did Antoine top deck Dura get sent up? I like that send up. Has a card in hand that they're thinking about playing. It's an energy. Is it energy attach pass? That's not very good. Oh, this is unfortunate. And punch for, I don't know, 90 damage, I think. Is it 10 plus? I think it's 10 plus 40. Yep, punch. All right, so here comes a 1-hit KO on the Duraludon with the Lugia. And yeah, this one's basically all chalked up at this point. You could even throw the Yveltal down and load up some energy on it, probably, to be honest. Well, I don't know. I guess you get... No, because if you get Boss and KO'd by Dura V, you're fine. Yeah, you could just, like, load shit up. Yeah, this one's just over. This is unfortunate. It's an unfortunate end to, like, the first 2 games were kind of enjoy... Like, I like the first 2 games. There was some back and forth. You know, players had to hit their counters and play through some stuff. There was some mistakes, I think, overall. But yeah, then this game happened. This game is not very cool. The other games were kind of cool, actually. For as cool as Lugia versus Arceus can be. I don't know. I kind of enjoyed it. These matchups are kind of dude, he forgot to bump the stadium again. Gosh, bro, bump the collabs. All right, we need to set up a pivot this turn as Michael, for sure. So could attach return or. Gosh. Also, as Michael, I don't hate the idea of Gust KO Arceus V, to be honest. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of Gust KO Arceus V here as Michael, to be honest. I think that wouldn't have been terrible to go Serena Gust KO Arceus V. But nah, actually I don't like it, to be honest. I think this is better to go KO because you leave it on the bench as 2 prize cards. Okay, this time Michael bumps the stadium. Let's go. Nah, it's probably correct to not Gust. Okay, Marnie top deck though for Antoine. And there is no attacker set up for Michael. But could have had a Yveltal on the bench loaded up. So, do we see the punish here for Michael? Does Michael get punished for not bumping the collapse stadium? I'm hoping Michael gets punished. I don't know what y'all are hoping for, but I'm hoping for the punish on Michael. No evolutions for Antoine. Starbirth would have been nice here. I don't think there's any way for Antoine to get out of this one. I think it's just an L. There's nothing in the hand that can actually stop Michael from just taking the knockout with Lugia. So I think it's over. Yep, that's it. Michael walks away with the dub. Despite never bumping the collapsed stadium. So, unlucky. Just got man's down. I'm only wishing on their downfall for them to get punished. It's only when they misplay that I care. All right, let's get it. Round 9 coming up. My throat is sore. I'm tired. I've been doing a lot of talking. Talking this much and being sick kind of sucks. It just kind of sucks. He did bump Stadium. Antoine drew another and played it. Oh, wait, did they actually? Maybe I'm trolling. I just wasn't paying attention. I sound like Grant after 9 hours. Bumped it a second time around. Oh, bumped it the second time around. Yeah, they bumped it eventually. All right, we got Benjamin Pham versus Magnus Peterson. Two pretty solid players here. So we got Magnus going first. Double battle VIP pass. Magnus is playing Mew. I know Magnus has the Manaphy. I don't know if Magnus plays the Aerodactyl. And on Benjamin Pham's side, you got the Goodra deck. We saw Stefan playing Goodra earlier. We saw Stefan playing the Goodra earlier. And no Battle VIP Pass. So I'm curious to see if Benjamin is playing the Battle VIP Pass or not. The no Battle VIP Pass is kind of sick, actually. It makes me want to try that build instead of the current Battle VIP Pass build. Like Stefan is like 801 or something with Goodra, which is insane. Stefan is playing the one thing I don't like about Stefan's list, and it might be better than I'm giving it credit for. The one thing I'm not a huge fan of, though, is the... Magnus is thinking about the Manaphy. Oh, sending it out. Okay, I thought we were going to, like, take it. Yeah, the one thing I didn't like about Stefan's list was the Luminion, but maybe it's better than I give it credit for. All right, really good start here for Magnus. Even has the Mew VMAX and the energy in the hand, so if they could attack turn 1, they would just get it done. We'll see what Magnus has as far as... I was going to say, oh, the Aerodactyl goes. I don't know if Magnus plays the Aerodactyl, but it's not going to matter in this matchup. I didn't see it when they went through their deck, though. I don't know how advanced of technology Magnus's deck has. I wouldn't have hated seeing Magnus hold that switch there, to be honest, because it does play around the Cram Punch that Benjamin could have here. So actually, I kind of liked it. I think Magnus should have just like held the switch and just passed. Like you have everything you need basically, but now the Cram could punch them UV, and that's actually just not good. I don't think for Benjamin that's happening though. That hand is awful. That's like what? Triple net, double boss, Goodra, escape rope. There's a boss and a Temple of Sinnoh and a pass. Okay, I think Magnus will probably get game here. And okay. Vacuum the... Okay, I think I got it. Okay. Vacuum the Temple, retreat, tablet, done. All right, Magnus wins game 1. I believe Benjamin also has the Drapion, so... I don't know if that makes it a good matchup for Benjamin, but it makes it winnable, I think, for sure. I think without Drapion, you probably just lose, but with it, I think you have a shot for sure. Let's get into game 2. Goodra start. Benjamin going first. Unfortunately, a Goodra start here for Benjamin. Opens a Goodra. Here comes a quick ball. Has a Chorus and an escape rope, so can get a Comfy here. Does play the Battle VIP passes. Grab a Comfy and go ahead and get... yeah, start building up the Lost Zone here. I was going to say get a Battle VIP pass, but that's not what Comfy does. You would like it to. You would like your Comfy to get a Battle VIP pass, but... there we go. Comfy has the escape rope in hand, can get into it, start building up the Lost Zone. And in a fine spot so far off the start here. Not a super aggressive hand. Can't get out the Greninja, I believe, and then doesn't have access to a second Comfy or a way to get into a second Comfy. But it's a start. Has the Colress on the next turn. So yeah, it's a start here from Benjamin. And I think, like I said, I think plays Drapion. So can get that set up as soon as next turn to be attacking with, for sure. Capture or metal. I want to see the capture get taken here, for sure. Can go capture for probably another Comfey, and then retreat into that Comfey. Do another flower selecting. And once again, like I was talking about a couple rounds ago, about just like the importance. Like this is like a match where you just want to make sure there's like you want to play to win. You don't have to be a winner, but you want to make sure you're playing to win the game. Like for Benjamin here, you're trying to get to game 3, but you're also trying to have enough time in game 3 to win the game. Ordinary Rod or Marnie. Gets rid of the Marnie. I'm actually not too sure on that one, to be honest. It has second Gudra. And pass over to Magnus. Let's see what Magnus has for a turn. Got energy. And then it looks like has a Judge as well. Has a Choice Belt in hand. Doesn't attach to Choice Belts, but they do play for Sealstone. So if you draw into your... If you only draw into 4 Sealstone, I guess it's worth it to not attach the... It also looks like Magnus plays Parasol, but I don't think you're ever attaching Parasol. But I guess if you draw into 4 Sealstone, it makes it worth it. You'd rather have a Choice Belt on that Mew, but yeah, I guess if you're gonna draw into 4 Sealstone and that's it, you'd regret not leaving your tool slot open. So, all right, 4 for Fam, and yeah, okay, yeah, that worked out. 4 Sealstone for Magnus. And then the rest of the hand's kind of trash, though. Manaphy, Choice Belt, and Path to the Peak. Do you ever go for Ultra Ball? Well, you just can't draw cards this turn. Unless you bench... Unless you want to... You could attach the Choice Belt to a Genesect, I guess, and then draw 1 card. You could bench a Manaphy and draw 2 cards. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to skip ahead. So it gets a double Genesect. Yeah, so we'll see what... Magnus could also... No, you definitely want to draw some cards here. So Choice Belt to Genesect isn't the end of the world. I don't know if I'd bench the Manaphy, though. And you can't play the Path to the Peak, obviously, because then you can't play... Then you can't use Genesect, so... See what Magnus does. Does bench the Manaphy. And do we attach the Choice Belt? I think it's probably correct to attach the Choice Belt. Doesn't really matter where you put it that I can think of. Genesect for 2. I don't think I would have benched the Manaphy, though. I think the Manaphy is pretty punishing. Benching the Manaphy, I feel like, is pretty punishing. Gets another Genesect. Genesect for 2. Just got to remember that you have one of your Pokemon to play as a Manaphy or a Choreo and double Turbo Energy. Not great. And you probably don't want to leave the Mew in the active this turn either as Magnus. So you probably have to retreat here to a Genesect. Or actually, no. Retreat to the Manaphy. I think it's probably fine to give up the prize card to open up your bench. Yeah, retreat to the Manaphy. All right, Manaphy's up. Okay, so Benjamin could actually... If Benjamin gets... Ooh, it's kind of close. Benjamin could go Drapion KO Mew. If they can find the Drapion. That is not a Drapion. Sinnoh or V-Star. Question here for Fam. Goes with the V-Star. Has an escape rope. But not a great start here for Benjamin, to be honest. Yeah, not great. You appreciate the 25 months there to Maidinator. Has a... Was that a water energy and a Mirage? So yeah, still not... This is not great for Fam. This is not great for Fam. Also, the water makes sense. Has Mirage Gate, has Parasol. Gonna go ahead and Parasol a Goo. Has another... Oh, could have taken the water energy, though, and retreated into a Comfey, to be honest. I actually would have hated to have seen that from Fam. Just passed. Does not evolve to the V-Star, interestingly enough. Okay. Chooses to not evolve to the V-Star. For Magnus, still a pretty rough hand. Does have Boss and Energy. So can play Boss, bring up a Gudra. I think you have to. Yeah, you're not trying to draw a 0 card. So boss up a Gudra. Brings up the one with the Parasol. Which I think is actually a mistake here from Magnus. Because, well, actually, No, I guess it actually doesn't matter. It won't matter too much, I don't think. The one thing that could happen is like Magnus KOs this Gudra, and then Fam plays a vacuum and vacuums away the choice belt. And then if Magnus draws into a vacuum later in the game, there's no target for the vacuum and can't use the vacuum. Would be something that could come up. But also, I guess it stops you from using Oricorio if the Parasol's in play. But I don't know which one of those is more like. It's more likely that you probably want to use the vacuum to clear out your hand than not. All right, switching to Mew and Genesect number 2 for 1, or could bench the Oricorio and draw 2. But then you only have. This feels really bad, especially because Benjamin does play Drapion. So, all right, there is a tablet. So can get the KO this turn if they can find the VMAX. But if you just get Drapion next turn as Magnus, you just like lose the game probably. But Magnus might not know that there's a Drapion on the list, but you should know. Like, it's one of those things where you should be like, you should play as if the Gudra, like, if you just keep up with the meta, Gudra is a fringe deck, but almost every Gudra player plays the Drapion, so you should play around Drapion here as Magnus, and probably not put the Oricorio down and hope to draw and just get a little bit luckier. I don't think it's like too hard for Benjamin to potentially get the Drapion here. We'll see. And definitely set up a Gudra. And here comes Greninja. Has a boss in hand. That's not going to change anything. We're looking for the Drape. Greninja use coming up next. Goodbye Metal. +2. No Drapion yet. Can't use the Raihan because we already used the Colress. Otherwise, that could have got it. Here comes Comfey. Net, we can keep digging. Now we can play the Mirage Gate, thin out the deck a little bit more. Net, reset a Comfey. Still digging for the capture energy. Or the Drapion itself, I guess. Wouldn't be bad to draw into the Drapion. And it was the next card. It was in the top 2. So if Benjamin had just gone, use Comfey, Net use Comfey. Actually, Benjamin would have got there. Has Path in hand and didn't play it. Well, the Path is a little bit more reasonable not to play because Magnus literally can't. If Magnus paths themselves, they don't have an out to path in their hand either. So they would literally just probably draw pass on the next turn. So I don't know about playing the Path, to be honest. All right, here we go. Comfey again. And another whiff. So no hit this turn from Benjamin with the Drapion. And actually can't even hit with the Gudra. Can evolve it, though. I don't know if Benjamin should actually bench another Gudra V, though. I feel like you well, maybe you should bench Gudra V, because there's only one Mew in play for Magnus. So unless Magnus plays a Scoop Up Net, which they could, Magnus could play a Scoop Up Net or like a Volo or something and make room for another Mew V. It's possible that it's possible for Magnus to like not just lose to Drapion next turn. We'll see. And pass over to Magnus. All right. So for Magnus to pull off, Magnus this turn now wants to go chase down that Gudra V for sure, but still like has no. I don't know. This is still like kind of awkward for Magnus. If Magnus has like an Echoing Horn for the following turn, I guess he'd be in an okay spot. Does have an Ultra Ball so can clear out the hand a little bit. And think about getting rid of double Mew V. I mean, you want one of those at some point, I feel like. But there might be the 4th one in the deck still. Also has probably will play the double turbo as well. Yeah, not having 2 Mew in play is so bad. Is so bad. Not having 2 Mew in play and having Manaphy, I guess, as well. You're drawing that many less cards. This is bad. We'll see if they can pull together the KO on the Gudra, though. They need a lot. They need to get to the bench. They need to get to the active. They need a power tablet, and they need a gust effect. And they don't play cross switcher, I believe, so they would need a boss or a Serena. So they can't like Marnie or Judge into the play either. I'd probably attach the double turbo, to be honest. Genesect for 1. Mew. Well, now you have to attach to the double turbo if you want to do anything. You could Silene. But what would you Silene for? Would you put a switch on top just to draw a prize card? You like need Benjamin to KO something that's like not Mew here. I feel like you always lose. Like, what do you even grab here? Do you put Ultra Ball on top? And then thin out the hand and then draw again? Maybe that's the only way to win, though, here as Magnus, is to actually KO a 2-prizer and then KO a 2-prizer. And then as long as Benjamin... I mean, Benjamin won't whiff the Drapion next turn, though. Benjamin won't whiff the Drapion next turn, though, because they have Raihan. So they're guaranteed to find the Drapion next turn. So then Magnus probably just loses to the Drapion. All right, 1 Genesect left, but Magnus needs to find Switch Card, Boss, Tablet off of a Genesect for 3, I think. So Lisa literally needs to draw the perfect 3 cards off of a Genesect for 3. Let's see if they can do it. It's possible. They could attach the double turbo, actually, which I think they should have done initially anyway. So I think they already misplayed by not attaching the double turbo initially. All right, here we go. Genesect for 4. There's the Switch Card. There's a Judge. So they can take a knockout, but I think at this point, if I was Magnus, I would maybe just retreat to Manaphy and pass. I don't know. Do you just lose with that scenario as well, though? I feel like you're just always losing. Oh, no, we already played a supporter. We already played Silene, so we can't judge. I was about to say, I think we can judge, but we can't judge. We already played Silene this turn. So it is probably going to be retreat to Manaphy and pass. But that does mean Benjamin actually can't play the Raihan. And if Benjamin can't play the Raihan, then probably can't chase the Mew VMAX. Oh, but gonna go for the... So Magnus is gonna go for the KO here. Okay. I guess even if once the Drapion happens from Benjamin next turn, like Magnus could still bench a Mew V and like force Benjamin to have the boss, to be honest. That'd be like fine. Force Benjamin to have the boss. It's 1 prize knockout. Drapion will respond. Think about Lost City. But you definitely want to keep that around as a counter to Temple of Sinnoh. Especially with 3 TTEs down, you need an answer to Temple of Sinnoh. All right, Comfy up. And let's see what Benjamin gets. Yeah, Benjamin's game plan here is just going to be knock out Mew and then try and gust KO Mews as they hit the bench from there on. Actually, if Benjamin just has a boss on the following turn, I think Benjamin might just win. So Greninja first. 2 Chorus and Temple of Sinnoh. But you want to know if you want to use Raihan here or... Now you probably just go with the Raihan play from Benjamin to just guarantee... You just want to guarantee the KO here. So Raihan here. Puts a water there. Grab the Drapion. You could have Raihan to the Gudra and maybe grabbed a Capture Energy. Maybe you should grab a Capture Energy here no matter what as Benjamin. And capture to the Comfy. That way you have another out to retreat it later. Okay, but there's the Drapion. Finally makes its way into play. Magnus sees it now finally for the first time. And the Drapion gonna knock out the Mew. And yeah, Benjamin seems like they're gonna be in a pretty commanding spot. This does open up Magnus's Roxanne, but Magnus can't win the game once they establish another Mew again. So all Benjamin has to do is kind of like lock. Actually, this could get a little bit interesting. There's a Judge. Benjamin's going to hope to find a boss off of this Judge. And if Benjamin finds a boss, you just chase the Mew again. And then, unless Magnus has a path to follow that up with like a Roxanne, then you probably just win the game. So we'll see what the fam draws. Is there a boss? That's all we're wondering. Also, I guess Magnus could have a path. We've seen one path hit the discard pile from Magnus. There's a Big Charm. I don't think Big Charm ever matters, though, here for Magnus. You could put it on like a Genesect and leave it in the active against a Gudra at some point. The heads on the Cram. Collapse Stadium. Okay, Collapse is actually... Okay, that could do some work. That can get rid of that Manaphy finally. And then maybe you can open up your bench after that. But it's thinking about the path to stop the Drapion. But do they have a way to bump it? Like I said, maybe have to draw into a way to bump the path on the following turn. So I do like this path grab here from Magnus. Quick ball away the Genesect. Fail. Shuffle up. and then hold the path, do some drawing with Genesect, and then put that path in play at the end of the turn, making things awkward for Benjamin once again. And then you do have those two prize Pokemon on in play. Oh, no, wait. Magnus has 3 prize cards left. So you need to kill one of the 2 prize Pokemon and then go after one of the 1 prize Pokemon to close out the game. See, I think I like the path grab here. If you don't grab path, it feels pretty like you're in a pretty rough spot, to be honest. So, we'll see. Broke Mew, Quick Ball. Rotom Phone, see if you can find an out to path to put on top. Lost City. Vacuum is right there, though, so you probably just throw the Vacuum on top. Benjamin's already down through 2 Marnie, so I don't know if you play around Marnie anymore as Magnus. So you could just draw into the Vacuum, to be honest. I don't even think you need to, like, leave it on top. I'd probably draw it and then play the path. And then that way you could see +1 card of the next top deck. Magnus plays well, but this list is an abomination. You don't like the Manaphy, bro? Yeah, draws it. I like that. Just draw the card. I think that's fine here. Sometimes you just want to leave it on top of the deck, but sometimes you want to draw it. And here comes the path. All right. Path and pass. There we go. Let's see what Benjamin has. Has the boss, but doesn't have the Temple of Sinnoh. Okay, escape rope first. Just gonna push up the Manaphy. Benjamin sends up the Goodra. Oh wait, but we can go boss KO them. Oh, okay, boss KO Mew with Goodra works as well though. This doesn't guarantee the win for Benjamin. Oh, okay, actually. No, wait, actually that might have been Magnus's 4th Mew. Maybe that does guarantee the win, actually, to be honest. All right, they got 21 minutes left. I'm actually curious how this game ends up in a tie, because I know they end up tying at the end of this. But how does this end up in a tie? Let's find out. All right, so opening hand from Benjamin is okay. Got the Greninja and the Comfey. Opening hand from Magnus looks like it has to be a Battle VIP pass off of the tablet. A Mew and a Genesect, and I don't think it's going to be too much past that for Magnus here. That was the last Mew? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, Drapion is prize for Benjamin here. But Benny is that 1 prize card? Well, no, because the Genesect would live a hit from Goodra, because you have Oricorio in the play. So if you had a Mew left, you could have benched Mew, sent up Genesect, Goodra smacks it, and then you go retreat, Mew KO Drapion into Gust KO. What's it called? I don't even know if the Magnus had the resources left to pull that play off, though, to be honest. Yeah, I don't even know if Magnus had the resources left for that. It's possible. All right, so Benjamin's got the Drapion prize, which is a pretty big deal, because you kind of want to attack turn 1 with Drapion here. It looks like... Yep, there's a Quick Ball. That's pretty good for Magnus. And Magnus could play the Vacuum on the Forest Seal Stone and actually draw some cards this turn, and then get the Quick Ball and then actually use the Quick Ball as well. So Magnus can actually play through this turn a little bit more. Definitely can draw some more cards this turn, which you do want to do, because you want to set up for like a turn 2 Gust on a Goodra. The one thing I guess here is you don't want to leave your Mew in the active, because it getting punched by Cram isn't great. Also, your Mew getting... I mean, you could get knocked out by Drapion as well. Well, you could get a second Mew, so that wouldn't be as bad, though. So if you get a second Mew, that's fine. But I don't think you want the... Even getting punched by Cram is, like, pretty bad, to be honest. So it would be nice to leave Genesect in the active here, I feel like, overall. Or Oricorio, I guess, would be fine as well. Okay, draw 1 from Genesect. It is the Quick Ball. We knew that was coming. Gonna have to Quick Ball away the Silene. Definitely can't afford to Quick Ball away another Mew. Grab the Genesect. I'm going to be able to draw some more. There we go. Still need to get another Mew. Yeah, even if Cram punch your Mew, that's not very good. But yeah, you just losing to Drapion would also be bad. So maybe, well, no, but also retreating to Genesect is also really bad here. I think Magnus maybe should have got second Mew here instead. I think Magnus should have actually got a second Mew here instead of the Genesect. Also, like, actually getting rid of a Mew VMAX there, like Magnus did, the way the hand worked out, I think you kind of had to, but it's not great because, no great draw off the Rotom Phone. It's not great because the Magnus prize and Mew VMAX, and it's in the last two prize cards. So that's not good for Magnus at all. So it can probably only set up one Mew VMAX this game. And that draw is actually pretty awkward off of the... Yeah, that's a pretty awkward draw off of the Rotom Phone. There's nothing really of great value. You're probably hoping for a... You're definitely hoping for a Battle VIP pass there to go get Oricorio and a second Mew, and then probably retreat to Oricorio and pass. But now it almost feels like you have to retreat to Genesect now, because otherwise you could now... Benjamin's Drapion is prized, but Magnus doesn't know that. And Magnus also knows that they play the Drapion, so... But even Cram punching your lone Mew is pretty bad. Because then Benjamin could go Cram into Goodra. But I guess you could bench Oricorio next turn, and that would stop that play. Last draw. Gonna use the Cram, though, on that. And Tails. There's the pass. So hoping Benjamin, I guess, just doesn't have the Drapion, which Benjamin doesn't. Benjamin doesn't have the Drapion. So unfortunate for Benjamin. Well, they can't get it out of the current hand, but even if they draw a way to get it, they can't get it. So they have three Mirage Gates in the hand. Oh, I took the boss over the Comfey there. That's interesting. Wait, what? Boss over Comfey there. Is that happening? I think Benjamin whiffed either way. I think Magnus just realized his mistake there. And that's why he was like, oh, what the heck am I doing? There's the quick ball, but the Drapion is prize. So Magnus, unfortunately, doesn't get punished here for leaving Mew in the active or getting a second Mew. You hate to see the never punished here. You hate to see it. You hate to see the never punished. So now Benjamin has to settle for another Comfey, I guess. Wait, did he lost on the Comfey off of a Greninja draw? Oh, did he? Yeah, it's probably just a mistake. He was in the flower selecting, what's it called? In the flower selecting zone. Oh, is that what he did with the Greninja? Oh, so he has another Comfey to utilize still. So he just gets the Comfey to his hand, right? That's like not a big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Is it a big deal? They cut to the casters. I don't think it's a big deal. Okay, we're chilling. Attach retreat. Comfey happens again. And hoping at least for a Battle VIP pass now. Got a Temple of Sinnoh. And a Capture Energy. Has the Goodra. I don't know if you want to bench a Goodra, a lone Goodra, though. You might just... Are you benching the lone Goodra? I don't like the lone Goodra bench here as Benjamin, but they're going with it, and there's the pass. Had the boss. Could have played the boss to bring up a Genesect, to be honest, and I think that actually might be a misplay here. That might be a misplay from Benjamin to not play the boss, because they didn't play a supporter. You may as well bring up a Genesect and make things more difficult. All right, Mew VMAX and the tablet already out, and here comes the Genesect draw for 5. Got an Ultra Ball, got an Oricorio, got an Escape Rope. Got some good options here for Magnus. Should probably be able to put together the knockout on the Goodra, I would imagine. We'll see, though. Ultra Ball going to get rid of the Path to the Peak and the Switch card. Going to go grab themselves not another Mew VMAX, because the last Mew VMAX is prized. And that should tell that to Benjamin Fam as well. That the last Mew VMAX is prized. Because you pretty much always grab the Mew VMAX there and go ahead and evolve it. Because the chance that you want it in play is super high. And the chance that you get punished for putting it in play and losing access to Psychic Leap is super low. So that basically tells Benjamin that the other Mew VMAX is prized here. But we'll see. He just put Mew V down. Oh, true. He can't evolve the Mew V. For some reason, I thought he could. I'm too tired. Yeah, don't listen to me. All right, Lost City goes down. Genesect 2 for 6. Looking for a Gust Effect and a Double Turbo. Found the Double Turbo. No Gust Effect yet, but can keep digging. Has the Choice Belt. And a Quick Ball away. The Genesect, I like that. Keep the Battle VIP Pass around in case you draw into a Cram-O-Matic. It's a good target for Cram. I'm tired too. All right, here we go. Genesect number 3 for 4. Looking for Boss or Serena. And there's the Cram. Cram on the Battle VIP Pass. Tails. Okay, that is a whiff. It is a whiff. I do wonder, like, I do still wonder, though, on Benjamin's side, if Benjamin should have gone... Yeah, I don't even know if you want to judge here as Magnus, to be honest. Like Benjamin didn't have a Culver's last turn. You're only giving him down 1 less card. You're giving him 1 less card, but you're giving him 4, but most likely 4 new cards. Like Benjamin is seeing like 7 new cards here probably or something. Maybe 4.5 new cards or 3.5 new cards. Benjamin is seeing 3.5 new cards here because you're always seeing a new card off the top deck. So I don't know if I like the judge there from Magnus at all. Like I don't think I would judge there. And one thing Benjamin could have done, Benjamin could have not benched the Guja V and then next turn gone bench Guja V plus capture, get out 2 Guja Vs, which I think would have been reasonable. But did get I don't want to say lucked out, but got away with it here. And the Guja V is not going down. There's a path in the hand there for Magnus, as well as a collapsed stadium. If they utilize either of them. He's taking his time. There's no reason to play the Ultra Ball yet, I don't think. Just wanting to confirm that whether or not they played a tablet. And I think Magnus did play a tablet, so they want to be able to use Psychic Leap. So they don't need a switch card next turn. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they did play a tablet. And here comes a Psychic Leap knockout then. And don't shuffle back to the deck, of course. All right, let's see if Fam can put together a hit. Fam needs to try and draw a prize card. I mean, he should get to that Drapion. So there's actually only 7 minutes left in the game as well. So kind of seeing why they're closing in on a tie here. 5 cards here from Fam. Definitely don't need that. Probably don't need the Raihan as well. That's a pretty lackluster draw here. Gives up the Gudra V-Star, though, it looks like. Might have another one in hand. Just needs to set up a Gudra and get some prize cards and get to the Drapion. I think that's kind of the goal here for Fam. If they can get there. So two tablets gone. I think Fam's wondering, will my Gudra survive? All right, got a net. So could get into another... Comfy, or could just settle for hitting with Cram this turn, to be honest. I wouldn't hate to see just hitting with Cram. Ordinary Rod, 2 energy back in. Interesting choice. I don't think there's like... I don't know why. Unless you want to see energy as Fam. I don't know if you want to see... I mean, you want energy for your Greninja, but... I don't know if you actually want energy, to be honest. There's a net. We're going Comfy into Comfy. But couldn't we have done this before the other? We didn't get this off of the Comfy, so we should have done this before the first Comfy if you think this is correct. Temple of Sinnoh or Switch. Switch would get you into the Cram. Temple of Sinnoh is probably pretty good to potentially have those as an option, because I don't know if you're actually... Like, hitting with Cram is actually not that good this turn, actually. I'm kind of overhyping the hit with Cram. Because it doesn't, like, do anything. You go Cram plus Escape Rope to protect your Comfy, so I don't hate that. It just ends up passing, though. Would have gone Escape Rope to use another Comfy as well, to be honest. I wouldn't have hated to see that. All right, Ultra Ball here from Magnus. I'm going to give up another stadium. Magnus is actually pretty low on stadiums. It's possible that the Temple of Sinnohs... did not Ultra Ball away the stadiums. Instead, just played the Cram. It's possible Temple of Sinnoh could become a... Well, it shouldn't become a problem. There's a lot of stadiums in the hand for Magnus. There's the boss. Just gonna punch Gudra, I guess. Does have the Benjamin does have the Escape Rope. Play around that. There's an Ultra Ball. Then out some Poke. Go get the second Mew VMAX. Oh no, it doesn't have another Mew VMAX. Never mind. Could go get a Mew VMAX. Okay, this is the Ultra Ball where when Magnus plays it, Benjamin should know that Magnus's last Mew VMAX is prized. This is the Ultra Ball that shows that, because Magnus could actually evolve this turn, unlike the last turn. All right, a couple stadiums and a Judge in the hand. I don't know if we'll see Magnus use the Judge or not. Could use the Judge. Thinking about playing an Ultra Ball. I guess we can dig a little bit deeper, but you can't get the knockout here as Magnus. I don't know if we should be throwing away resources like this. Like I mean, you could, I guess. No, actually, no, it is possible. You still have the Judge to play for turn. How important is getting the KO here, though, I guess is the question. I don't think it's that important to get the KO. I think just punching this thing is pretty relevant. Well, you do need to get to your other Mew VMAX, though, I guess. Maybe it is more relevant than I think. Path goes into play. And then maybe just going to go with the Judge here and hope to draw a double Palpad Silene Boss. And then maybe just going to play the Judge and then hope to draw a double Tablet. I think both tablets were in the deck, to be honest. I think I saw them both in there. Well, actually, we can see the prize card, so we know they're both in there. But it looks like he's just going to settle for a punch. All right, Techno Blast for, I don't know, a lot of damage. It's interesting that Magnus chose to all right, there's a Temple of Sinnoh. Chose not to play the Judge. I thought the Judge was going to get played there for sure. All right, has the Temple of Sinnoh counter, so can use the V-Star power here for Benjamin. Heal the Gudra. There's an escape rope. Comfy up. Curious to see what Magnus sent up here. We'll see in a second, though. Sent up a Genesect. So Benjamin can't KO Genesect. Could only hit it. There's the V-Star power from the Gudra. And plays Marnie. Okay. So maybe we'll see an attack this turn from Benjamin. I guess it would be fine if Benjamin just... I think it would be fine if Benjamin used the what's it called here, though? What am I even saying? Just didn't attack. Do you want to attack? I guess that's kind of the question here for Benjamin. If you could attack here, do you want to attack? We're definitely not attacking. All right. Pass over to Magnus. Let's see what Magnus got. Boss up to Gudra again. Power Tablet. Parasol to Mew. And we're drawing 4. Switch Tablet. Switch into Mew. And... oh, yep. Still could have drawn with Genesect, and I believe had outs in the deck. But yeah, said entered the attack phase. Entered the attack phase, so that should be no Technoblast, no attack here from Magnus, and use double Tablet there as well. Okay, Chorus from Benjamin, and time is called. Time is up, but actually they maybe... no, I don't think they had an extension. So time is up here. We're going to see an attack from Benjamin. There's the Mirage Gate. Should have an energy in hand. We'll be able to hit this turn for 200. Magnus doesn't have an out to another Mew VMAX. Attach energy. And there's a hit for 200 from Benjamin. We'll see if Magnus even has a play this turn. Magnus does have outs to the Temple of Sinnoh, so should be able to actually bump it. But what are you going to do? Bump it in? You can't hit with this Mew, I feel like, as Magnus. If you hit with this Mew, I mean, the game is basically over. It's impossible for either player to win. Magnus is turn 1, so they each have one more turn. Magnus tries to use Curse Droplets, and Temple of Sinnoh's in play, so just pass. Benjamin draws, takes the knockout for 200. Finally gets to the Drapion. That's so unfortunate that Benjamin couldn't get the... I didn't have the Drapion sooner, and I guess this one ends in a tie. Yeah, they ended up tying here. I'm actually surprised. It's not like... so yeah, this one ends in a tie. It's nothing against either of the players. I'm surprised these two players didn't like, they're both pretty good players. Like, I'm surprised they didn't have an agreement to like decide a winner in this match. Like a top 128 placement means like absolutely nothing for either of these players. I mean, it could. Like, obviously it could. It could be the reason they get their Worlds invite. But, like, Benjamin Pham and Magnus Peterson, they're both going to get their invite. So I'm surprised that they didn't have a... It's kind of surprised me that they didn't have, like, an agreement to decide a winner of this match. Like, do something. Because, yeah, like, one of them getting, like, the tie to get, like, top 128 or something, like, it does not matter to these players. They're both going to end up with their Worlds invites and maybe even both end up in, like, the potential race for, like, top... whatever it is in Europe, top 22 or whatever. The Lost Zone placement is making that Temple hard to see. That is a little bit awkward of a placement from Temple from Benjamin, but I mean, the judge didn't ask him to change it or move it. Like, I think it's fine overall. It's not terrible. It's not awful. It could be why Magnus didn't notice it. That is true, but blame the giant line of Lost Zone for what that hit for him not seeing the Temple. He definitely should have scooped up his Lost Zone past 7, but that doesn't really matter. It definitely, the Lost Zone, I'm not going to lie, the Lost Zone does look a little bit annoying on stream. I thought it was a little bit annoying when judges kept telling me to clean up my Lost Zone at San Diego, but now that I'm seeing it kind of on stream, it is kind of like annoying that it's kind of just there in the middle of everything. It's like distracting. Why mats? I don't know. They just ended up doing mats for some reason. I think it looks ugly. I think the mats look super ugly. So I think they should take the mats away, but they have them there. But yeah, I'm surprised that this match actually ended up in a tie. I'm pretty sure they ended up in a tie here, but I mean, they might be discussing like the potential resolution or something right there, like discussing like if they want to end up in a tie or if one of them is going to concede or whatever. Like do they think that one player for sure wins or something like that? But I'm surprised they didn't talk about that going into game 3. Like, both those players are like pretty experienced players and and like I said, like them, like a tie here for them to get top 128 does nothing for either. Like, it just does not impact these players at all, whether or not they get the Worlds invite or whatever. Both these players will end up with their Worlds invite. It's a little bit surprising. And I think Benjamin was definitely going to win at that point. Like, once Magnus messed up under Temple of Sinnoh, Benjamin was definitely going to win. Like 100%. 100% is going to Benjamin was 100% going to win that game at this point because you KO'd the Mew VMAX and there's no other Mew VMAXs for Magnus, so. But it's whatever. You had an opponent at San Diego who got annoyed you didn't use a playmat. I've never had anyone get annoyed. I've had some people surprised when I've not used a playmat sometimes in the past. There was a long time where I didn't use a playmat at all. I had some people get surprised, and people would always ask me if I wanted to use a playmat. And I was like, no. I'm getting annoyed though. It sounds kind of weird though. That's kind of bizarre. All right, chat. That's gonna do it for me for today. I am gonna head off. Let's go ahead and raid someone before I get out of here though. Is anyone playing the PokemonTCG online right now? I think Moji's on. Go ahead and raid Moji before I head off. All right, chat. Have a good one. I'll be back tomorrow. To watch Day 2 and Top Cut. I won't be watching it live, but I will be watching it. I'll probably be starting up the stream around... I'm going to shoot for 1:30 PST. I'm going to shoot for starting up the stream at 1:30 PST. I'll catch y'all there. I think that's all I got to say, chat. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm tired. My throat hurts. My throat's sore. I'm talking a lot. I'm sick and I'm talking a lot. I'll see you tomorrow. Enough complaining. Peace.